you need. No, I would just have to send it over to you. Text it over to you. Okay, there you go. Okay, bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Glad to see you today. I'll be running the meeting for a little while this morning. I'm Vice Mayor Naomi Dewar. The mayor will be here later in the meeting. We have several council members on the phone. And let me just ask our clerk before we even begin, who is on the phone?
Madam Vice Mayor, I believe we have Councilmember Reese on the phone, and Councilmember Jordan will be phoning in shortly.
Okay, all right. Okay, so.
I am here, Madam Vice
Oh,
Mayor.
thank you so much. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd ask Mr. Gossage, would you like to lead us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, may I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor Breckus, Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber, Jordan, absent at this time, Reese,
Here.
Shivi, absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right. Thanks so much. And next item of business will be public comment.
Our next item, Madam Vice Mayor, is public comment, as you noted. As a reminder to all of our speakers today, you are allotted 3 minutes in public comment. Please be sure to address the council when you are speaking to them. Address them as a whole. Do not identify individual members. Also, as a reminder of decorum while you're in council chambers, no clapping, stomping, or cheering or jeering is permitted. If you are generally perceived to be disruptive, you may be given a warning. If you continue with that disruptive behavior, you may be asked to leave the chambers. Please be respectful when you're in this room. First to speak this morning, Madam Vice Mayor, I believe Ivy Antenowicz had to leave, so first will be Dave Frazier, followed by Quintana Bars.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, I believe we have Councilmember Jordan on the phone at this time.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Dave Frazier. I'm a member of Action and have been advocating for affordable housing solutions locally and statewide for the past 2 years. I have helped work on the motel improvement team, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, eviction protection, and a statewide low-income housing tax incentive credit program. I am a resident of Reno for the past 9 years. I have lived in trailers, weekly motels, low-income apartments, and on the streets. Despite working as a professional EMT for much of my career, being forced to leave after I developed PTSD from my experiences, I cannot afford to live in Reno due to the cost of housing at the end of my lease at this time. Since being in Reno, I have been living on Social Security, of which nearly 100% of that income goes to rent. Currently, I have been able to get out of homelessness thanks to my apartment complex, which until recently kept my rent low through federal low-income housing tax credits. Unfortunately, those tax credits expired earlier this year, and my rent has steadily creeped up hundreds of additional dollars a month. This is a case for many of low-income housing tax credit units in northern Nevada. It is estimated that hundreds of more units will lose their tax credits in the next 5 years, further increasing our already 19,000 unit shortage of affordable housing. While Mayor Shively's proposal is a good start in terms of creating infill and high-density housing, it does not address the most pressing concerns of our community, housing affordability and accessibility. I strongly encourage the council to incorporate some form of affordable requirement into the proposal so that we are able to accomplish more for our community. This would show that Mayor Shively is taking affordable seriously. On the other hand, I am encouraged by the proposal that the city implement a tenant issue and concerned citizens advisory board. As our housing crisis has worsened, our deficit of affordable units has widened and the vacancy rates has increased. Tenant violations have increased as well. An advisory board is an essential step forward to beginning addressing these concerns. Unfortunately, this is an advisory board that will have little power outside of making recommendations that can be implemented in the future. While this is an important step, we also need immediate solutions. Adding an affordable requirement into Mayor Shively's proposal would be an immediate solution. Please include an affordable requirement to Mayor Shively's proposal and support and creation of the Tenant Issue and Concerned Citizens Advisory Board.
Thank you so much, sir. Very, very well said.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Katana Barnes, followed by Alex Statinsky, followed by Bill Knowlton.
Good morning, council members. My name is Katana Barnes, and I'm a longtime resident of Reno. I deal with housing instability. I currently work 3 jobs and have to share the cost of space rent for my trailer with my son because the rent is half of my income. My son and I do not have any savings, and we live paycheck to paycheck. That instability creates a constant threat to our housing. If my son and I were to leave home, we would not be able to secure any other affordable housing in Reno. Mayor Shively's initiative, 1,000 homes in 120 days, fails to address affordability. We strongly encourage you to add an affordability requirement to this proposal. One potential way that you can move forward with this is through implementing SB 103, a bill that I worked on in the legislative session earlier this year. By implementing this locally, you'll be able to provide fee waivers rather than simply providing deferments. This will allow you to provide waivers to developers building low-income housing in order to increase our supply. Additionally, I strongly encourage you to move forward with the Tenant Issues and Concerned Citizen Advisory Board so as to continue to move forward in addressing our housing crisis. I personally have struggled with issues with my landlord and have felt that I have had little recourse or protection in these dealings. This board would allow folks like me to address these issues and ensure that action is taken. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alex Statinsky, followed by Bill Knowlton, followed by Mark Markell.
Good morning, Vice Mayor Dewar, members of City Council and City staff. For the record, my name is Alex Satinsky. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership, the business improvement district here in downtown Reno. The reason why I'm here is actually because we just finished and printed our first annual report. And I thought that would be a timely moment for me to just give you a really quick update on some of the highlights of what we have accomplished this year and how we want to move forward. Thanks to an amazing board of directors, great staff, great partnership with city, all kinds of social agencies, and the bid property owner community that has been contributing to this bid. We've been really successful for the first years, about as successful as I have seen it in my long bid career of over 20 years. As you know, we have 3 programs. We have the Ambassador Program, a marketing program, and an economic development program. The majority of funding, however, goes into clean and safe services, which includes the Ambassador Program. Let me share some highlights with you real fast. 959 graffiti incidents were removed within the last 10 months. Our ambassadors started to be deployed, fully trained and outfitted in November of last year. And these are the numbers that they have accomplished since then. 560 shopping carts were collected and brought back to the stores that they came from. 111 bags of trash were collected by the ambassadors, even though it's not really their job to collect trash. They still do that just to make sure that the parks and the environment in downtown stay clean. 844 feces and urine incidents were removed. Several needle pickups in partnership with Hopes were conducted. 558 referrals to services. When I say referral to services, that could just mean that they brought somebody to a shelter for the night. However, 20 individuals were actually referred to long-term treatment programs. It's a drop in the bucket, but I think it makes a big difference and it does move the needle. 20 individuals were, thanks to our ambassadors and thanks to the relationship that they were able to forge with them, were actually admitted to long-term programs. 6 lives were saved in downtown Reno between November of last year and today, thanks to the Narcan nasal spray that our ambassadors know how to use and carry with them at all times, and 6 incidents we experienced where they were truly able to save the individuals' lives who otherwise would have died on an opiate overdose. And aside from that, on a more cheerful point, 34,000 directions were given and engagement with visitors made. So this is, in a nutshell, the stats of our ambassadors. Because of the great collaboration that we have with the police department, a noticeable reduction in nuisance calls to the police was reported to us, down from approximately 147 nuisance calls to 99 nuisance calls in the last 2 months. UNR actually hired 2 more ambassadors so that the Wolfpack Tower, the university path is patrolled a little bit more substantially, partially till 3 a.m. Okay. Marketing, okay, let me just wrap up. The annual report is available online, downtownreno.org. At this point, the annual report and also our strategic plan that we produced for the next 3 years is available online. I would encourage everyone to look at it. November 7 is our next town hall. Everyone that has a business in downtown, is a resident of downtown, or a property owner in downtown is invited to come. The information, detailed information is on the website as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry I went a little over.
Well, and you can come back and tell us more at another time. And if you'll just give those to the clerk, she'll pass them out. Thank you.
Bill Knowlton, followed by Mark Markell, followed by Chris Ober.
And I just want to say great job to you guys. Don't interpret our timeframes as a disparagement in any way.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Bill Knowlton, and I am an affordable housing developer based out of Salt Lake City. Our family has developed over 1,000 affordable housing units in the last 8 years, with projects ranging in size from $7 million to $62 million. I was encouraged to investigate the Reno market 2 years ago by my friend Eric Jensen, who is the city's revitalization manager. I'm sorry, is that better? And what our analytics and our research has shown is simply incredible. As you know, but what was news to me, there's anticipated to be an increase of 36,000 additional residents in the next 5 years. The vacancy rates in Reno are incredibly low by a national standard. It's 3.06% today, which is up from 1.17% in the second quarter of 2017. There were 22,000 jobs created in this area since 2017. The city of Reno has an unprecedented demand for affordable housing units. You have a forward-thinking city council and staff who believe, and I quote from your website, livable, accessible, and affordable housing should be a basic right of all Reno residents, and I believe that too. You have a city council who has made the increase of affordable housing a tier 1 priority, which I applaud, and you have a visionary mayor who has proposed the 1,000 homes in 120 days program. This is simply incredible from a national scale, really realizing how innovative this is and compared to other jurisdictions. And I recognize that it's in the best interest of all citizens of Reno to have the appropriate housing stock to support the expanding commercial enterprises here. It's economic development by its very definition. My message this morning is simple. We would like to participate in helping Reno address its affordable housing demand. We have extensive experience with the federal low-income housing tax credit program, 9% tax credits, 4% tax-exempt bonds, and building projects which allow for market rate tenants to live side by side with affordable housing tenants. To give you an example, my mother and father live in one of our projects paying market rate, living next to people who are refugees and veterans. Additionally, our family and our investors have funding allocated specifically for opportunity zone investments, which makes Reno all the more attractive from a financial standpoint. We have the capital, credit, experience, and expertise to immediately execute on affordable housing projects. I thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Knowlton, for making yourself available and being interested in Reno. We can use more people like you always, so thank you.
Mark Markel, followed by Chris Oberg, followed by Dave and Lois Bianchi.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel. I'm a concerned Reno resident. I was involved in a drunk driving crash back in '89. We were doing 100 and we rolled 8 times. And I was ejected and it landed on my head, put me in a coma for a month, and it basically messed up my life. I can't drive anymore. The only joy I have in life is coming here, warning you people about the dangers of getting in the car with a drunk driver. That's the only. I'm here to show and warn people not to ride drunk drivers. I'll thank you.
Chris Oberg, followed by Dave and Lois Bianchi,
thank you,
followed by
Mark.
Heather Matthews.
Mr. Oberg?
There's a great Reno giveaway will continue until further notice. Pretty amazed at what happened here 2 weeks ago, and you guys are going to try to approve this project. Every developer and builder in this town, which I am one of, thought it would be a great place, but we all knew you can't do it. So nobody tried it. And if the University of Nevada would have known that you guys were going to try to approve this, they'd have probably got $100 million for that piece of land. So the University of Nevada got snookered. And I don't understand how these people can walk in here and tell you, well, we're going to give you you can buy a piece of land for the school, you can buy a piece of land for the park, you can buy a piece of land for the fire department. No, you're going to give us that, dude. And you're going to build the park, and you're going to build the fire department, and you're not going to get any tax credits. This is not going to happen. They're going to walk out here with $500 million. Who's going to widen McCarran? Who's going to widen Mill? Who's going to widen Pembroke? I mean, this is absurd. These guys think they hit the lottery. And here's the reality of the deal. When it flooded last time, and I've seen it 3 times in my life, 2 hogs, 3 pigs, and 400 sheep were killed overnight. Overnight. Nobody even saw it coming. And we dodged the bullet twice already. Because if we'd have got a pineapple this year, this building would be underwater. And I can't understand how you can even fathom trying to approve this. And I want all the three of you that have honesty and integrity to please go to Washoe County Regional Planning, because this is far, far from over. I mean, these guys, the two pigs and the two hogs and the three pigs are trying to pull the wool over our eyes and think that this is actually feasible and possible. I mean, if we could have thought for a second that we could pull this off, it had been done a long, long, long time ago. Not some newbie running in here and go, I just hit the lottery, look at me. And you got to condition the hell out of these people. And from now, right now, you got to start a moratorium, and you got to up the fees for the parks, the schools, and the fire department, because it's $1,000, and anything over 20 units, you've got to charge them $3,000 a piece. These people are going to walk out here with so much money, and you're having the same problem with these giant warehouses that you're building out in North Valleys. Those people do not pay into the park fund. They don't pay into the school fund. They don't pay into the fire department fund. And they're the ones creating the need for all this housing, schoolings, and parks. And I've been saying it for 25 years, commercial people are the ones creating this mass need. And they're not playing the game with us. And here we're screaming, the parks are starving, the schools are starving, the fire department's starving. Well, fix it. And it's really simple. Stop it and adjust the fees on these people, because they're walking out of here. And when this thing floods again, I'm going to tell you, them guys are going to be in Tahiti, and they're going to sue the city of Reno for approving this project, and it's going to end up biting us in the ass. And we need to stop it and slow down before the great Reno giveaway is over, because you guys are running out of dirt. You're here.
Dave
you,
and
Mr.
Lois
Oberg.
Bianchi.
I apologize for being when they do, but I have a really bad hip, and I'm having a hip surgery in a week and a half. And I
Okay.
can't sit.
Please take care of yourself. Thank you for being here today. All right, well, you're going to talk to me, I think, tomorrow, actually.
Dave and Lois Bianchi, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Good morning. We're Dave and Lois Bianchi, active citizens of Reno, living here since the early 1960s. We commend the council for making an effort to address the housing shortage. However, we would like to add our voices to strongly urge you to include language that significantly addresses the crisis of affordable housing. So we really can't support this effort unless it requires a portion of the housing to be allocated to either low income or affordable clause, such as an example, 1 unit per 30 to be low income. We also want to lend our voices in support of developing a concerned citizen advisory board, which involves citizens in decisions that concern them, and that we believe this will be healthy for our community as a whole. This board would be invaluable for the council in researching and involving more citizen input, making decisions affecting our community. So we look forward to having this citizen advisory board in place, and we just simply thank you for all your service and your time and your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Benke. And I wanted to mention while the next person's coming up that I note that we have students with Innovations High School here today. Would you raise your hands? That's amazing. I've been the principal for a day twice at Innovations High School, so I feel like a bond with you. So thanks for being here. Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, next public comment is from Heather Matthews, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Jeff Church.
My name is Heather Matthews, and I'm a graduate of California State University summa cum laude in counseling and the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. For the past 4 months, I've had a case in district court in Carson City trying to get California State University to stop interfering in my life in every aspect, and the publishing of my book, Walking Between the Shadow and the Light. I believe their reason is that they think it will affect their donations. I was taught at that university that we're to respect diversity, and we have freedom of religion, freedom of press, and freedom of speech. And all of these constitutional rights of mine have been severely violated. Once again, Judge Wilson refused to take a motion of mine. And he said because my case was on appeal in Supreme Court. Well, I filed a 30-day stay to make sure that I had the right, if I needed to be able to appear in Supreme Court. And they assured me that my case in district court would not be hampered. Well, 3 weeks went by, and then they told me, well, we can't accept your motion because your case is on appeal in Supreme Court, which I made very clear I didn't want it to be on appeal, but a stay for 30 days. So I had to go down to Carson City and turn in a written request that the case be sent back to district court and that a 30-day stay be put on the running period to appeal to Supreme Court. I want a jury trial and a permanent injunction against California State University for interfering in my life in every respect, paying bribes to law enforcement and other public officials and people in general, interfering in places that I've lived and places that I've gone to, and also encouraging a few evangelists to commit copyright infringement. My defense of intentional torts committed by a government agency has gone totally not heard or even acknowledged by Judge Wilson. My right to be heard has been dismissed over and over again, and I'm not going to tolerate that anymore. I filed a case against Judge Wilson that's going to be heard on October 18th. Nevada has a legal system, but not a justice system, and I will receive justice. This thing of sovereign immunity, I believe, should be abolished. Nobody should be above the law, including the President of the United States. Any man who can pay off whores, who can take all the money out of his own fund to help people and use it for his own recompense, so to speak, deserves to be impeached. And I'll be glad when I see him impeached and my case is heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Gordon Gossage, followed by Jeff Church.
Hi, this is Gordon Gossage for the record from Regenesis Reno. And I just wanted to support the idea of a tenant rights cab. And I actually sent this email to Councilmember Brookhouse and Councilmember Reese and J.D. Klippenstein of Action, who's sitting over here. And he works with Aria Overly and a bunch of people who do wonderful things. And as you can see, what I titled the memo, Co-creating a tenant rights proposal with an extremely broad coalition tailored to Greater Reno. I will be giving you a copy of this and a copy of the article it refers to. There was a recent set of regulations that were passed in California that I think we can learn a lot from. And the two things we can learn a lot from that are we can create a broad coalition to improve tenant rights, but also we need to understand, as we all brutally know, especially those of us who've moved here recently, is that California is not Nevada. And there's certain things that we should, in my opinion, take off that list. One is rent control. I'm from New York and Boston, and rent control, most economists would say, is a bad idea, and the track record is for it to destroy housing. However, on the other side, on the kind of progressive Democrat side, there are things that we need to get rid of, like the concept of no-cause eviction. I mean, I don't even know what that means. It's so strange. And then there are rights that tenants have in almost all states, certainly in all progressive states, that they don't have in Nevada, that I think we should have. And the thing that I wanted to draw your attention to is this broad coalition in California, which again, will be different in Nevada, but it really is pretty extraordinary, where you have organizations, of course, like Pico, California is very similar, faith-based organization similar to Action, but you also have League of Women Voters. You have the California Business Roundtable actually went along with this group, and the Chamber of Commerce. The only group they didn't quite get was the California Association of Realtors, and that's a difficult, heavy lift. However, what I would like is to figure out if we can get a 7-0 vote on tenant rights in this organization. I do think it's possible, but we're going to have to take off things that just are not going to happen, in my opinion, in Reno anytime soon, and that is rent control. However, there's a long list of tenant rights, and that could make sense here. So I would hope that both with the CAB and with maybe a smaller core group that can start talking immediately, we can hash out some tenant rights that all will support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gossage, and I'm going to continue with public comment.
Jeff Church, followed by Cesar Manera, followed by Susan Fisher.
Good morning, folks. Jeff Church. I run a website, renopublicsafety.org, and I'm here to speak on a different issue, and I try not to speak too often unless I have something relevant to say. And I normally do speak on issues related to homelessness and affordable housing, and I will be speaking as a guest speaker October 3rd, Wednesday, at the Spanish Springs Library on homeless and affordable housing, as well as October 9th at a talk lunch at King Buffet on Kitsky Lane. And I remind you, the CHAB, the Homeless Board, meets at 9 a.m. on October 7th. Now, when we talk about affordable housing, which is not why I'm here today, but since the other people are, there's a great study out. It's a regional study. It's 286 pages long. I hope you've seen it. I hope the people in the audience have read it. It gives 23 options for affordable housing. It gives 11 funding options for affordable housing. So it really does open the avenue for a good discussion. However, with the limited time, down to 2 minutes, what I chose to talk about today is May of 2019, Reno instituted a new policy. And I need your help because the policy is on drug and alcohol use by city employees, including police officers and firefighters. The city clerk gave me another policy for the fire department from 2008, I believe it is. So my question for the city attorney or for you, which policy supersedes the other? Under the fire department policy, they're allowed to use massively more amounts of illegal drugs and alcohol as opposed to the new policy. However, even the new policy, which is a big improvement and offers, for example, the blood alcohol level of 0.4 versus 0.799, that's and easier to test people that you suspect of drug use. I still have some serious concerns. I'm retired from the Reno Police Department, great men and women working there, great civilians working there that with access to sensitive documents. But you authorize the use and in their system, I mean, look at this, you can't make this up. LSD, PCP, heroin, cocaine. An officer that tests, for example, with 149 ml of cocaine gets to go to work and carry a gun. An officer under the influence of PCP gets to drive a police car code 3 and carry a gun and make life and death decisions. The possession of these drugs is a felony. It's a felony, and obviously if they use it, that means they had to commit a felony to obtain it and to ingest it. And this is just insanity. I mean, do other police departments, I've never seen anything like this that we authorize. I've been involved in recruiting and hiring, and if we had a drug applicant that had done heroin that morning, even though he was under the legal limit, they would not be considered. But, you know, the famous philosopher Jim Morrison said, I wake up in the morning and I get myself a beer. Well, now the officer can have a little cocaine to help him through the day. Maybe at night, you know, they got to sleep, they got to work graveyard, a little shot of heroin just to help them take off the, you know, to ease into the sleep pattern. This is insanity. So, again, I ask you to clarify which policy supersedes the other and to re-examine this policy for May of 2019. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Church.
Cesar Manera, followed by Susan Fisher, followed by James Conway.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi and City Council members. Today I'm here just to do an invitation reminder. But let me start first with November 23rd. November 23rd is World AIDS Day, and I serve on the committee for that event. And then on October 5th, which is this coming Saturday, we want to create some awareness with the churches precisely on World AIDS Day, and we're inviting everyone at the City Council to join us at a Palabra de Vida at 11 o'clock in the morning. We will be praying for the region, for City Council, first responders, our whole region, and also, as I mentioned, creating awareness for the World AIDS A. And you guys are more than welcome. I know you guys are extremely busy. If for some reason you cannot make it, sending someone on your behalf will be greatly appreciated. And I really want to thank you for the proclamation on the Truckee Meadows per day. And just have a blessed day, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
For being here. Thank you so much, Caesar.
Susan Fisher, followed by James Conway, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor, council members. Is this on? No? Okay. For the record, my name is Susan Fisher. I'm with McDonald Carano, and I'm here representing the Nevada Apartment Association today. I'm here to speak on two separate issues that you'll be considering later on today. Agenda items H1. I would just like to say that as you consider the resolution supporting emergency housing actions for the city, we fully support that. We endorse that. Anything that you can do, especially if you consider including deferring certain fees that developers would be paying, that will go a long way in helping getting more development of apartments. I was speaking just this morning with a representative here in the audience this morning from apartments.com who mentioned in her conversations with apartment developments that are already here and in place in town, because of the influx of new units coming on the market now, we are seeing a slight shift downward in rates. So that is good news. The more that we get built here, the more that we can help encourage developers to come to our market and put in apartment units, we will see a downward trend in the pricing. On H2, if you do move forward with the advisory board for the tenants issues, I just want to offer the Apartment Association as a resource. We would love to have a seat at the table and be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next.
James Conway, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Don Tatro.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is James Conway. I'm the Executive Director of Washoe Legal Services, which is a nonprofit legal aid organization here in town. I just wanted to offer a few comments in support of Agenda Item H2 on the Citizen Advisory Board for Landlord-Tenant Issues. Washoe Legal Services helps more than 10,000 Northern Nevadans every year with a host of legal issues, and by far what is in greatest demand is assistance with landlord-tenant disputes. Just in the past 3 years, we assisted over 3,000 individuals with various different landlord-tenant concerns. If the City Council were to form a citizen advisory board, we would be more than happy to participate on that board. I think we could add a valuable voice in both the types of issues we see on a recurring basis, recurring bad actors, which is a problem. I mean, not all landlords are out there to harm tenants, but there are, unfortunately, a sort of a critical mass of bad actors that cause a lot of the problems over and over again, and I think there needs to be more teeth in addressing some of those concerns, because it's very difficult to address them on a case-by-case basis, which we normally do. A systemic approach is very important. I did offer written comments. Did the microphone just cut out, or is it my imagination?
No,
Okay.
just get a little closer.
I did offer written comments with my contact information. To the extent that the City Council would like us to participate on that board, we would be more than happy to do so.
Okay, fantastic. And in your remaining time, could you also mention, I know you have some workshops coming up?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we're happy and proud to be partnering with the city this month on 3 renters' rights workshops. They'll be offered here at the City Council over the next 3 Mondays. assuming we get a good turnout, we'd be happy to continue those into the future.
And it sounds like they're on different topics.
Yes, we have 3 different topics. The first one will be on habitability issues, bed bug and other infestations. The second one is on the eviction process. And the third one will be on sealing eviction records, which is important, especially when it comes to public housing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Conway. Looking
Thank
forward
you.
to the partnership. All right,
Sam
next.
Dene, followed by Don Tatro, followed by Grace Porter.
Overhead, please. Sam, Dene, that's me, the guard angel against especially media, RGJ panhandling, going to the citizens and strangers and begging for money, which the Reno Gazette does now. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation. And I want to tell you a little bit about this affordable housing thing. Everybody has all these ideas what to do. I'm the person who brought medical and eventually fun marijuana to Reno. At least I speeded the process up by probably a year or so. And I dedicated 7117, pot is legal. That is a trademarked term. And that's me, who I used to be card right above it. At any rate, I'm an idea man. I've had thousands and thousands of ideas that have saved the community millions and millions of dollars. And my idea right now, relative to this affordable housing, all these people going to come up with different ideas where to get the money. Get the money from the marijuana tax. Get the money. Those people are burying those taxes in places you don't even know where they're going. Use the marijuana tax to start paying for affordable housing. At any rate, Air Force Academy graduate, I've been to more meetings, by the way, and this isn't an insult, I'm not trying to be rude. I've been to more meetings and more public comments than all of you people in here added together. Most people would say, Sam, you ought to get a life. That's just a fact. I'm not bragging. I'm just trying to put things in perspective. I'm an idea man. And mainly I'm here today to thank the city council, to thank the bureaucrats up there. I want to thank them for following Sam's hundreds and hundreds of directives. Let's say, what's going on? All right, how about this ranchera and the Park Lane overhaul? I'm glad to see that they are being so darn successful. I can't wait until the thousands and thousands of people move into town to take advantage of all those wonderful things. I'm so happy that Burning Man was successful this year. I'm so glad that the Air National Guard is doing such a great job for our nation and our community. And I'm the guy who supported those things over and over again. And I don't want to say more than the people, but at least at these podiums. Then there's Hot August Nights and Street Vibrations. I was so glad to see that they were so quiet this year. It was almost like I could hardly hear them. And she's looking up, what? Quiet? I think what I'm happening is my hearing is going downhill. At any rate, anyway, very successful operations. I was a driving force that brought the Gigafactory here. And I'm not happy about that. Mainly because the people benefiting from Don Roger Norman and Lance Gilman making millions of dollars off of our suffering, our gridlock and road rage. Last but not least, I'm still waiting for my statues on every corner. Statue of Sam.
right.
Nice smiley face.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Madam Vice
Thank you.
Mayor, next public comment is from Don Tatro, followed by Grace Porter, followed by David Tomatin.
Thank you. My name is Don Tatro, representing the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. I just wanted to speak on the 2 agenda items. H1, the initiative for 1,000 homes in 120 days. I think that will be very effective and impactful. Like I've said before, there isn't a single thing we can do to solve our problem, but a combination of a multitude of things, and this definitely goes to the front. I think it's a bold idea, and we can't get rental instability and attainability of housing without supply. With rising costs and fees. Fees are over $50,000 a unit now in our region, and that's a significant amount of money. And so the financing, if we can do that at a point in time negotiated with the city, I think will help bring down the cost. And I want to again put our support for that. As far as H2, I think I just want to offer our assistance if there's anything we can do to have a seat at the table. We've seen the negative ramifications of well-intentioned bills that have unintended consequences, similar to one at the legislature that had to do with evictions and how you did that, and it's actually increased costs on good tenants for the bad behavior of others. So I know there are good landlords, I know there are bad landlords, but we want to make sure that we are there to represent the good ones. And as far as inclusionary zoning and rent control being tied to H1, I have studied and have not been able to find a single market with inclusionary zoning that has worked. I've not been able to find a single place where people are leaving Reno to say, hey, the housing is more affordable here because they have enacted inclusionary zoning. So I would stay away from that. That's similar to saying a restaurant, a pizza place can't increase their cost because the price of cheese went up. No, we have a community issue that needs a community solution. You can't have a single industry solve that problem. And by increasing the cost on one side, it won't equal affordability on the other. So I just want you to look at those things and offer our assistance to the board or whatever you need for H2. And again, support H1. Thank you.
All right, Don, thank you for staying involved. I appreciate it.
Grace Porter, followed by David Tomatin, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Good morning. My name's Grace Patorti, and I'm going to throw a little different subject into things this morning. I live in Stead, right on the border of Stead and Lemon Valley. One of the nicest places in the North Valleys is Swan Lake. I love to go to Swan Lake. I go out there, I visit the coyotes, I watch the birds. So one of the good things about the flooding in Swan Lake, the only good thing is the birds are happy. There are birds. However, the Swan Lake Nature Study area is in total ruins right now. It's gone. Even the road, they haven't even graded the road to get there. The boardwalk is buckled. I mean, if I were to go out there like this and get hurt, I don't know. I'm not proposing close the walkway, but there needs to be some maintenance out there. Even the white top hasn't been cut this year. The walkway is all grown in with white top. This is an area that we worked very hard on with question 1 to get that money so that the school kids could go out and see the wildlife, enjoy the wildlife, take a walk through the wetlands. Learn about the animals, learn about the insects, learn about everything. And it's just been abandoned. And I really think someone needs to take a look at what's going on there because it's a recreational site that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have utilized. And it's really, really sad. It makes me sad that I can't go out there anymore and enjoy the coyotes and the birds. And it's on the Pacific Flyway. There aren't just a few birds. There are thousands of birds out there, thousands. I can document it. And that's all I want to say. I mean, I don't know. It's bad that we're letting something we spent so much money on just out the door. Thank you.
Grace, it was nice to see you here today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I could show you pictures of the birds. Thousands of pictures.
Thank you.
And the coyotes.
David Jonathan, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Good morning, Reno. Good morning, Mayor. So I'm over here concerning housing, the topic of housing. Okay, so I want to discuss a couple points with you. First, let me talk about numbers, statistics. Okay, in Wikipedia, it says about right now, 2018, there was a survey about Tesla employs about 3,000 people. And Reno holds right now about 251,000 people. So that's less than 1% of the population actually working in Tesla. So to actually discuss the topic that the housing rise was a problem because the Tesla is a lie. Okay, and then let's talk about supply and demand, because that is another objection that people have against rent control. Supply and demand only works if people tell the truth about the supply and demand. But in the real world, people lie about supply and demand. I mean, it could be manipulated. In economics, we were told that. Anybody that goes to school, if you're naive, yeah, you'll believe that supply and demand works in every perfect world. So rent control actually works. And the way rent control works, it's only if it's well regulated. When it's not well regulated, it does not work. And the problem, even Obama had a problem up against Illinois because they had a rent control ban in their state. And so it's not a political view. Even Trump in the 80s was saying rent control does work, but the only problem it does not work is because usually it's people with triple digits, millionaires that get that, service. It's not actually the lower working class that actually get that service. So rent control does work. So we should consider that a topic. I know that's not a local level topic, but it should be considered as a state level, discussion. And so forth. I want to talk about the apartment association and so forth, people like that promise us, that the rent's going to go lower. It's been shown by statistics and proven fact that even San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, it's been a lie. The economy, it never goes down. It usually always goes up. And as soon as and there's going to be another discussion about how the wages are going up. By 2025, we'll be able to afford it and so forth. But by that time, it should probably double already. So we should consider providing a solution right now at this time. And I believe Nevada has a lot of potential. It could be actually a state that could show leadership in every single state. We are really behind in education, so forth, and also housing. So for us to consider the taxes of marijuana to go to housing is not an option because it should be to go into our education. We're almost about last in that section. So and also, okay, the wages, let's talk about the wages. Right now, most working class makes about from $10 to $14, $15 an hour. That's about 80 to 90% of your paycheck with the housing prices right now. So it is a problem, whether you like it or not, and we should consider it as a team. We are a family here. We live here in Reno, so we should. And tenant and owner rights. Okay, we have a problem with tenant and owner rights. In California, if you violate a labor law, it's actually a misdemeanor. And when I was working in the property service, we used to have a problem with people destroying places. We should consider a misdemeanor for, violating any tenant rights or, destroying property, that make the owners raise rents. So thank you for your time and thank you for your opportunity, and it should be a discussion on the state level. And thank you for your big, bold move of 1,000 houses.
All right. Thank you so much, David, for being here.
Morika Baz.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi, Council. You know my name and you're familiar with my complaint. Before I give you a follow-up, hardworking, beloved Mayor, you were upset about some negative emails, hate emails you were getting. Mike Pipe says, what you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for other people lives forever. What you did as far as the Human Rights Commission in Reno, people are going to remember it. That was a gutsy thing to do, because we are still on the dark side here. People are going to remember that, and I appreciate that. I sit with conservatives every Tuesday. I was sitting with them yesterday at King's Buffet. NRA guys, gun swinging. The reason I go there with them is that because I believe unity is important. Division is cutthroat, especially with our president talking about civil war and all these things. That's terrifying. That's scary. But what can we do? Your name is the same as the first name is as Clinton, and she's the devil. So just focus on the. As far as my follow-up on my case to get my property back and the settlement, last time I have been asking and explaining why we needed direct authorization from the council to city attorney who's awaiting authorization, because as I have explained, the clandestine stuff is not working, and I faxed it to you yesterday. Did you receive my fax, Council Dewar and Mayor Shivi? I sent the fax. Anyway, I brought this up last time, and Council Dewar told me that she had addressed it for me to talk to her liaison, Brad. I had no recollection of it, and neither had Brad. About that, I want to say last time I did talk to a liaison, it was run around. 5 years here, and we need to show something for this. We don't need liaison. When Mr. Hall, city attorney, came to me over there, January 26, 2016, I think it was, introduced me to his deputy, and we went upstairs in the interview room. There was no need for liaison. I can go on, and I faxed it to you. I can go down the list. We are past that. We are past that. Now, if this is a genuine effort by Brad to set up a meeting with council or city attorney, fine, he can call me, he has my number. But if you don't do this, I have to take this. The clandestine thing is not working. This occult guy, this dangerous Reza guy, he's sabotaging everything. And I think Ozzy is in distress. So that's not working. And if not, I have to take it to the investigative reporter, and we have to see what they do about it, because, politics is involved. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kabas.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment today. The rest is designated for specific items.
All right, well, with that, I'll turn this agenda back over to the mayor. And Madam Mayor, we're on approval of the agenda, A4.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, actually, I'm going to send it to our city manager. Do you have any announcements?
Yes, ma'am, I do. We have 2 items to be heard out of order. Item L51 on the redevelopment agency, the sublease agreement for the ice rink needs to be heard before item C9, the approval of the interlocal lease agreement between the city and the redevelopment agency. I also have 3 items to be pulled from the agenda. Item C3, the Eddy public hearing on compliance with conditions of approval. We'll have to open that up as it is a public hearing, but we have a request to move that to the November 6th agenda. Item D2, ordinance changes regarding privileged alcoholic beverages packaged business licenses and privileged wine and beer packaged business licenses. We would like to move that to the October 23rd agenda. And item B11, Reno Fire Department Life Rescue Show for deletion, and we will schedule it at a future meeting date. Those are all of the changes I have, Your Honor.
Will you just repeat those items again?
Absolutely.
Just the numbers.
The pulled items are item C3, item D2, and then back into the Bs, item B11.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can interject before council moves on, I apologize. We do have someone who had signed in for public comment to go with an item. However, they would like to go in general public comment if council would like to entertain that before taking their motion on agenda.
Is that okay with you, Madam Mayor? Okay,
Absolutely.
that's fine with me.
Emily Montan would like to speak.
And while she's coming up, I just want to get clarification on C3. Are we pulling it, or we're actually opening the hearing and recommending a continuation?
What you said.
Okay, so we're not pulling it, we're just.
There's just been a request to continue, so I would ask that we open it, set it to time and date certain to avoid the cost of renoticing.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarifier.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Emily Montan, for the record. I'm a property owner in Reno, Nevada, and I would like to talk about 2 things. The item H1, the mayor's initiative. I have a problem with this measure, and the measure is not specific in that it, in providing incentives to developers to provide low-income housing. Okay, I say that very loudly and distinctly because affordable housing, I remember when I first moved here, I was driving on McCarran, and there was a huge sign, affordable housing units for rent. And then when I found out the rent, I was like, they are not affordable. They may be affordable based on the developer's formula, but they were not affordable. So I like to use the term low income. We need to provide low income housing to our struggling seniors and veterans who are spending way over 30% of their monthly income on housing. And the formula is supposed to be 30% or less on housing. So they're paying way more than that. So I would like to see this initiative, 1,000 Homes, which is a very good initiative, to specify, to include about 1 in 30 units developed to be low-income housing. That's all I have to say about that, because I know too many people who are struggling. Thank goodness it's not me, but that doesn't mean that abdicates my responsibility to care for my citizens and people that I know and love who struggle with housing, people who are homeless. So that's my comment on H1. On H2, I think this is a great idea. It's a good start. I come from several cities that had citizens review boards on different topics, and it's a great way to get constituent feedback other than coming to city council meetings and writing letters. It's a direct feedback loop, and I think this is very important. And I would also like to underscore, there is nothing in H1 or H2 that talks about rent control. So whoever's saying nay to this because they're afraid of rent control, I would like to ask them where they find the wording for rent control in any of these initiatives. They're not there. It's a ghost that is nobody should be afraid of. So thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time and the work that you do and service you provide to our community.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor, to note for the record, we received online public comment from Pat Connell concerned with building in the floodplain. Tom Polakalis would like to commend council for their energy benchmarking initiatives. Additionally, John Capuano is concerned with construction in the North Valleys. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment. Going back to your agenda, which you noted your changes, so you would now just be looking for a motion.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'd actually ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
Yeah, so moved.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, next item is approval of the minutes from August 5th and August 6th for council.
All right, may I please get a motion from council members? All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus and a motion from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, moving to your consent agenda, we do have public comment on this item.
All right,
Ray Valdez would like to
back
speak,
at you.
followed by Rocky Boyce.
Tuisikiu. Tauchami hui ito wapuaxiaya. Good morning, relatives. Good morning, council. Good morning, mayor. Nice to see y'all. Thank you for your time. I come again on the consent B21, and I come to just say thank you for taking your time to consider our resolution establishing Indigenous Peoples Day as the second Monday in October every year. We're excited for our community. We're excited for our Indian people. We're excited for your decision so that we can move forward, however it may go. We want to take a moment and recognize the state of New Jersey in the last 30 days. Princeton, morning, Carl. New Jersey, Princeton removed Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day. Ho. Princeton added to the list. So again, I come really to say thank you. It's good to see the students that I work with from Innovations High School. I think it's important for them to understand that their voice matters. And I think that's a part of it for me too, Mayor, that our voice matters, that we can be heard. And I am, our community is anxious. At the same time, we understand that the protocols are necessary. So we as Indian people, have learned how to follow that. It's been hard for some of us. Some of us are educated, so we're able to understand that process. Just say, what does it mean for us really in the field to move forward as Native people? It's a name. At the same time, it gives us some recognition, and it can affect many in rural areas, not just us urbans. all the reses all over Nevada, all over the country. So the movement isn't just about a name. And then as our country unifies, how can it help us as a community to bond our relations and our little part, which is to share our culture and to share our ceremonies with others. So I just thank you for your time. It's, as you know, a slow process, kind of a long process. Some of our people get frustrated with the process, but we're patient. We're patient people. We're kind people. We're still here. I use my language to thank my relatives who many suffered and died so I could stand here today hundreds of years ago. So again, Chokyo Tessia, Liosum Chokyo Tessia in my Yome language, which means may the Creator be with you. Thank you. Aho.
Beautiful.
Rocky Boys.
Morning, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Rocky Boy Sr., Vice President, American Indian Movement, Northern Nevada. And I just wanted to echo a little bit of what Ray Valdez just brought up. And we just want to let you know as a chapter and as also to represent the Native Americans of Nevada that your efforts and your support don't go unrecognized. However things may go today, they go today, We don't have control over a lot of these things, but we do want to just take a moment out to recognize each and every one of you and give thank you for your efforts and support that you have given us so far up to this point. So we just want to take that minute for that and say thank you. So.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on consent, and I would return it to you to see items to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, thank you so very much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask council members to give me items they'd like to pull. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Weber. All right, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, B5, B6, B7, and B8 are connected, are similar projects. I like to pull those. And then one other is B16 and B17.
All right, thank you. Councilman Delgado.
B21.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
I have B10 and B14 and 15.
Councilman Reese.
B21, please, Madam Mayor.
All right. Okay, with that being said, please give me a motion to accept all the other items that have not been pulled.
Motion to approve?
All right, thank you. I have a motion to
Second.
approve. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, starting with, hold on.
I think it's B5, B6, B7,
Okay,
B8.
let's jump right into item B5. And
If we
you
could
said
just
B6
take them
and
together.
what else? And
I have
8?
noted B5, 6, 7, and 8 as pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Okay.
And I would be looking to the attorneys, but I would be comfortable taking one motion for all 4 of these items.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Since this item, well, B7 is over $5 million, and the other items relate to sewer rehabilitation projects, I wondered if you could just tell us briefly about those, because, it's an important component of our community, and sewer has been identified by Regional Planning Governing Board as one of the top issues in our community.
Thank you. For the record, John Simpson, Capital Projects. The items that you have before you today are a construction award project for one of our annual sewer rehabilitation projects, and award of a consulting agreement to do the construction inspection on that project. The two other items were for easements to get into airport property and the Tumwa facility up at Chalks Bluff, where we have sewer lines running through that we're going to be doing
Right.
work on. The project is primarily sewer lining, so CIPP lining. It's about 3.1 miles of lining and about 44 manholes that we'll be rehabilitating. And with that,
Okay. Is the lining about infiltration of the native groundwater into the sewer? Is that to prevent that?
this is primary condition of our sewer system. So over time, the sewer systems with the gases, the off gases from the sewer lines, the sewer lines start to corrode and fall apart. So this is to rehabilitate them and to bring them back up.
So
to
it's
top
not about the
condition.
infiltration, it's about,
These locations are not about the infiltration
Okay.
that we're doing on this project.
okay, Mr. Landsberg, do you have anything to add? You mentioned to me at a briefing that these were some large interceptor pipes, I think, or connectors.
That would be the only thing I'd add is these are the larger diameter pipes that we have, our interceptor systems for the sewer system.
And how big?
And part of our overall general maintenance range of sizes.
They range from about 12 to 60 inches.
60 inches, which is 5 feet?
5 feet.
That's pretty giant. Okay, thank you. Well, with that, Madam Mayor, I would recommend approval of B5, B6, B7, and B8.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion from Vice Mayor. I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All
Madam
right,
Vice Mayor, next item B10 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
all right. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, so this is an agreement with a development up in the North Valleys to use our gray water for irrigation. And there's a reference in there that the project is both in the unincorporated and the incorporated area, and I wasn't aware of that. I see it on your RISWRF capacity list that it's a project that's in the pipeline but it hasn't pulled a will serve letter yet. What's the land use of this property and the entitlements?
So this is the Lakes project, which is the numbers drawing a blank in my mind right now in terms of the number, but they basically have come in for half of their buildings already and have will serve letters for half the buildings. A very large development, 600 plus units. This item before you today is to not use gray water, but actually our treated effluent.
Yeah.
Our Class
Okay.
A treated effluent.
Yeah, okay.
And one of the things that's unique to this property is that they will have a water feature as well, and they'll be drawing off of that water feature for irrigation of their trees and other landscaping. And that's actually helps us because, as we've discussed many times here, we've talked about the wintertime storage of effluent. This actually allows them to store some effluent and to take the excess when needed for this purpose. As far as being in both the incorporated and unincorporated areas, they are looking to access the current system at the North Valley Sports Complex, the reservoir there, and move water from that reservoir over to where their reservoir would be. And that's why it's partly in a county-controlled area as well as into the city-controlled area.
The reservoir, there's a reservoir at the North Valley Sports Complex?
A very small reservoir, just like we have at Mayor's Park and just like we have at the Sierra Sage Golf Course. For their own beneficial use, they have a small reservoir, a pond, that they
Okay.
basically put water in and draw out of.
But the apartments, the development is all within the city?
It is.
Okay, because, we're moving to a world real close. I personally feel we're already there where we're out of capacity. And if we're making an agreement with someone who's in unincorporated land, and by this agreement, they can get some claim to some development rights, then someone else can lose out. But it's just because of the geography of that.
Infrastructure will be transferred.
Okay, and then Provision 7.1 is the terms of the purchase, and it states that after 5 years, the charge will be 1/2 of potable.
That is
And I think that's the first time we put a price on effluent. I know we're working on that for the big effluent sale to the Tri-Center out there. We haven't gotten that far. How'd you come up with that half?
That is the same charge we have to Washoe County for the use of effluent in the sports complex and Sierra Sage.
Okay. My question, though, was when you say potable, is that Tumwa potable water you're referring to?
It
Because
is.
that's the only potable water in the region other than that
Those are the rates we referred to.
For potable, okay, because the word Tumwa wasn't in front of there, and it kind of threw me for a loop, but, okay, I get it. Thank you, and I'll motion to approve.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next item, B14, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yes.
Councilman Breckus.
Thank you. This is a rather large augmentation of our budget, and the staff report has some narrative, but there was one augmentation that really caught my eye. I think it was a $22 million augmentation into the capital projects division. I was just wondering, sorry, I didn't work off of hard copies this meeting. Can you talk about that $22 million augmentation that you have in there, Ms. Lochner?
Sure. Deborah Lochner, Finance Director, for the record. So the biggest portion of the augmentation that we see in the first quarter is pulling budget forward from prior year into this year for projects that are not completed, that are ongoing. So that is likely what it is pulling forward budget from last year to this year to continue those projects.
Well, I don't think we have $22 million sitting around, so I think it was something else. Are you bringing something in? Is it anticipation of debt? Are you throwing anything in here that is augmenting in advance of any debt issuance that you're going to be requesting us to do?
No.
Okay.
This would be for things that are in place right now. So the bulk of the augmentation, like I said, is pulling forward ongoing projects that are under contract. So we have to pull the budget from prior years forward. I can certainly give you a detail of that. I don't have it with me today as exactly what all the detail is for that. But when you look at, for example, just in the proprietary funds, the carry forward amount is $15 million.
Okay, so your proprietary carrying forward $15 million, but you didn't up the capital public works. You didn't augment. Did you do an augmentation on that one?
So they're held in different funds depending on
Okay,
where the
which
project
fund are
sits.
those in?
So in the proprietary funds would be the building fund, the sewer fund, the risk retention, and fleet fund.
So capital public is in the general.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So this would be primarily a lot of sewer projects that may be continuing forward.
So you think it's a sewer fund? Okay. Okay. Well, that kind of gets into my next one. The highlights. What are the 5 greatest augmentations you made of this
So
on this one?
like I said, the biggest one is carry forward from prior year to pull the
Balances.
funding into this year to continue those projects. There is an augmentation for things the council has approved so far this year, acceptance of grants, the use of city manager contingency for the triage center. There is in Parks and Rec, a .75 rec leader being pulled in as a full-time OA2 to help management. And in fire, this augments and adds 8 firefighters because of the receipt of the SAFER grant. And
there's $3.7 million coming on the capital projects fund on page 6, bottom of page 6.
I'd have to look at that. Page 6. I'd have to get you the detail of what those projects are, but we did in the augmentation, we took, there's 2 projects that we felt couldn't wait from using year-end fund balance, and that we assigned the money to. One is $2.5 million for the Public Safety Center.
Okay.
The other one is, I believe the $1.2 million was for elevators in City Hall.
Okay.
So I think that's what the $3.7 million is taking year-end fund balance and putting it to those 2 projects.
Okay. Well, that gets to the next item I pulled. So I'll move to approve this with that explanation then.
Councilwoman Breckus?
All right,
have
If
for
anyone
Madam
else has
Mayor.
any questions.
Had a question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. During my agenda review, I realized that most of the money was carried forward, as you just said, but I also noted in here there were a number of positions, and you mentioned the SAFER grant for the 8 firefighters. You mentioned changing a recreation leader to an office support person. That concerned me, and I brought it up because I'm concerned that we don't have enough recreation support people out there. I also was concerned because during the budget, we had identified a priority of a park ranger, and I think there was actually going to be 1 or 2. And I wondered, since we went through all the budget discussions, you know, how we shifted. And I told our Madam Manager that I would like to see a discussion of parks. I know that Jamie's here and is acting, but if our manager said that, well, yeah, we still want to support the park rangers, you know, I was just trying to understand where the department was going in terms of the personnel and the need. And then before you answer, just one last thing. There were 2 positions, I think, for Public Works, if I remember. And then there was one other position, I think. And I just think when we have new positions here or reclassifications, that it should be a little bit more transparent to the council. And I'm not just saying you're hiding it. I'm just saying I don't know that it jumps to the fore. And it's just important for us to know how the organizational structure is changing. So could you just address it,
Yes.
either
So
Parks,
There
Public
are
Works?
2 additional positions I didn't mention that are in the sewer fund.
Okay.
So one is a office assistance. They've been using temporary help, and so this is taking that temporary help and making a permanent position to give more continuity to the administration. The other position in the sewer fund is a senior civil engineer to assist the department with the development and maintenance of their sewer capacity and flow projections, and looking at the whole system and helping us to better identify how we're using that.
Well, I would just request when we come forward with the budget augmentations, even going forward, if you could identify in the position
We'll have a separate section just
category,
for FTEs.
if
to
there's a
discuss it.
reclass, and that's, you know, really maybe just a small increase, or a new position, which is a new FTE, benefits and wages, which will be an ongoing cost, which, you know, I totally support our staff. I just want to be clear on what we're doing.
Madam Mayor, those are identified in the staff report, and called out where there's an additional FTE or
Yeah.
a new FTE. We can certainly split it out further into a separate slide if that's necessary,
think
but
it
it
would
is
be-
covered in the background
Okay.
of the
May I-
item.
Yeah, and if I could just, I appreciate her going into that level of detail too. I think it should be separate items. I mean, we spend so much time at budget, you know, this position versus that. I would like to see position adds, mid-year budget come as separate items for approval, because we're modifying the staffing complement. I have questions about the sanitary sewer, that we're adding people down a chain of command, where I'm always inquiring what's the executive management level of that large function, and keep hearing we don't have a position, we haven't had a position. I even thought we should have a utilities division separate from the public works department, and that should be, you know, on the table for discussion. I'd also ask on your spreadsheets that you have some sort of footnoting to let us know which one it is. It's, you know, 1*1 or footnote 1 is carryover. Number 2, grant inclusion. Number 3, council action on this date to take contingency to the triage. Just a little more clarity to help us understand these augmentations. I know this is the big one of the year, but this is our most important responsibility up here.
Yeah.
I agree. And I'll tell you, when I started, the staff report didn't even have this much information.
Yeah.
So it's an evolving process, and as we hear what you would like to see, we will continue to make it
Well,
better.
you do a terrific job,
Thank
Debbie.
you, Deborah.
You
We
know.
appreciate you very
I'll
much. Okay, I've got a motion from
I'll move.
Councilwoman Breckus. I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, B15 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Now, this is something I'm very much advocating for. In past discussions, I guess the state, I think it's state, or maybe it's GASB, requires us to designate our major funds each year, and there's certain guidelines what your funds are. But there are others as we see fit to add. And I think it would be good transparency for this council to create a separate fund for the police headquarters, because I'm seeing it scattered among different lines now. We can call it that, and debt issuance requests can go in there, and then we can just know a running tally of this big capital expenditure.
We do have the Public Safety Center segregated as a separate project in the Capital Projects Fund. And so we can run reports that can tell you exactly what is happening with that project.
That's not the level of clarity that I'm looking for. I mean, I respect where you're at, but I think it needs to go to a fund level, because there's going to be a lot of moving pieces of where the fund money comes from this.
And I would submit to the council that we don't need to have a separate fund to be able to track how the monies move.
Okay, maybe I'll sit with you offline then to see, because I am not, what are we at on the police headquarters right now?
I don't know at the moment because I
Madam
haven't
Clerk?
looked at it recently, but
Okay.
We haven't spent a lot of money yet.
Okay.
I believe there's an item that you just approved to hire the architect and
That's
the
right.
property manager, so the money will start moving now, but we haven't had any authority to spend other than the purchase at this point. So you'll start seeing some expenditures as they do the design work.
Okay, I just want to see the tracking. We haven't hired security or anything for it yet.
No, but we do have it, like I said, we do have a separate fund for the project that we can capture that with.
Yeah.
It's not a fund, it's a project.
All right.
Like an
Thank
account
you.
number?
I appreciate all the hard work you're doing. I've been following it. Really, really great job. Great job. So thank you. I would just mention to Madam Manager, if on a future agenda, just to do a small presentation on the safety center, because we're just starting to jump out of the gate. Not on your, in your area so much, but kind of the timeline where we're going and all that.
We can
Okay.
certainly do an update.
All right, thanks so much. Awesome. Good job. Okay, give me a motion, Councilman Breckus.
I will move.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam
very
Mayor, item B16 is pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, and we can take 16 and 17 together too.
16 and 17?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are, one thing I was going to ask our manager, whoever's managing the agenda, we used to have what wards they were in, and that's helpful, so it would be helpful to put that back on. Number two, so these are two different areas. I mean, they're right near each other, but the Palisades subdivision, so it's just been built, although Gold Mine Drive's been there for a while, Claim Jumper. I was unclear because it says Palisades Phase 2, and that's up the hill, but these other roads are down below. So are they together or apart, or?
Yeah, they're all, Mike Michelle, engineering manager, CD, they're all in the same general neighborhood.
Right. I'm not sure they're all in the same subdivision, but, okay.
Yes, they're in the same subdivision.
It's called, the whole thing is called?
It's all within track 523,
Okay.
5232.
Okay. And then Rio Wrangler. So we've had Rio Wrangler for quite a while. And I'm going to say 6 years or 8 years or maybe longer.
This is something that fell through the cracks.
Oh.
It should have been accepted years ago. This is a cleanup item, really.
Okay. Cleanup. And then does it change? I mean, you weren't here when we went through the whole process of making sure we inspected the roads and that, we had good quality control before we accepted them. Has that happened?
This has been built per our standard, and it is acceptable.
Okay. And the other ones too on B17?
Correct.
Okay. Are we actually out there checking?
We are out there looking.
Okay,
at it.
perfect. Thank you so much. With that,
All right,
Madam
please give
Mayor,
me a motion.
B16 and B17, motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item B21 as pulled by Councilmember Delgado and Councilmember Reese.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could just have staff give a quick, I heard public comment. I think there was maybe some clarity that needs to happen in terms of, my understanding is we are keeping Columbus Day in addition to Indigenous Peoples' Day. Is that correct?
That's correct. Tess Opperman for the record. Yes, so we will be, at least the edits from the Human Rights Commission were to remove the language in the resolution that staff brought that said abolish Columbus Day. So we're removing that language. There's no mention of Columbus Day in the resolution, but we do want to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day.
Gotcha. And so, Madam Mayor, what I'd like to bring up, I think, so one of the issues I have with not removing Columbus Day and putting in Indigenous Peoples Day is really, it's not really answering the bigger question in terms of why we're even doing this. I think the really big idea that we need to consider here is that it's really an acknowledgement that that we're rejecting oppression, we're rejecting systematic racism, we're rejecting these things. We're not really doing that if we're saying we're moving forward with Columbus Day. It's not it's a person. It's not a culture, a community. It's something that we need to acknowledge. So that's where my kind of understanding, and maybe Tess, you could explain a little bit to me in terms of how the Human Rights Commission got to that point. But
Yeah, well, staff did bring a presentation and looked at some cities. Many of the cities we actually looked at didn't remove Columbus Day or had no mention of Columbus Day in their resolutions. There were, let's see, so 2 cities. Denver has replaced Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day, as has Alexandria. But Austin, Texas, Minneapolis, Lafayette, a number of other cities either made no mention of Columbus Day, or explicitly said that they would recognize both Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day. So I think the Human Rights Commission, looking at those examples, felt strongly that we should recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, but didn't necessarily feel that we needed to go so far as to abolish Columbus Day. That was their feeling on the matter.
And Madam Mayor, I believe we have the chair of the HRC in the audience here. I don't know if he'd like to add anything.
And yeah, in addition to that, maybe when the chair comes up, you can speak to the second point where it says, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people's concerns, how many of the different groups are considered as part of the actions that we're taking. I mean, I'm just trying to get. Last week we just heard Princeton, New Jersey, did exactly what we're not doing, and so I'm just trying to figure out how do we get to that point.
Thank you, Councilman Delgado. This is Sean Savoy for the record, Chair of the Human Rights Commission. I'm not sure I understand your question. So if I
How
could
many
clarify
people,
that.
Native Americans, were involved in the conversation as to your guys' resolution? How many groups did you guys reach out to? How many were part of the conversation at the table? Or was it just a Human Rights
This was
Commission?
just the Human Rights Commission.
How
Actually
how many Native Americans sit on the Human Rights Commission that came to this resolution?
The council appointed the Human Rights Commissioners, and I don't believe that
I
you
don't know all
appointed a
of them
Native
either. I was
American.
just asking how many.
There is no Native American, to my knowledge, at least not a full-blooded Native American.
The reason I asked that is because it says on the second paragraph here that they're in consultation and cooperation with the groups that we're talking about. And so I feel like there may be opportunity maybe to have this discussion further.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're
On
quoting
the
from.
resolution that you guys submitted? Under number 2, on the second paragraph, states
Yes.
shall take effective measures in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples concerned.
I see what you're referring to. Yes, so this language here was pulled from a proposal that was actually a proposed proclamation that was submitted by the Native American community. And from that proclamation, a resolution was drafted by staff, by city staff, which is what was presented to the Human Rights Commission. So we were asked to look at the proposed proclamation and also to look at the suggested resolution and to give our opinion as to what we thought would be the best way to approach this recommendation. So we came to the conclusion that there have been national efforts and there have been efforts with the United Nations, actually internationally, to institute celebration of Native Americans and Indigenous peoples throughout the world. And in fact, Nevada, back in 2017, was asked, Governor Sandoval was asked by the Senate to actually establish, was given approval to establish Indigenous Peoples Day statewide. I don't believe that that has actually occurred, but the proposed date was August 9th, which is the day that is celebrated throughout the world as International Indigenous Peoples Day. So the language here in paragraph 2 was actually proposed by the Native American community in their proclamation. So I believe they are referring here to collaboration nationally and internationally.
And I do just want to jump in and clarify. So this language, the entirety of this resolution, did come from Ray Valdez. He submitted a proclamation, so we took that proclamation and turned it into the resolution. And then the only edits to that proclamation were the removal of "and to abolish Columbus Day." Otherwise, the wording in that resolution is exactly what Ray Valdez submitted to us through his proclamation language.
And I know I went over my minutes, Madam Mayor, and my apologies. I think that omission really speaks to the reasoning as to why we're doing this today. And that omission is basically making this in many different ways to me hollow in terms of what we're trying to get across. And that's that we recognize the struggles and everything else that's played on the Native Americans. So that's where maybe my struggle is, in terms of we're just kind of saying we recognize, but we really kind of don't want to recognize. That's my struggle, Madam Mayor. I know I've gone over my minutes. I know Councilman Reese also pulled the item.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologize for not being able to be there today. This is certainly an important issue to me, and I want to speak to a couple of things. First and foremost, I appreciate my colleague, Councilman Delgado's comments, because they really largely echo mine. I believe that the time has come for us to acknowledge that Columbus Day is not something we need to celebrate. I mean, technically, Columbus Day is a federal holiday, which ultimately means it is recognized by the U.S. government and therefore brings the closure of government offices. Obviously, we are not the federal government, so states and cities across the country can choose not to observe this particular day. I mean, the truth of the matter is we're not going to be closing city offices one way or the other, but there is a time and a place for us to acknowledge the painful history that has occurred among Indigenous peoples. And I think this is a small thing that we can do to make that acknowledgement be known and to invite others into this process. I am certainly disappointed that it sounds like there wasn't a lot of Native American or First Peoples voice that was involved in some of this process, but I appreciate the work that our Human Rights Commission is doing. I just think it behooves us all to at times take a step back and say, who are the people this affecting? Have we invited them into the conversation? Even if we believe that we have representatives who are good and thoughtful and well-meaning, inviting people to the conversation is the first and most important thing we can do. And so what I would like to do is just make a minor modification to the resolution. Towards the end of the resolution, it indicates sort of a therefore clause. And it's there that I think we can add back into it what I think is the significant teeth of the resolution. So it says, it reads currently, now therefore be it resolved by the Reno City Council that Indigenous Peoples Day shall be the second Monday in October of every year. I would add the words instead of, and as a replacement for any official recognition of Columbus Day by the city of Reno. Again, I don't think it materially changes the resolution in such a way as to not have provided proper notice to the folks who might be here today, but it does carry out the spirit of what we're seeking to do. And so that ultimately is where I would like to see this conversation head.
All right, thank you.
Could he repeat the add, just with the words he wanted to add?
Councilman Reese?
Yes, I appreciate that, Vice Mayor Dewar. It would say, and it would be at the very end of it. So instead of the period after every year, it would say, quote, instead of and as a replacement for any official recognition of Columbus Day by the city of Reno.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Second.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
That gets to, I think, what I'm looking for.
Okay.
And so thank you for that language, Councilman Reese.
All right, so Councilman Delgado Do you want to give me a motion?
Yeah, do you make a motion to accept the language, the new language to be adopted and amended to the resolution presented to us today by what Councilman Reese had stated?
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion from Councilman
Second.
Delgado.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. All right,
Thank you
so
guys
much.
for your hard work.
Madam
And
Mayor,
also,
with that,
I would ask, did anyone in the audience apply for the HRC? No? I would highly recommend when you have openings, will you please reach out?
yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I believe that there is an opening coming on the board. So anyone is encouraged, you can apply through reno.gov, and you'll be able to see our online submission. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk's office, and we're happy to walk you through that process to be brought forward to council for a future appointment to fill that board.
Okay, fantastic. All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to your first public hearing of the day, item C1. This is a collective bargaining agreement between City of Reno and Reno Administrative Professionals Group.
All right, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay. All right.
We'll begin with a
Hello.
brief presentation.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mark Gregerson. I'm the Director of Human Resources. Presented to you this morning for your consideration is a tentative agreement with the Reno Administrative Professional Group, the professional unit for the period covering July 1st of 2019 through September 30th of 2020. That's for 15 months. The notable changes that are included in the contract are addressed in the staff report, but let me just quickly summarize them. There's a 3% increase effective the first pay period following council approval of the labor contract. There is a lump sum payment for retroactivity pay of $1,076 per individual. There's a change in the salary range for the positions included in the unit, eliminating step 1A. There's an additional floating holiday. And finally, there's a provision in the tentative agreement in order to prorate the lump sum payment for individuals who weren't on payroll for the entire fiscal year. The overall cost of this contract is $330,800, and that is within the existing budget. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that council might have.
All right. Are there any questions from council? Yes, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, the additional holiday, is that something that we put in on the other groups? Why was it coming in on this one?
There have been minor changes to the additional leave in some of the labor contracts. I don't believe that it was floating holiday. I think in some of the contracts it might have been vacation. So this is similar to the other units in the sense that there's some small incentives included in the agreement. And that is included, the cost of that additional floating holiday is included in the budget that's presented to council.
Okay, so it's an equalizer. Can you bring up the costing? I think there was an error, or it seemed out of, couldn't figure out what's going on the costing. Looks like your FY21 salaries was missing a number. Because your FY salaries in Article 3 for FY20 were 226, and then in 21 they're just 58,000. Then they go to 285 for total. Oh, because it's a partial year. Okay.
Exactly. It's a 15-month contract, and it only includes a few months into the next fiscal year.
FY. Okay.
Correct.
When's it close up then in that FY?
It closes up September 30th of 2020.
Have we closed any up mid-year? Or yeah.
No, not to my knowledge, but it's not uncommon in order to have terms deviate from the fiscal year term. It just means that we'll have this contract through part of the next fiscal year, and we'll begin negotiating a replacement contract. So hopefully it's in place by the time the contract expires.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members? All right, I'm open to a motion.
I'll move.
All right, motion by Councilwoman Breckus, second by Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you
Thank you.
for your presentation. The next item will be C2.
Madam Vice Mayor, this is a public hearing. Just to note for the record, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item. And with that, we'll proceed with a brief presentation from Debbie Lochner.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Vice Mayor and Council. This is the next step in issuing the bonds for the sewer system expansion up at the Reno Stead plant. There will be a bond ordinance that will come back to you. I believe it's coming back in December for approval. And the bond is expected to close early next calendar year and run for about 40 years. The $55 million bond, we estimate the payment to be about $3.8 million, and that is using actually a rather high interest rate. We think we can get better than that, and we will certainly do our best to get the interest rate down as low as possible as we issue the bond.
Okay. Is our Public Works Director here, Mr. Flansburgh? Or his sub? Okay. What I wanted to say is that at my agenda briefing, I said that it was, first of all, I appreciate the update because you had said it was within 30 days was the bond ordinance hearing, and it sounds like it's in December, which is good. And I think that's good because I've had some offline conversations with some people in the North Valleys, and I think it's very important that we carry forth. To me, this was a two-pronged approach. If we were going to increase the sewer capacity, at the same time, we have to be working on resolving the issues in the North Valleys. That includes Swan Lake, but it also includes some of the other valleys. And to do that, we had asked our Public Works Director, we formed a committee with Councilwoman Weber's, direction or appointments. And I wanted to make sure that we're going to move forward and have that meeting. I understand that Mr. Flansburgh has identified October 22nd as the day that myself, Councilwoman Weber, and Councilman Reese are available. And in further conversation, we held two times. One is in the late afternoon, one's in the early evening. And I wanted to make sure that we got that calendared, that we get the information out as soon as we can. Because I think these two things go together. And I want to make sure, and I don't know how you feel about this, Councilman Weber, but I have a feeling you would agree that we want to have a couple meetings to show good faith with the community and start addressing the issues that your constituents have brought up and other constituents have brought up, in parallel with this approval. So I just, I know I talked to people, it sounds like October 22nd in the evening might work well for everyone, but I'm asking our staff to reach out a little bit and make sure, and I know that I've proposed some agenda items, and I would make sure that staff reviews those agenda items with other people that are interested to make sure we've covered for the first meeting, an organizational meeting, that we at least have some meaty issues, and we get to have a few meetings of that group before we get into the final approval. Okay, are there any other comments from other council members? Yes, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so this $55 million, this is to increase the stead capacity from 2 to 4, correct?
That's correct.
And we're under design on that. It's too bad our Public Works Director isn't here. Do you have, are you okay do you have a conflict on this issue? No. Okay. I thought you had an equity interest in some property that was to be served by this expansion.
Nothing to do with this?
Pardon me?
It has nothing to do with
the
this.
Evans Ranch property.
It
Okay.
has nothing to do with this.
Oh, they won't be served by the Stead
I
plant?
don't know.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do
Okay.
with this particular issue.
How much of the total project cost to go up to 4 MGD is this 55 million? Because when we had the joint meeting with the county commission, I heard a number that was 90 million for a reservoir.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So there's two components. There's the plant expansion, and then there's the reservoir. The council authorized us to engage a consultant to look at the reservoir so we can get a handle on what those costs would be. So any numbers you might have heard were conceptual in nature. This is simply the ability to borrow the money, which typically you would do on a major capital improvement, because whatever the connection fees are that are going to pay for this over time, they will not be in place before the facility needs to be built. So this is a typical way we would do this. We don't have this money in hand because the connection fees haven't been paid because the development hasn't yet happened.
Well,
So
going
we
back-
have to do the financing to build the plant, and typically that would then be repaid as the connection fees come on. That's the way we did the Tum Wharf expansion. That's the way we did the sewer line that goes out to Verdi. So that's how you fund major capital facilities.
Yes, I understand that, but I also know in 20 years that the sewer fund has only taken on one debt, and that was the Verdi Lawton Interceptor, which never materialized to repay the debt. It's been carried by other sewer rate users. We've been pay-go on all the Tum Wharf expansion we've done in the 6 years I've been on because we had such robust rate hikes. I spoke at the last meeting that sewer rates have gone up 34% since I've been on the council. And I'm just trying to understand if we're going to dip our toes into debt on the sewer fund, what do we think the big number is on just this plant? Because we all know Tum Wharf is coming, and I'm identifying $500 million in sewer debt in the next 8 years, and I'm not hearing anyone to say otherwise.
I think it's premature to have firm numbers. I think the number we're asking is the ability to borrow up to $55 million.
Yeah, I think the ball's rolling to a $90 million reservoir. And then after that, it's moving into this new technology of injection, which we have no idea. And I also know that Tum Wharf is looking at Dawn, which is $200 million. I just wish we had a big landscape out there that we could understand, and I don't feel that we've done that. I also want to know where we're at on setting up the best practice of differential correction connection fees for this sewer region, because by my calculation, it's not going to be repaid. This expansion is going to be paid by Northwest Reno, who has their own sewer plant to expand. So do you have differential connection fees to show us yet?
Those have not yet been developed. We, following the council's decisions up to now, we are moving forward with steps to complete the design of the plant, to move forward with the pricing once that's done, and then to get the details, preliminary details to find out the pricing for the reservoir. We fully intend to come back to you in the near future. I don't have the exact date.
But how can we say that's responsible when we're doing like 400 hookups this year to that plant?
I'm not
So
understanding your question.
we're doing a lot of connection hookups right now. So we should have the fee in place right now for the people who are going to benefit from the expansion. They should be paying the fee hookup that
So the people who are paying right now are people who are using the current capacity. Certainly, you could argue we should have years ago maybe connected, but that's not the case. It didn't happen. We are just now at the point where we're designing the next expansion, and this is the way it's always worked, which is your point in time where you expand, then you look at your adjustment to your fees, and then you make those.
No,
It's very hard to go
Councilwoman
backwards.
Breckus, I'm gonna
Okay, because I have
have
one
you
more. I have one more question
Okay, we'll
after
come
this.
back around. Let me ask, I know that Mr. Flansburgh's here, but I also want to see if Mr. Reese, or I'm not sure if Councilwoman Jordan's on the phone, if they have any comments or questions. Okay,
No, Madam Vice Mayor, I think you addressed the issues that I have as far as they relate to the newly formed committee. I think Councilwoman Breckus raises interesting issues, but in the end, they are sort of a side note to what is necessary to move the expansion project forward.
right. Thank you so much. And then I'll just add, my understanding is that the North Valleys Committee is also a little bit down on the agenda, maybe on their second, third, fourth meeting, also going to talk about differential rates and support Mr. Flansburgh in bringing forth a proposal like that. Am I getting a head nod from Mr. Flansburgh? Okay, because he has brought to us this issue already. And I think we do need to rapidly address it, and we can best address it, I think, in a small committee and then bring it to the larger council as quickly as we can. So I think you make some good points as well. And then secondly, about the 90 million, my perspective is that we've also asked our staff to look at a number of things. So a reservoir is one idea. Reinjection of treated effluent is another idea. Expanding effluent use is a partial idea in that it's a summer, not a winter fix. Moving more water, even a double pipeline over to Tom Wharf is another idea. So I'm not sure, Councilwoman Breckus, that we've actually said we're going to spend $90 million on a reservoir, because I don't know if that's a good cost benefit yet until they do their feasibility study. And I'll just ask Mr. Flansburgh, do you want to, you've heard some council comments, do you have any additional comments?
Right.
It was hard to hear the comments in the elevator. For the record, John Flansburgh, the plan that you'll see is, as we look at the rates in the North Valleys and as we conclude the facility plan, we are looking at both up to a 6 MGD capacity as well as build out. That's just based on the really broad long-range planning. And so when we look at that, we look at some of these options that would allow effluent management to also get to a 6 MGD or build out condition. And so all that gets wrapped into overall what we look at the rate. And that will be coming to you once that study is completed, which it's near completion. We have a draft final, we're reviewing that, getting comments back. And it's a combined study of North Valleys with Washoe County.
Oh, excellent. All right, well, I'll just wrap up. Are there any more comments or questions on this issue?
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
find it unsatisfactory with that we're plugging along with expenditures without having a rate specific to the expansion of this. Southwest Reno, Northwest Reno, Central Reno has invested in Tom Wharf, and they are going to be carrying this expansion. And the time is now to get the hookups to be higher over there. And it is very wrong the way we're doing this, and it's working really against our master plan and our other goals to try to gear development into our urban core when you are having the urban core subsidize the outlying growth areas. And you don't need to respond to that.
I really do.
Well, what evidence are you going to bring forward?
Repeatedly, you have made that statement. And I want to state over and over again, as I have, that the growth is paid by the new development coming online. They're paid through connection fees. It's not a matter of Tom Wharf or South Truckee Meadows hookups paying for a Reno Stead plant. That's not how it works. It happens with the growth pays into that fund, which pays off the debt that we've had in Tom Wharf. You could say for a long time, I suppose, that those who've been connecting up to Reno Stead have been paying off debt proposably to Tom Wharf. That isn't quite how it works. It's based on connection fees, are made up of the overall cost of growth divided by the number of gallons going in to equivalent residential units, which is what is charged for those connection fees.
And
so it's not true that that happens for those connection fees.
I understand and appreciate your engineering perspective, and but I believe you're arguing the wrong point. All I'm asking, and I've been asking for months, is for us to look at how Tumwa does it with 10 fee zones that reflects the infrastructure investment that each of those geographies has made over the years. And there's been foot dragging on that for a long time. I want to move on to ask Ms. Lochner one question about how much debt, because you do have projections on sewer use, how much debt are you comfortable in carrying on the sewer fund?
Excuse me, I would like to have him finish what he was talking about.
Okay, well, when it's your turn to have the dais, you can ask him questions. I want to finish with my time and ask her, because you're just adding $3.8 million on of debt. I'm seeing $500 million. I know I'm seeing 90 million because that number came forward. How much debt would you be willing to carry on the fund between now and 25?
Well, it will depend on what the proposals are that come forward and what the projections are at that time. I have not projected additional debt beyond what is in front of you today.
So you're only looking at 3.8. You're not saying 10, 15, 20 would go this way of debt service each year? You haven't looked that far?
Typically, a finance department does not create scenarios. We look at what is in place today, and we project off of that. So we do know that we have this $3.8 million, likely a little bit less than that. That will be an ongoing payment for 20 years. That will be included in our projections when we update them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman
Right, I'm going
Weber?
to defer
Oh.
now to
That's what I just-
Councilwoman Weber.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd just like Mr. Flansburgh to continue what he wanted to share.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. So I brought an item to council to look at differentiation of rates for connection fees in different service areas or a blended rate as we've done in the past. I've received direction that we want to look at both of them. There's some for and some against. That is what we have done. That's the analysis that we brought forward to you. That's what you'll be contemplating, so you have those options in front of you when the decision is made.
All right, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank
Councilwoman
you.
Weber, give me a motion.
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. I have
Second.
a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say
Discussion.
aye.
I'm
Okay,
not-
you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I won't need, I'm not going to support it. I'm not opposed to the concept of investing in Reno Stead. I am opposed to the unknowns that are being presented, so the council has the clarity of how deep and how big this investment is. The the reservoir in his proposed presentation in September of 2018, I think it was an intermediate solution, a $90 million intermediate solution that then will come out beyond in reinjection. And that is something untried in this region. We probably do need to get there, but that's going to be even more costly. So the council is making these decisions, I believe, without adequate information of full-end costs and options. And it's not good. I've also strongly object to, was given direction, I can't remember the date, to look at the two rate structuring, the differential hookups, and they aren't before us now to put into place an equitable rate structure, just like Tumwa has with 10 zones. So I cannot vote in favor of this debt issuance, which is the first sewer debt issuance that's gone on in over a decade. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries, and I want to say thank you, Mr. Flansburgh, for all your hard work. Good job. Okay.
And thank you to Ms. Lochner as well for all the great work in financing and getting us
Well, I'll
a
tell you that again.
better rate
but-
for public dollars.
Yeah. All right, good job. Okay, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, next item is item C3. This is a public hearing for the Eddy. As was previously discussed during your agenda approval, there has been a request to open this public hearing, which I'll note at this time, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. There is a request to continue this to the November 6th meeting at 10 a.m. And council had previously discussed this, so I would be
Okay,
looking
thank you
for
s-
motion or
Thank you so much.
otherwise.
I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Dewar. Give me a
Yes,
motion.
I'd like to motion to continue this to November
6th at
6th
10 a.m.
at 10 a.m.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So I have a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, with that, we did have a request from Councilmember Jordan, who is unfortunately no longer on the phone, but will be here soon. She's requested that we hold items regarding her ward until she's present, which should be a little after 1 o'clock. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd recommend that we move to item C5, which is a public hearing for Reno Logistics Center zoning map amendment.
Okay, thank you so much. Hold on, give me 1 second. I do want to make a disclosure. Put on the record.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal and non-business relationship with Jessica Sferraz. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. Okay, any other disclosures? Seeing there are none from council members.
Madam Mayor, at this time, if you'd like, we can transition to a brief presentation from council. I believe the applicant's representative is present to answer any questions. Council can ask their questions, and then we do have public comment on this item prior to taking a motion.
Okay, I'm going to have, Angela, why don't you come up and give me a brief rundown?
Thank you. For the record, Planning
Madam Mayor,
Manager Angela
excuse
Foos.
me. I just wanted to make sure that we do have a quorum.
We do have a quorum as Councilmember Reese is still on the phone.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to
Thank
make
you
sure.
for confirming, Councilmember Weber.
So
I'm
just
here.
in the interest of time, let me know if you would like a full presentation or if you just want me to give you the quick version, I can do that as well. Do you have a preference?
Brevity is always great.
All
Go right ahead.
All right, so
Well, don't you worry, we'll ask questions if we need to.
this is a 74-acre site instead. The location, in North Valleys, the location is east of Lemon and south of Virginia Street. It's also north of the railroad. The existing use is, it's vacant. There is a building on it, an industrial building. The property is currently zoned mixed use. The zone change request is to convert that to industrial. As part of the Reimagine master plan process, we changed the master plan on this parcel to industrial. So the request that's before us today is not a project, it's just a zone change. It is in conformance with the master plan. Staff did recommend approval. We had one person speak during public comment in opposition. At the NAB, there were no comments received on this project. Generally speaking, we've had one person call in favor of the project and 3 people call just with questions on the project. Most likely, when a development comes forward, they will probably trigger a special use permit, so that development will be seen by the Planning Commission at that time. The applicant is also here and available if you have any questions for him or if you would like to see a formal presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Weber. I believe this is your ward.
Pushing the wrong button.
It's all good.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to, I'm going to actually, we have public comment?
I have 2 requests. First, to have the city attorney read the bill, and then we will take public comment, and then I would be very much looking for a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor, this is ordinance introduction, bill number 7102, case number LDC 20-00001, Reno Logistics Center zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 74.62 acre site located south of North Virginia Street, plus or minus 0.47 miles northwest of West Golden Valley Road, North Virginia Street intersection, and plus or minus 0.014 miles southeast of Lemon Drive, North Virginia Street intersection from mixed use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor to industrial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna
Madam
send
Mayor,
it
we have public comment from Justine
to you.
Overacker.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Justine Overacker. My family lives off West Golden Valley Road within 750 feet of the proposed rezoning area. After renting in Reno for almost a decade and watching our rent increase by hundreds of dollars, my husband and I were finally able to get our foot in the door of the Reno housing market to buy our first home in the Peavine Foothills area this May. Our neighborhood is quiet, filled with families and retirees, and our family feels very fortunate to make our home in this neighborhood. But the back of our property is across from the 72-acre plot that is under consideration for rezoning. Already, we can see the Amazon warehouse from our back porch. At night, the lights are clearly visible and the truck sounds carry to our house. If the mixed-use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor is rezoned for industrial use, it could have detrimental effects on our neighborhood's standard of living. We are concerned that the rezoning of this plot will turn our quiet neighborhood into a 24-hour light and noise polluted work center, the antithesis of our community as it stands. We are concerned that the rezoning will lower the property values for the hundreds of homeowners in the area. Personally, I'm worried that rezoning will put us underwater within the first 6 months of home ownership. And we're concerned that the rezoning will have adverse effects on the traffic in our community, specifically the intersections of Virginia and Golden Valley, and the freeway on and off ramps at the Golden Valley exit. Considering the pre-existing industrial zoned areas in the North Valleys and Panther Valley and off USA Parkway, I would encourage the council not to reclassify LDC 20-001 for the Reno Logistics Center zoning map amendment from mixed use to industrial. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope that I can get the information, and I want to meet with you about this because I want to move forward, but I do want to make sure that I meet with my constituent and the community because I think we can make a win-win out of this. So I'm going to move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilwoman Weber. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilman Delgado. Any discussion? Seeing there are none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Next item before you today is item C6, a bill ordinance introduction for Westview Estates annexation. I would also, at this time, like to point out to council that you do have attorney-client briefing today, so we would be looking for some direction if you'd like to take this item and then go into your briefing, if that is the will. All right, sounds good. At this time, let's proceed forward with item C6, which is bill introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7103, case number ANX 20-00001, Westview Estates, East Annexation, ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory, being plus or minus 80 acres of property generally located on Desert Way, plus or minus 1,350 feet east of the current terminus of Mineshaft Drive, within the city of Reno sphere of influence and the city's portion of Truckee Meadows service area, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly related thereto.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I am going to open the public hearing at this time. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, thank you so very much. Okay, I'm going to look to you to come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. On the overhead, you can see the subject annexation site. It is 2 parcels totaling 80 acres in size. It is generally located to the east of the Palisades subdivision that is currently under construction, and approximately 1,350 feet east of the current terminus of Mineshaft Drive. The site is contiguous to the city of Reno on its west side, and it is also located within the city's sphere of influence. One thing to note is that the city of Reno has not applied a master plan land use designation or zoning, and so Washoe County at this point in time does have jurisdiction over all discretionary land use approvals as well as ministerial land use approvals. So in terms of kind of order today for today's public hearing, wanted to give you kind of a brief introduction to the site. We do have the applicant's representative here to provide a full initial presentation, and then I can follow up with any further points and questions of the council, but wanted to at least set the stage in terms of the subject site before you today.
And Madam Mayor, did you have more? Was that it? I didn't mean to.
Yeah, just wanted to give you a quick introduction.
Okay.
We'll certainly be available for additional points and questions later, but wanted to let the applicant's representative
Right.
present the full item for you.
Okay. And Madam Mayor, on an earlier item, we had, we moved to continue without a hearing, but I wanted to recommend that we at least hear from the applicant. I was going to ask them to make it brief. I am, just so you know, even before I've heard this, I've met with them numerous times. I've been out on the site. My inclination, there was lots of reasons to potentially deny this request. I'm willing to continue it and continue working with the applicant. And I just wanted to set that framework before they present so people understand where we're going. And they may want to save their full presentation for a little later date, but that's going to be my recommendation to council. So I just wanted to set the scene for that before we get into every detail.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, you want to come on up, John?
Good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. John Krumpatek with KLS Planning representing the applicant. I will go quickly through our presentation, as Councilwoman Doerr mentioned, just to give you a little overview here. So look at B there. I think what's key, when we've been meeting with staff we had a tentative map that we submitted in June, and 2 months later, we made application for this annexation.
Okay.
The key piece of this is that we wanted to put all the infrastructure that would serve that project on the subject property that's being, of which we're requesting the annexation. So if you look at this, you'll see those kind of different colors of the two pieces. One is the road and the water tank on the annexation property. The other is the backbone road of which serves the Westview project. There it is in a little more zoom again. And the reason we're here, at least from our point of view, is that staff, we worked with staff on the tentative map, and there are several issues they have. In my understanding, one of the biggest ones was how are we going to serve this property with an easement versus annexation. We understood from staff that it was important to them to have this in the city's jurisdiction. It makes sense at the simplest level, right, that all of that infrastructure for the water tank and the road would be in the city's property, so we agreed to annexation. It was off-cycle as it relates to the master plan that usually goes with it, so we just made annexation request, and 6 weeks later, here we are. There is the regional map that simply shows the city's sphere of influence and where we sit in the middle of that. The dark green is the subject property for annexation. This gives you a different perspective with some topo of the subject site. I think it's important for the council to know that it came up at the neighborhood meeting, and it certainly comes up in a lot of conversations, is that, you can sort of see the darkness and the density of the lines, and the point is to illustrate that the topo is such that there won't be any further annexation to the east. So what we're representing to the council and to the citizens, and I know this, at the neighborhood board meeting was important to them, is that we would be willing to agree to a terminal annexation line, whatever it takes. And that is to avoid creep further to the east. It's obvious by way of looking at this topo that you couldn't do that. But we really look at this as a way to put closure on expansion of city services. There is a different look at it. Now you can see it's a different scale, but again, I'm trying to give you some perspective on topography and how really restrictive it is. Look at the little bit of the road that hangs over the bottom parcel there, and again, you see a tidbit of area that could be a candidate for development by way of our development code, and then the rest is all red, which is not developable property. It's over 30% terrain. And then here's a different look at it, but same idea to show it in a photo. There's the knoll of which we're proposing for development. In the back of it is the mountainous type of terrain, which we're saying is not possible to build a city street up. So that's all we have in, and then there's a fiscal study that was the basis of this annexation of the Westview property that looked at 80 units at that time. So with that, that's really all I have. Just
Thank
a
you.
brief overview.
Thank you for setting the stage, Mr. Krompatik. I will hold my comments till my colleagues have a moment. Councilwoman Breckus, anything?
Yeah, I have a question for staff in terms of the 10 criteria for annexation and the ones related to premature and appropriate advancement of the corporate boundaries and also adequacy of infrastructure. If you'd bring that map back up. So if next week the 40-acre, the quarter section to the east comes in, would it also be appropriate for annexation? And then all those jaggedy ones that are probably mineral, different irregular shape properties, those ones too, is it all look like just everything is appropriate to come in to the corporate boundaries up to the county line? Because one begets another, and just wondering how come, so is staff comfortable just taking the whole area in an annexation would meet the 10 criteria?
For the record, Sienna Reed, I think it's important to note, and this exhibit overhead shows that the current annexation request here is outlined in red. So it is 2 parcels totaling a total of 80 acres. And so as it relates to the remaining properties, to Councilwoman Breckus's point, within the City of Reno's sphere of influence, those properties could come forward provided that they are contiguous to the City of Reno at any point in time through an annexation request,
Okay.
similar to the one that is under consideration today. So as it relates to the annexation criteria findings, we have to go through each of those evaluation criteria as it relates to the subject request. And we have provided that analysis in the staff report in regards to an extension of city limits. We've provided information regarding constraints on the site, what it would take to serve the particular site, and then also how it relates to our master plan criteria, as well as other analysis points in the staff report.
Yeah, well, I'll take that as a yes, that basically if everything comes in the sphere, you know, it's going to meet the criteria. I guess my question is, one, the planning that's gone downhill in terms of roadway network, and is that adequate to take this and then the others? Because when Palisades came through, I thought it should be private streets, and then that would, you know, just call it there and not have them be collectors, and everyone else had to get their own access. And so how do things look down road? And then also the master plan policy about absorption of lots, are these needed per the absorption schedule for large lot single family? Are these needed in the 1 to 2, 2 to 5 year time frame? What's your methodologies look at in terms of lot absorption?
Okay. So taking the first part of the question first. In regards to the roadway network, what you can see on this exhibit overhead is the proposed roadway network for the Westview Estates subdivision that is currently under review, and its proposed connection to the subject site proposed for annexation. So you can see the extension of local roads, and you can see that a portion of a roadway extends into the proposed annexation area before heading back into other proposed lots. So this is generally as stated in the application materials. The primary purpose of the requested annexation is to facilitate development of the Westview Estates subdivision that is currently under review. As it stands right now, the portion of the roadway on the annexation site and the water tank, those are all under the purview of review for Washoe County. So they would be processing within 2 jurisdictions, which is certainly possible, but does create some complexities.
Well,
And
okay,
then-
well, just in response to that, here's what I'm, yeah.
Is there, can I come back around to you, please?
Yeah, well, she was going to ask, I'll let her answer the second question then.
And then
Absorption,
in
large lot
relation,
absorption.
To the master plan, we don't have specific policies that set forward a time frame for absorption of a certain number of lots over a certain number of years. We do have a variety of master plan policies that promote a diverse mix of housing across the city of Reno. We are looking for smaller housing types that accommodate a lower price point, that accommodate households of a smaller size, and that is something that we are looking for on a citywide basis. As it relates to a particular site in a foothill area like this, it may not be appropriate to have those kind of multifamily products, attached townhome products, because they don't necessarily adapt to the topography quite as well. So we do need a diversity of housing across the city, and as it relates particularly to the annexation policy in the master plan, that policy is analyzed in detail in the staff report.
Other council members have comments or questions? Mr. Delgado?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Mayor. So according to the staff report, this is a staff recommendation. Is that correct for, in terms of the sphere of influence for us to annex? Is that correct?
As provided in the staff report, you have a recommendation of approval based on general compliance with the 10 annexation review criteria.
Okay.
We have noted in the staff report that it is general. There's one aspect of the annexation master plan policy. As was noted by the applicant, they haven't brought forward a master plan amendment in association with this request at this time, and that is because the proposed annexation is predominantly to support the Westview Estates subdivision that's under review. So you do have that recommendation before you today, and certainly happy to answer further questions.
And to all due respect to the Vice Mayor, I know this is probably going to fall into Ward 2 if it's annexed. And so it sounds like you want to continue the item. I don't want to beleaguer the conversation if that's something that you're going to do and for it to come back. But
Yeah, I'll explain.
Yeah, thank you.
Once we get there. Did you have any comments? What about those on the phone? Councilman Reese or?
No, nothing, Madam Vice.
Okay. All right. This would be a good time for me to say what I'm concerned about. This is a property at our border. It's highly constrained. The brown area is a very steep mountain, as we just saw on the map. The applicants come in with a portion of a road and a water tank, and yet has said at the NAB, to me, to the staff, that they actually plan to propose houses on this property. Those houses would require a master plan amendment. That hasn't been proposed. At this time, there's a road study, the RTC road study that's underway, that's nearing completion, that could inform this process. There are 80% of the site is steep slopes, and not just 30%, but things like 40 and 50 and 60%, and some even steeper. The whole reason to bring this in, there are two methods to bring it in. One is annexation, and one is, the right term is extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is an alternate process. There are horses. Our master plan calls for an open space plan now in this kind of region. We don't have that. So with all of that, and then the height, it's equal to or above the D. It's above the mining pits. With all of that, I think that we need to work together in that the purpose of the annexation is to support the Westview Estates, which is under review, tentative map. And I think it's really important to understand whether this is needed or not needed based on how that project goes forward. And so that's why I'd like to extend it. I've talked to the applicant and they understand the reasons why. And so with that, I would make a motion to continue this item without a date certain. Thank you.
I'll second that for discussion. I find it premature, and I'll tell you why I find it premature is, first of all, it looks like it's advancing road design of local roads to serve land that would be connected through it. And when you use local roads to serve other land in a collector capacity, what you end up over time is a bunch of angry residents who have a lot of uphill traffic going past them. Two, it looks like it's moving forward with the large lots, which under our housing study, we have an abundance of. And so it's not the housing stock that the master plan identified. And third is, I feel that we are putting ourselves and everyone up there at risk of wildland-urban interface danger. And the more we densify up these ridges, the more we're going to be sending our people into harm's way too, our firefighters. And we know it's not just if, it's when and where within our valley we have lose some houses next. So I cannot support continuing to crawl up the hills on smaller densities than what are in the plans. But my question is, so this does not annex, it goes to the county. They've got a master plan amendment that'll come forward for regional conformance, I think. So we would see it that way at the regional setting if the county decides to approve move off of their land use designations, correct?
For the record, Sienna Reed, that is correct. Any master plan amendment processed by Washoe County would have to be found in conformance with the regional plan.
Yeah, and I think Washoe County is the right jurisdiction to take a look on it on the fringes of the county line.
Sure.
So, thanks.
So with that, thank you for bringing up the fire issue, because I did not, I'll get right to you, Mr. Krompatek. I did not address that, but I meant to mention it, that this area is in a high fire hazard area. Right now, the development as proposed has one way in and one way out until you get down to the lower portions, but the higher portions So those are concerns. And again, the annexation's to support the project. I think we have to understand better the project. So if you'd like to have a last minute comment, you may.
Thank you.
And then I'll make a
I
motion.
think it's germane and important to the whole discussion. And I don't know that I made the point, but staff, when we were looking at this road as it's designed and shown on that map, could you put that map up again, please? The part that wanders off, right? Staff said they met with legal staff.
Mm-hmm.
We have a recorded document to allow that road as it sits there for all access, construction,
easement.
utilities, maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
We've done that before. Our civil engineer's done it. I've done it. This is a bulletproof approach. We respect that staff came back at the advice of the city attorney and said, we don't want to do it that way. We want it in our control. That's my understanding. So please, let's give this applicant a fair shake at somehow finding a solution
Yeah.
to go forward and at least look at the subdivision. That's all we're asking for.
Good.
And consolidation of the infrastructure was key.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to that point, I've definitely given the applicant a fair shake, and I
Thank
want
you.
to continue giving the applicant a
Thank
fair
you,
shake.
and we're here to work with you.
Thank you
know
so
that.
much.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make sure that it's not a determined, you have on your motion that you suggested that you were
Yes.
going to make, you didn't want to have a date.
Correct.
For it to come back. I would suggest that we would like to have a date.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be important that, for them to know that we want to come back, and rather than just leaving it there.
You,
Yeah, thank you again for the record, Sienna Reed. So in terms of options today, had a chance to coordinate with legal counsel in advance of this item. And if the desire of council is to continue the public hearing to date certain, that could be done. If the desire is to have the item postponed indefinitely, we would need the applicant to waive their time frame for review. They have 90 days per code to get to a public hearing, and then 30 days following the public hearing to get a decision. So just wanted to note those two different paths. At this point in time, if there is a desire to continue to date certain, we don't have revisions yet as it relates to the Westview Estates subdivision, and I don't have a firm date in terms of when it might be going to Planning Commission and when or if it will be appealed and when that might be heard by City Council. So I'm a little bit uncertain in terms of a good time frame to
right.
recommend
And
to
that
you.
is why I was unable to, because the staff does not know at this point how long it's going to take. And I'm prepared to, I asked them, they're prepared to work hard with the applicant. I am too, to get it as timely as we can. So I guess I'll ask the applicant, are you willing to waive your timeframes?
We are willing to wait. Now, let's see, if we pin down a date, if we wanted, for example, 45 days and we all agreed, we're just sitting here quickly discussing Arlo and Sienna and Jack and I, that we're ready to go. I mean, if we can move this along, we'd like to pin down a date.
So I just want to remind you that you haven't responded to the staff's comments yet on the development, and I can't control when you're going to do that or what they're going to do or if they have a third round of comments. So I'm just, I'm not supportive
but
of that.
remember, okay, please hear me out on this. The reason we haven't responded is because to get to those lots, we need to deal with this road issue.
Okay. Well, that's my motion is to continue this item. And what you're saying, can you say this again, Sienna? I was not advised of this, so I need to understand it better.
So if the goal is to continue to date certain, that can be done, but we need to set that date. If the goal is to postpone indefinitely, then we need a waiver of time from the applicant's representative.
Okay, well, I can propose, since it doesn't sound like they're interested in that, I will propose January 22nd, council meeting. Okay, so that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. Well, I'd like to ask if that would at least be in this year. You're
Well-
asking, your 45 days would be out, but it just seems to me that if we're just talking about January 22nd, that's a long period of time.
Well, I think they have to notice I want to make sure I understand about the noticing, and
I want you to know I appreciate the
Yeah.
point that we're not post.
I'm going to refer to the clerk. Can you give me a rundown and if we can move it up?
Madam Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor and Council, generally, if a date is not set, not generally, if a date is not set as time and date certain today, we will incur the cost of renoticing this. My understanding, deferring to the attorneys and planning staff, is that if we do not have a date certain within 60 days, then we would need to renotice regardless.
yeah, that's what I thought. And I'm willing to, if there's a cost, I'm willing to donate my council funds, whatever it takes to get the message out.
I'll suggest that's not a great precedent. I'll tell you, if your motion fails, I'll make a motion to deny, and you can second that, and right before we get the vote, they can stand up and decide if they want to play ball or not, and that can be, we'd like to indefinite
Okay, well,
deferral and set it
you
at a
can
different
go
time.
down
That's
that road
how
in a minute.
I've worked it in
All right,
other
I've got a motion
jurisdictions.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Would
Give
you
me
like a roll call vote? Yes. Madam Mayor, roll call vote for item C6, Breckus.
And the motion is to defer.
Motion is to continue this item until January 22nd, 2020 council meeting, and the item will be renoticed based off
Aye.
time. Breckus is aye. Dewar?
Aye.
Delgado?
Can we have discussion? Sorry, I know you asked for the
yeah, go
motion.
right ahead.
Yeah, so for clarity, and I don't think so we have 60 days. If it's done within 60 days, we don't have to pay for the renoticing. If it's past 60 days, then we do have to pay for the renoticing. But it has to happen within 90 days in order for them to be heard. Is that right, Sienna?
For the record, Sienna Reed, and I'll go ahead and let Carl weigh in on this as well. But in regards to our discussion, if the item is continued to date certain, you're continuing the public hearing. It has not technically closed. We have started the public hearing within 90 days, and it will close at a time that has been determined in the future. And then after that public hearing has concluded, then we have 30 days to issue a decision. Our city attorney was not comfortable with just continuing indefinitely because we wouldn't really know when that public hearing was ever going to conclude. And so the recommendation from the city attorney's office is that if the item is continued indefinitely or postponed indefinitely, that we need to get a time waiver for the 90 days from the applicant's representative. But I will also let Carl weigh in if he wants to provide any clarification.
Mr. Krompatek, it sounds like you're ready to go. So
Yes.
how about,
We'll waive time and do our best to get there with staff. Is that okay? And bring it
yes,
back
so
when
how
we
about
can.
end of November, Madam Clerk?
Well, 60 days is
What is that?
to already in November. I mean, all I was doing was, adding a little bit more time with the holidays for them to get their act together and finalize their,
Madam Mayor, if we would be looking at, just to weigh in here, items, the second meeting in November is November 13th. I could also offer December 4th would be
Okay.
the first meeting in December.
13th or December? What do you guys want
Madam-
to do? Okay.
December 4th.
Okay,
Okay.
so would you modify your motion?
I can't do December 4th because it's right after, but I could do the next one, which is December 11th.
I'll second for discussion, and all I'll say is, you would find out how quickly an applicant is ready to waive their time, repay noticing when a motion for denial is on the table before that vote.
Okay,
So let me just be clear and restate the motion. Let me make sure. We're suggesting that we would continue it to December 11th and at 10 o'clock. And my question is, and I don't know if I have a second, first of all.
Second.
I'll ask that question.
all right, so I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, I'd second it.
Okay, all right, so I have a motion and a second.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
That's fine.
All right, Madam
doesn't matter.
Mayor, with that, at this time, council does have attorney-client briefing for labor negotiations. I would recommend, if it is the will of council, that you break now for 1 hour and we reconvene at 1:45, in which you will have a full body and we can get back to your public hearings.
okay, thank you so much.
All right, so we will recess at this time, reconvening at 1:45. Thank you.
that today's not the big show? Yeah. And today is under the arch?
All right, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
We can reconvene your meeting at this time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we are going to item C4, a public hearing for Lake and Center Street Alley abandonment. Should be noted at this time, we do not have Councilmember Reese on the phone, but he will be calling back in shortly.
All right, 1 second, sorry. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any public comment?
I have no public comment signed in at this time. We can-
Fantastic. I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we need a staff presentation on this. Yes, please, brief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record. And I just wanted to propose a modification to condition number 7 after speaking with the applicant on the recommended conditions. Staff has some condition language recommended on the overhead here. And it's really just to provide clarification on the access easement and the fact that that's really intended not to be a public access easement, but only an easement to serve the properties that the abandoned alley would abut. And that would be in place until such time that the buildings that are there today no longer require that access.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good job. All right, I'm going to send it back to you.
I'd like a staff report to explain the request and what the applicant proposes to do in the abandoned area. I think abandoning 110-year-old right-of-ways is rather significant, particularly when we have a park right there.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Breckus. The request is for the alley that is highlighted there and has the red arrow pointing to it. That alley does not have any through access. It essentially provides the properties that it abuts alley access today. And with the recommended conditions of approval, whatever public facilities and access to the properties that are adjacent to that alley would remain intact.
And I might be a little bit of an outlier here, but when I look at the broad statutory findings of the public not material harm, to me, that doesn't stop at just the alley and the adjoiners and that sort of thing. It is conceptualizing what the abandonment of our right-of-way, establishing a new pattern of platting, which could be larger, assembled lots, what the development our action, what a development that enables. So what is the development proposed by the applicant and who is the applicant?
The applicant is the University of Nevada, and as with all abandonment requests, there is no development proposal required, nor is one presented, but the applicant is here if you have questions for them.
Because I have a hard time approving abandonments if I don't know what's coming to follow. It seems to me, why should we give up right away? So maybe the university could present what they're planning there. That would be helpful.
I would assume, Ms. Gansert, you will be the representative for the university? I'm just going to assume.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Heidi Gansert with the University of Nevada, Reno. And so we did request the abandonment. The university currently owns all the adjacent properties, and we thought it was appropriate to request that and that the public would not be impacted.
What are you planning on building there?
There was a presentation to the Board of Regents in June of 2019 where we proposed there's going to be a parking lot. The exact locations will probably move a little bit, but there's going to be a parking lot that'll be adjacent to Lake Street, and there'll be a couple life sciences buildings that will be built in the future. That's the current plan.
Well, a parking lot, or do you mean a parking garage?
Parking garage, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A parking garage, which would run parallel to Lake in the current version of the plans.
Okay, has it gotten approval up the state Public Works Division, or are you working with, do you have a traffic study prepared to show us how that garage is going to impact our streets and so on?
So currently, it's in the planning stages, and RTC is doing a traffic study of the entire area, which is much broader than just this little intersection here.
So maybe there's an RTC engineer who has more information than we do at the table here right now on what you're proposing to build there?
About the parking garage, but those are all tentative plans. But we have been talking about a parking garage for quite a while, and that's in the public record.
Okay, well, here's where I see it, and I think I'm representing an understanding of best practices of how cities, when they host universities, work with them. And that is understanding what the university is going to do, and often entering into a memorandum of understanding to understand the impacts of what is planned. And I'll just encourage, and I think we should have a memorandum of understanding. In our next item down below, we're going to take a step in a new direction, understanding that the university does not pay regional road impact fees. So whatever development comes in here will not be funding our roads. And we also know that when issues happen at the university, we're the first responders on the scene, and we had some first responders whose lives were at risk on the scene, and fortunately nothing happened there this year. I would encourage the council to say this is premature, cannot make the findings, and I'd also encourage anyone in the audience to do a very simple Google search. It's University and City Memorandum of Understanding, and that Google search will bring up a memorandum between the University of Chicago and the South Side neighborhood that hosts them, the Carnegie Mellon University and the City of Pittsburgh that hosts them, the City of Davis, and Davis State, City of San Jose, Kansas University, and City of Lawrence. Universities and cities, when they're looking at large expansions of this, have reciprocal agreements that outline what's going to happen and how the city is going to provide the services and mitigate. And I think this is our opportunity here. And not doing this is taking a skip on best practice. And it's not, we all want to support the university, we want to encourage them, but we just can't take it as whatever, they get a blank check to impact our neighborhoods and our footprints without us doing our job as stewards of those areas. So I find it premature without having information on what they're building to do this abandonment. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Darden.
Thank you very much. I do represent this area and this ward. This did go to the NAB. My recollection at that meeting was that the NAB members didn't have any concerns with this issue because what was proposed has been presented. There is an understanding that something may not be happening overnight, but it is the plan on the go forward. And this is a simple abandonment of an alley that is not used. And there was a thorough presentation by the gentleman sitting behind you that I thought did a great job. And I am fully in support of this and move to approve.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions from council members? Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, just, could you put that overhead up again or whatever? I wanted to ask, having attended the university, I just wondered, since so many people are walking south, now to get to the Circus Tower, the Wolfpack Tower, it just seems to me that this is like almost serves as a sidewalk, almost more than a driveway, to convey people. And I wondered about that. Like if we, would it be blocked off if we abandon it, or what is the plan?
Thank you for the record, Heidi Gansert. So this alleyway is between Center and Lake, and
Right.
it is substantially east of where our students move. So basically, if you were to come down the center of campus, you would probably come out around Center Street, and then you would always be to go to Wolfpack Tower, you'd always be moving to the west,
Right.
not the east. So this is a dead end right
Yeah.
now. So no one really uses this alleyway at all.
What I'm getting to, if I understand this, I'm looking at for Lake, isn't that where the red arrow is going?
The arrow goes to the alleyway, and
Yeah.
then if you go further to
East.
the east, right?
Isn't that Lake?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this looks kind of flipped, but basically, Lake Street is adjacent to the park.
Yeah, so there's the park, there's Lake Street, there's the red arrow. And right where Lake Street comes down, isn't that where the older building is, the Moral Hall?
Yes, for the record, Heidi Gansert. So Morrow Hall is above that, and then there's a pretty lengthy staircase.
Right.
And then it comes down to Lake Street.
Right.
Most of our students, because the residential halls are on the west side of campus, and they flow on the west side. And if they were to come down, as I see students come down, for the most part, I see them traveling down what would be Center Street or the extension above or north of 9th Street. So not a lot of students use the staircase.
Got it. So my question was, are you going to block it off if you get the abandonment, or what's your plan?
No, I think there's a bigger vision for this area, and eventually with the parking garage, with ADA, they'll have to have a means of getting to the higher elevation using the parking garage.
Right. So what
And there'll be pathways. I
That's
mean,
what I'm
this whole district has to get planned out, and the university's done a really nice job. If you look at the university, the way it's planned out in districts to make sure that there's great thoroughfares for pedestrians and for bikes and so forth.
I'm just trying to understand the interim. Before a parking garage is built, we have a couple years, I think.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand the couple years that we have until you might start construction. Is this going to remain open, or is it going to be blocked? That's my basic question.
So I'm not, for the record, Heidi Gansert, I'm not sure the alley will exist as it exists today. I mean, the students will flow from north to south and vice versa, but the alleyway really doesn't come into play. The life sciences buildings won't be built for quite a while, but there will be a way for folks to get from the parking garage that will be adjacent to Lake or right around there across 9th.
I feel like I'll just give it one more shot. In the
Are
interim,
you fencing everything off?
There's some fencing right now because some of the buildings are going to be demoed, but I don't know if there's going to be a long-term fence. When it's under construction, when the parking garage is under construction, for sure, it'll be fenced off, but students won't be flowing until it's completed. They won't be traveling back and forth. And the life sciences buildings could be 5 or 10 years out. I'm not really sure. But if you look at the history of the university, especially along Virginia Street, what they've done is they've used wrought iron fences, basically to draw students into a certain area to make sure that they can safely travel across.
I know when there's construction, you fence everything off. What I'm just trying to understand is, in the interim, before construction starts, are people going to be able to use this as access? That's what I'm trying to get to. But maybe you know.
And Heidi Gansert, I guess they don't use it as access now, so
Today,
I don't foresee them using it as
I
access
understand.
in
Okay.
the near
Thank
term
you.
or later.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, you gave me a motion?
Second.
I have a
Discussion.
motion and a second, and then discussion. Councilman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Stewart, for those questions. I believe that at this point, the council should have an understanding with the university about the conceptual nature of what they're proposing. And I'll just bring up another point is, I think I've seen that this could be maybe a 400-car garage. That's a lot of cars coming to the university area, and maybe a memorandum of understanding would also, because they're generating more traffic into our urban core, is that they continue to pay for the bus service that the public is paying right now for university students under grant funding that's going to expire pretty soon, that sort of thing. Also, I think that because we just are getting such incremental knowledge, are they thinking about a sky bridge across 9th Street to address those grade issues? I think buying off on a conceptual level of the phasing, the timing, interim issues would be a best practice. And I would encourage all parties of leadership to think about entering into more formalized agreements with the university rather than blank check, here's, you all go and do what you're going to do, because there are operational issues to our hosting them with our fire department and other considerations. So for that reason, I can't support abandonment. I read the findings of material harm to be a high burden that we need to be pretty comfortable about knowing what we're seeing development being able to enable by us giving up a street right away. So I'm not in support at this time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Durr.
Yeah, I would just prefer to understand the timing. I know that you're not able to really address all those issues, but I think it would be good if someone's coming forward with abandonment. In the past, what we've done is we've said that there's a reverter. So if you don't move forward in a certain amount of time, and if it's going to be, let's say, 5 years till buildings, you were just saying you don't know, the life sciences might be 5 or 10 years out, the business, I don't know, the parking lot, I don't know. So it just, if you were, let's say, a private developer and we were faced with the same question, We would be looking for a project, we'd want to know why we're doing it, and we want to know when it's happening. That's just a basic relationship when we go to abandon. So I'm just wondering if we could get there, even if we didn't approve this today, if we could just get some, collaborative working together on an understanding of the area. So that's where I would like to see us go.
All right, I already have a motion. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
No.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are on
Oh,
items.
wait, sorry.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
my motion was to include the recommended amendments of condition 7.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have that on the record?
I have the modifications on the record,
Okay,
yes.
thank you so much.
Next item, Madam Mayor, is item C7, Terrace Drive Alley Abandonment.
Okay, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks so much. Any public comment?
We have none at this
Yeah.
time.
Okay, thank you. All right, come on up.
A brief presentation from staff.
Great, this goes right back to you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. Anne Marie Lane, Assistant Planner for the City of Reno. This is a request for an abandonment of about 2,402 square feet of public right-of-way located in the alley south of 14th Street, north of College Drive, west of Terrace Drive, and east of Hillside Drive. The site is located in the multifamily residential 14 units per acre and mixed-use zoning districts and has a master plan land use designation of mixed neighborhood and suburban mixed use. This application was complete on August 15th, and it was reviewed by the Ward 5 NAB on September 10th. Due to the topography and the slopes on the west side of the alleyway, the unpaved and unimproved alley is not suitable for through traffic. The applicant has requested the abandonment to allow for minor grading and stabilization of the alleyway to allow for vehicles parked behind the structure at 1351 Terrace Drive to back into the alleyway safely. The 20-foot alleyway is contained entirely within the track map for Campus Heights Addition, and it forms the northern border of the Campus Heights Addition. Therefore, if the abandonment is approved, the entirety of the abandonment area will revert to the parcel south of the abandonment area. At the NAB meeting, members wanted to make sure that access to the adjacent property located to the north of the abandoned area was maintained. As such, staff has recommended condition number 5, which provides for reservation of an access easement within the abandonment order to benefit the property north of the abandonment area. No other comments were received from staff. As such, staff recommends City Council make a determination that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed vacation and approve the abandonment subject to the conditions in the staff report. I would like to note that the applicant's representative has prepared a presentation to detail the purpose of the request with more specificity. With that, staff is able to answer any questions that the council might have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it. At this time, any questions for council members?
I do. I just,
Okay,
can we
3
see
minutes.
The applicant has a pretty good.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
bring the
that's what
pictures
I'd
with
like.
you?
Yeah.
He had
All
some
right,
great
come on up.
pictures.
For the record, Jeffrey Lofton of 1351 Terrace LLC, and also Textbook Brokers, the south side of UNR campus.
That's how I know you.
That's how you know me.
That's, I was like, you look so familiar. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. I have been in heavy communication the last 48 hours, finally, with the neighbor who is in Boston for a family funeral. So I apologize for the neighbor's absence. But he and I have been working on language to provide for the relocatable access easement described by staff, and also a common maintenance agreement for the alleyway. And so if I can show the presentation that was provided, what's the best way for me to do that?
All we have is a staff presentation.
Okay.
Not the NAB
Do you
okay. I
have it
provided
with you on
provided
a
it to
Do you
Lisa.
have
flash
a-
drive?
I can show on laptop. I provided it by email last night to, is it Lisa?
Who did it go to? Let's look and see.
Lisa Mann?
She said it was in the packet. Can you go? I can show it on my laptop as well if that's preferable.
We'll see. Oh, I think we might have it.
It's pretty basic, guys. Don't get too excited.
You've lowered the expectation accordingly.
There's a-
Now we found it.
Okay. So this is the before picture. I actually found a picture in my phone from 2012 that I took of this property the first time we approached Randy, the previous owner, about utilizing the garage for a textbook buyback spot because it had zoning that would allow that. And we didn't do that at that time. We obviously opened textbook brokers on 9th Street instead. But this area had become kind of a dumping zone for the whole neighborhood. Randy, who's a retired veteran, the house kind of got away from him. He self-admittedly wasn't able to keep up with it. And so this house was built in 1933.
And you purchased it?
Yes, ma'am. We purchased it just late last year. So
Late last year.
closed escrow beginning of this year.
And what street's that on?
Terrace Drive?
Terrace Drive.
Yes, ma'am. Just
Okay.
one block west of.
Are you relocating?
So no, so we won't. The space, this property will be used for housing. So student housing essentially. So
Oh, okay.
we're currently in on a building permit to convert it to use for just as a residence, to renovate it and use it as a residence there. So as staff mentioned, the alley is overly steep, preventing safe access and preventing access for fire. We believe that we've already added a lot to the beauty of the neighborhood by improving the home. And I am today seeking council support for the staff recommendation that the alley revert to the parcel from which it came so that we can make the alley safe and beautiful again.
Yeah.
So this is already the updated look. This is from the day of the NAB meeting. And then staff comments that it would revert to us.
Yeah.
And then this is the view of the kitchen. It's one of the rooms that was done the day of the NAB meeting. So just to kind of give you an idea, we're setting that up as a residence. So the alley that we're discussing is here on the north side of the property. It runs about 120 feet deep from Terrace Drive up to Hillside. And essentially you can see that there's been some code enforcement issues on the north side of the alley there with illegally parking what used to be a boat, I think. And so we've made an agreement with a neighbor that we actually will pave and maintain that entire area and leave an access easement for the neighbor. Presently, there's trees that are in the power lines, and so we're also in discussion with the neighbor about helping them to remove those trees with their agreement. This is a view from the upper end of the alley down. The alley exceeds 17% in slope at this point, so it's, as was said previously, not accessible. So we're excited to clean this up. Very good.
So let me ask you, because you said at one time you were thinking about using that as a buyback location?
Right.
What's that zoned for?
So that's zone mixed use there.
Mixed use, okay.
But so you may or may not know, Texas Brokers owns college bookstores and operates on-campus bookstores all over the nation. So the 3 here in Nevada were opened by myself, and our model is to be as close to campus as possible.
Right.
This particular project doesn't lend itself well because of the parking restrictions. We would be overpromising by hanging a textbook broker sign there. We'd be overpromising our customers what we could deliver there. So,
But you are staying where you're at.
no, I don't think we will be long term. RTC has a plan to put a multimodal hub there, so we'd love some assistance. We've asked questions to RTC about public-private development on that block after RTC has put the hub there, but we've also seen drawings where the university themselves are planning to put a building there. And so we would love to continue to rent in that area or to own in that area if there's an opportunity to do so.
Okay. Well, I'll reach out to you.
Thanks.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Good job. I like what you're doing. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I wish I came in like 1 second after, tuned into your
presentation?
conversation. I want to make sure. So you bought the property, you bought the property from the previous owner, the veteran.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you talk about, so this alley belongs to the city,
Correct.
but they used it as a driveway.
So this has been used as access for a long time.
Just to this property though, or some other properties?
So really just to this property, you'll recollect that the Pink Hill development on Virginia also abandoned a portion of that alley that connected through. So this alley, previous to the Pink Hill Towers project, this alley connected all the way through to Virginia.
So what you're saying is we've abandoned a portion of it and that blocked access. I mean,
Right.
essentially relegated the alley to not accessible from both sides.
In a way, yes, I think it's probably accurate to say that this alley has only ever been used by these two parcels because it's always
Right.
the grade difference, as long as Terrace and Hillside have existed, that elevation difference has always been in
Right.
place. So I don't think anyone's ever safely driven down that without four-wheel drive. So
Got it. And so if we abandon it to you, it would become a portion of this property. It would
Yes,
become
ma'am.
attached to this property.
Yes, ma'am. And
And
so
then
the-
you're planning a redevelopment project. Or
Exactly.
you're going to sell it to somebody else to do a
we're
redevelopment.
already in on a building permit, and
Uh-huh.
the building permit approved our driving access to the rear of our property via this alley. So this is kind of in a way, sort of a
This
cleanup
is how
item.
you're accessing your own property.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Question.
Yes.
Yeah, has staff reviewed the agreement, and would we incorporate because I saw the staff report said they were trying to get dialogue with the second person. Have you reviewed the agreement, and should we make it subject to the execution of that agreement between the two parties for mutual access?
Staff received the agreement yesterday, and so although we've reviewed it, it has not gone to legal for review. I'm confident that the condition number 5 gives the provision to maintain the access for that northern parcel, so I don't think that's
Oh, okay.
necessary at this time.
Okay, it would implement it. That's fine. And I'll just make a couple observations. A lot more information, a lot more conversation here on the previous abandonment, which is going to be so character changing to the university in terms of how our frontage road operates, et cetera, et cetera. And the MOU between the university and the city that needs to occur would help business owners like him with the certainty of what the landscape's going to look like to make their business decisions, and would benefit from that. So just that's an observation. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. All right, I'm going to send it back to you. It's your word.
Thank you very much. And there have been many conversations with you and at NABS, and as well as with the university with the prior abandonment as well. So just to get that on the record, that that was not a correct statement. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve with any staff recommendations, item 5 in particular, that covers the agreement with the other property.
Okay, so I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. All right.
Madam Mayor, with that, we're moving on to item C8-1 and C8-2. These items go together, so I'll ask that we open them together and take one motion.
All right, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, any proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
All right, I'm going to send this to you, Vice Mayor Dewar.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I'll just ask, are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none. I have one question. The issue was about the benefit of the Choral Academy. Can you just explain that relationship?
So we don't have a relationship with the Choral Academy. What this is under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, otherwise known as TEFRA, the sponsoring agency, which would be the city, holds the public hearing and passes a resolution, and then they go and issue bonds. The city has no responsibility to pay for the bonds, to help issue the bonds, or even to manage any part of the bond process.
So these bonds would not come, let's say, to the Debt Management Commission because they're not our bonds.
They're not our bonds. They belong actually to the nonprofit.
Okay. All right. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I heard a motion to approve from Councilman Delgado and a second from Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. And we'll move on to item C9.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I could at this time, as this item relates to the redevelopment agency, if it would be all right, I'd like to open that now.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Redevelopment agency roll call at this time. Breckus. Dewar.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
Weber. Jarden.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Shivi absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. Your next item is general public comment, of which I have none signed in. I'd be transitioning to approval of the redevelopment agenda.
Can I get a motion? I moved.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilwoman Jordan, second from Councilmember Delgado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, next item is L51. This is a public hearing opening as it relates to the C9 agenda, and we can proceed with C9 at this time.
All right, so you said proceed with C9, but do you want us to hear the other one together, or?
Madam Clerk and Madam Vice Mayor, I think it would be appropriate to open up both at the same time. I believe that's what we're doing, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. And we'll just clarify into the record that your motion will be for the redevelopment agency item first, and then the council item will be taken directly thereafter, deferring to Jamie Schroeder, Madam Parks
So
Director.
we're going to open item L51 on the redevelopment agency and item C9 together, but we'll take separate motions because they're separate boards.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
To
Jamie
staff.
Schroeder, Interim Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. What we have before council today is the consideration of doing two things. So one first would be consideration of doing an interlocal lease agreement between the City of Reno and the Redevelopment Agency in order to lease out the ice rink equipment. And then once council makes a determination on approving that, then we would move forward and then lease the equipment from RDA to the row.
Okay.
So that's what we have before you.
Okay, could you give us just a little backstory? I know there was a lot of, I think it would help the public because there was a lot of moving parts, as you said. So could you just summarize for us the history?
Yes, in 2014, due to the reconstruction of the Virginia Street Bridge, we needed to use the plaza, which is where the seasonal ice rink was located, in order to use that as a staging area for construction of that Virginia Street Bridge. And at that time, knowing that the ice rink would not be able to be operated at that location, the Reno Aces stepped forward and said that they would be interested in hosting that ice rink during the construction of the bridge. So they did that for 5 seasons, and as we had the construction of the Virginia Street Bridge completed, the plaza was properly protected during the construction. However, there was a 1-year period in which something had happened to where those coils underneath the plaza, the concrete, were no longer going to be able to hold the pressure in order to make that ice. And at that time, when we discovered that, we brought the item forward to council on whether or not we should, we brought forth several options, but the cost to rebuild an ice rink was not feasible, and so council gave us direction at that point to go ahead and dispose of all the ice rink equipment as staff deemed appropriate. And then prior to, just before we were ready to go to auction with that equipment, then there was some interest from the downtown properties to give it another go. And so that's how we are here before you today.
Okay. And I think we heard originally that there was negotiations with Harris.
Correct.
Then those, I guess, timing didn't work out for issues that were happening
There was
at
some
their
staff
place.
turnover at Harris, yes.
Okay. And then the El Dorado or Silver Legacy, I guess in this case, stepped up.
Yes, so the row consists of 3 entities now, which is the El Dorado, Silver Legacy, and Circus Circus. And so that is the entity group that would be operating the ice rink. More specifically, it is the ice rink location that was finally determined is going to be a parking lot that's at the corner of 6th and Sierra Street, and that actually is under the jurisdiction or the ownership of Circus Circus.
I thought that was a terrific placement personally, but, we'll see what the council has to say. And the only other question I had was, what is the time frame that they expect to operate it?
Well, they are working miracles right now and are ready to go as soon as this, if council decides to approve this agreement, it kind of
pulls the trigger for us to be able to start moving all the equipment around so that they can prep the site and start making the ice. But they are hoping to be able to operate pretty close to the same season that we've done in the past,
you
which
just
is
say that?
roughly somewhere around Thanksgiving. There is a little bit of a late start, so it may not be able to open right promptly at during Thanksgiving weekend, but and then usually it'll go until like that first Saturday in February.
Okay, very good.
And it's all, of course, pending Mother Nature's cooperation as
All
well.
right. Are there any questions on this on this item? Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you very much. I did want to give a little bit more of some context of the history and what happened. So we have been working for the last, 10 months for some downtown improvements for the winter months. Many of us have expressed concern that there's not a lot going on downtown when there's not the special events going on during the summer, very dark, kind of dreary. So a large group of stakeholders and interested parties had been coming together about what would happen with a number of things downtown, including the skating rink. So it had been worked out originally that Harrah's was going to take the skating rink, and it wasn't until about a month and a half ago, if that, month-ish, that there was some staffing turnovers at Harrah's and they had had a change of heart. So I just want to say kudos to the Row for stepping up into this role and helping make us be able to have a skating rink in our downtown core. It was a significant piece of the puzzle for the winter months, and if it weren't for them, we weren't going to have it. So I do want to say thank you for stepping in at the last minute and kind of taking this on, because otherwise we were kind of left in the lurch, and I'm glad now that we're not. So.
All right. I apologize, Madam Clerk. I do need to put this on the record. So sorry, because I did come back and it looks like we are going to vote. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal and non-business relationship with Jessica Sferraz. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I have sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. So I do want to say, and I apologize for missing the discussion, thank you so much, Councilwoman Jordan. This was really something that you said and you're working on other stuff for Christmas time and holiday time downtown, because I remember last year you said, you know what, I'm really unhappy with how our downtown is really lacking some holiday cheer. And so I remember you saying, I'm going to make this commitment to stay on top of it, to bring more initiatives, more decorations, make it much more family-friendly feel downtown. So I want to say thank you, because I know if this wasn't something that you stayed on top of, I'm not so sure we would have had an ice rink this year. So thank you so very much. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Pani and to the Caranos and to Mr. Murdoch, because honestly, you guys have just been phenomenal in making this happen for the community. You guys do a lot of great initiatives, and again, one more time that you've stepped up for this community, and so please let them know how grateful we are. Honestly, they just, you couldn't have been more generous, to be honest with you. Really impressive, so thank you. Anyway, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, well, I'll just finish out the item then. We are actually going to be styled for motion for L51 unless anyone else has any comments before we accept a motion. All right, can I get a motion on L51?
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan, second from Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then turning to C9, and this is the actual interlocal lease agreement between the city and the redevelopment agency. So do I see any more discussion? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
All right, again, Councilwoman Jordan, second by Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Kudos to everyone on this. Great work. All right, back to you, Madam Mayor.
Madam
And we
Mayor.
are on item C10, or it's actually D1, sorry, Regional Road Impact Fee.
Madam Mayor, is there any interest in closing out the redevelopment agency before finishing up the rest of the council agenda?
Yeah.
There's one more item I just thought I would ask. We have people present for multiple. That last item would be item L6, presentation on RDA areas 1 and 2.
Let's do it.
Madam Mayor, we will begin with a brief presentation from staff. Debbie Lochner will walk us through this.
Well, we are not letting you go today. Okay.
So what we have in front of you today is the long-awaited update on redevelopment. So, and Eric was going to co-present with me, but I'll go through and if he
Yeah,
shows
go
up, he
right
can
ahead.
take off his part. So overall, we want to talk about what redevelopment is, a little bit about the current redevelopment areas, and then we'll talk about the finances and the obligations of the areas. So redevelopment agencies and areas are created under Chapter 297 of NRS. Their purpose is to encourage and assist the private sector in investments in places where that may be economically challenging or not necessarily feasible to develop under current restrictions and funding sources. It facilitates a specific type of development that would not occur if we didn't have these types of incentives. It provides for long-term tax generation to support the public services, encourages the development by reducing that financial risk for those investors, and it makes the cost of redevelopment in urban areas more competitive. So there are three components to any redevelopment area within the state of Nevada. You have a redevelopment agency, you have an agency board, and then there could be a number of plans and districts that are managed by that agency and board. In Reno, we have two redevelopment areas that our redevelopment agency and the agency board manage. So neither the redevelopment agency or the board expire, but the plans areas do expire. They continue indefinitely until they're terminated by a specific action, the board and the redevelopment agency. They will continue to exist even after those our two areas expire until we take specific action to terminate them. So the redevelopment agency is a separate legal entity. It happens to be that our council sits as the redevelopment agency board. The redevelopment agency is formed and gets its powers under Chapter 279 of NRS. So our, like I said before, our redevelopment area, we have District Number 1 and Number 2. And here's a map that shows, so the RDA 1 is the downtown area, that's the yellow area on the map. RDA 2 is a little bit more spread out, and it's the pink areas on the map. RDA 1 was created in 1983 and is set to expire in 2028. But there has been legislation that will allow us to extend that the period for RDA 1 beyond 2028. There's a bunch of legal stuff about how the redevelopment areas work and when they expire. So the major projects that redevelopment area 1 built would be the National Bowling Stadium, the Event Center, the Ballroom, the Downtown Riverwalk, and the Plaza. And that included the movie theater. RDA 2 was adopted in 2005 and is set to expire in 2035. The projects that RDA 2 has developed would be Cabela's, the Boomtown Garson Industrial Center, Park Lane, and the Grand Sierra Resort. And so that's kind of the background. What I want to get into a little bit is about the tax increment financing and how that works. So tax increment financing is the tool that is used to help investment in the RDA areas. When a redevelopment area is formed, the taxes that are done are paid at that period in time, are set as the baseline, and then any incremental growth over that baseline, it becomes what is called tax increment, and that tax increment is available to invest in the area or to pay debt service on bonds that may have been issued in the area. The general uses for tax increment funding is to redevelop substandard or obsolete buildings. We've used it to revitalize our downtown area. You can use it to provide affordable housing, rental or owner occupied, and we have used our redevelopment money to help. For example, we paid some connection fees to help with development. You can use it to develop an industrial park or other facilities that would create jobs. You think about it as what redevelopment should be doing is building the wealth of your community by investing in needed infrastructure to continue to build the wealth of the community. You can use it to clean up brownfield areas and remediate contamination. So I told you a little bit about how it works. The tax increment district is established. The taxes that were paid at the time of establishment are essentially frozen as your baseline, and then any growth that happens for the length of the time of the redevelopment area, that growth then comes back to the redevelopment agency to either pay off debt that was issued to generate the growth or to further investment in the area to continue to generate growth. It does not change the amount of taxes that are paid. The amount of taxes paid are the same. It's how the money is split amongst the taxing entities that receive the benefit of those taxes. So for example, if you had a piece of property that was paying $5,000 in property taxes and you did some construction, you rehabilitated it and it increased their property taxes to $50,000, $45,000 would be the increment that gets invested back into the area to continue the process. It is not a reduction in taxes, and it is not an increase in taxes. It is really the same level of taxes, it's just split amongst the agencies differently. So we have used it for economic development and some municipal projects that it triggers the gains in the taxes. So the purpose is to develop the properties, generate the increases, and then reinvest in the area as long as you have that area in effect. Sales taxes, business license, all those other things can increase by having these programs in place, because you're doing investment in the community, you're trying to build that wealth in the community. So for the part of the discussion about the finances, we've took on a pretty lengthy process to determine how taxes are calculated, how they're split, and we hired a consultant to help us with this. He was really able to dig in and talk to the county and find out how the increment is then, how it's calculated and how it comes to the city. So we were, if you look at Redevelopment Agency 2, so this is a kind of a dual chart. The top part really shows the baseline and the increment, and the bottom part just shows the increment itself. So as you can see, We were at peak increment levels in the 2008, 2009 time period. We dropped down to where actually our revenues were below baseline during the 2011 through about 2014. We have had steady recovery, but with the caps in place, it's taken a significant amount of time, and we're still not back where we were prior to the recession. And so the revenue, as you can see, we actually had some negative revenue. I mean, it's not that we just didn't get any increment in those years, and we didn't have to pay anybody, I don't think. But there has been challenges for redevelopment area 2. And as you can see, the assessed values have taken quite some time to come back up to where we're seeing some funding coming into the agency again, but not at the levels of where we were getting them in the 07 to 2010 timeframe. We have in the redevelopment area 1, we have a bond on that area. The estimated amount at June 30th, 2019, as we pay our final payments in June, was a little over $18 million. And this is kind of where the problem lies, is we didn't have cash flow to continue paying these bonds. Last fiscal year and this fiscal year, we have been using reserve balances to pay the bonds. And so we have an issue going forward to make sure that those bonds, that we don't default on the bonds, and we'll talk about options for that in a few minutes. Redevelopment Area 2 does not have any outstanding redevelopment bonds. So this is an interesting chart. It shows the revenue and expenditures. Of course, the operating expenses are the line. The green bars are really, they depict the settlement payment that we had. If you recall, there was the county was not paying us the full increment that we should have been receiving. There was a settlement agreement. We received a large amount in 2013, and then, you know, it was a set amount that we received for 5 years. That settlement agreement is no longer, we're no longer receiving any money under that. But you can also see that our revenues are not up to the level of our expenditures. So this show them a little differently. This is RDA 2. Again, in RDA 2, we do have a little bit of positive cash flow. There is no debt on RDA 2, so that helps. And so in our cash flow analysis, this is how, with current structure that's in place, the ballpark agreement that we have can be paid by either RDA 1 or RDA 2. So we, for this analysis, push that into RDA 2, which is the area that currently has some cash flow. And you can see that over the remaining life of RDA 1, we do not have sufficient funds to pay the bonds that are currently due. In fact, we have a deficiency of over $10.1 million. And that we're not able to pay those bonds. We're able to pay pieces, but after this June, we have no more reserves to pay the bond payments going forward. And in RDA 2, with taking on the baseball agreement, you can see there's a shortfall in the first 2 years, and then it starts positively cash flowing. And that's under current structure. So we did an analysis of restructuring the RDA 1 debt. This would, using the current NRS that allows us to extend the time period for the area by 15 years, and then pushing the, refunding the bond and pushing it out in time, we are able to make those debt service payments. And it shows a very small shortfall in the first year. It shows it essentially breaking even for the next 4 years, and then it cash flows and pays for itself going forward. So this is just a combined picture. As you can see that the really is just the first year. When you combine both RDA 2 and RDA 1, it's the first year is the the year we have a problem. So we have some options going forward and we want to discuss those options with you. So if we are able to extend the area, refund the debt, spread it out over some additional time, the positives for that is that the redevelopment areas will be able to pay their debt as well as the baseball agreement. The redevelopment areas, as you know, we've been subsidizing the baseball agreement with general fund over the past years. That would ensure that we don't have to do that going forward, that the redevelopment should be able to pay that based on the cash flow analysis. The debt payments are manageable within the current cash flow, and we would not default and have the associated costs, both hard and soft costs associated with a default. Couple kind of not so favorable things is in order to issue a bond with redevelopment, with the cash flows we currently have, we could not sell the bond on the market without having a general obligation backing. So that would be the general fund would back the redevelopment fund in order to guarantee the payments got paid going forward. It extends the life of the debt. Again, maybe not the best way to manage your debt. And if we don't do it, then we would default. And again, there's both hard and soft costs associated with default. So then we're going to talk a little bit about points to consider, and this is where my partner's going to come in and talk to you for a few minutes.
I apologize. It took 10 minutes to get from my floor down here with our elevators today. So my apologies. Really quickly, I'm hoping this works. I do it right. Couple different things. This is not a very positive element, but the state has the right to essentially take over the RDA if we or to put us on a fiscal watch or to mandate remedial actions if we do not comply with our fiscal obligations. Also, we could theoretically combine the two RDAs, but that also has some downsides. In particular, it would limit the period of time that we could collect increment. It would also limit some additional our ability to fund them independently. So in other words, if we decided we wanted to come up with a project in the future by commingling the funds together through the merging of the RDAs, we effectively would not have independent funds anymore. So that limits our ability to do certain things. And then, of course, we could also default on the bonds. But as Debbie mentioned, there are both social and fiscal ramifications of doing that. In particular, it could negatively impact our partners and others in the area simply by influence of our action. Debbie?
So as we look at different ways of restructuring bonds, there are a couple different options. So we feel that we could approach some of our large institutional investors that hold some of the B and C bonds and ask them if they're willing to reduce the amounts we owe them in order to ensure they receive the payments going forward. That would just even better our position as we move through the process, and again could get rid of that negative amount in the first year. You know, I don't know if we could get them to take what they call a haircut to such a level that we could alleviate the need for a general obligation backing. But that's something that we would certainly analyze and look at because, of course, we want to make it a standalone debt if at all possible, but we have to look at what could we actually get the bond people, the buyers, to purchase. So for our recommendation would be that council authorize us to extend the plan period for RDA Area 1 by the additional 15 years authorized under NRS. So the area would expire in 2043. and direct staff to begin the process of refunding the redevelopment bonds. And of course, part of that process would be approaching the bondholders and seeing if we can just better our structure as we move forward. And that's kind of what we have. We're open to questions.
All right, council members, any questions? Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I just, this is really complicated stuff. I appreciate the refresher. It's also a day we always knew would come, and I have some bottom line thresholds for myself, and that is that one, I've gotten to the point where I would be reluctant to let the bonds default. That's movement for me, but we got to think about the investor class versus the services that we're obligated to provide to the residents of our growing city. So that's number one. So I do want to find a workaround. But number two is I'm not going to vote to obligate the general fund, because then the general fund is on the hook and these bonds refis are on the hook before our salaries, before these agreements we're locking up, before everything else, and I'm not going to go there. So we got to work within that framework for me. Number three is there were 4 of us who were here when the baseball agreement was signed. 2 of us voted against it. 2 of us supported it. But I think that you weren't here and you said that the city's been subsidizing the baseball agreement. I think it was always understood as a joint obligation, not that could be paid for baseball, but it was also written as a city one. And I think the city has absorbed it. I've in good faith voted for it every budget cycle. And I think if you tie it up with some bonds that go out past the agreement, then you're going into not good territory. I think it needs to be separate and apart from itself. It's an every annual appropriation consideration. And I think we also need to look at the baseball agreement itself, because it will sunset with us taking ownership of the stadium in advance of these bonds that she wants us to collect to make those payments. So that's kind of a segue, but I think the general fund can absorb the baseball. And then the fourth one is Mr. Jensen mentioned, well, if we don't commingle the two and a project comes along in Redevelopment Agency 2, then we might not be able to do, work on a project. I think not. I think the redevelopment agency, much in how Mr. Flansburgh talks to me about the sewer fund, the redevelopment agency is one thing. It's made obligations, and it's time for 2, which is growing, to pay for 1. And I was here at the city of Reno when 2 was stood up, saw it form. And I'll tell you one side note is the Peppermill and the Atlantis absolutely wanted no part of it, because they could tell the market was high, 1 was going to tank, and they would come to 2 for the money. So they said they got carved out of it. The Grand Sierra, which was very high valuation at the time, did not have the ownership to say, keep us out of it. They're in it, they're rebounding, but so is Park Lane. So I think we take 1 and 2 and tell the bondholders, you can have the first part of 2 within our projections on that, and we're done. And that's where I'm willing to go. That's my threshold, because I think 2 is growing very well, and I actually think 1 will get there. But I'm not willing to do anything more than that. And you didn't model bond life on 2. And I understand the shorter lifetime goes on the 2 if you go that way. And I don't want to saddle subsequent councils with more debt and pushing it out and general obligation. That's irresponsible in my view.
All right,
So
thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Councilman Delgado, did you have anything? No? Councilwoman Jordan?
I did have a question. So with the baseball, because this clearly there is ties all over the place with the baseball development, the baseball agreement, the payments. The question I had, the properties surrounding the baseball stadium, that the hope was with the stadium, it would have its own revitalization of that area, but it would also spur developments in some of the other properties surrounding it. Those haven't really come to fruition. And I think we do need to have a conversation with baseball about the expectation of what was going to happen there, the status of things, this year or 2 sort of shortfall. We need to have a conversation. There are partners, and I don't know that they know the severity of the situation of these bonds that we're in, but I feel like as partners, we need to sit down and have a candid conversation with them, and see if there's an opportunity to restructure something with their agreement to help us, at least in the short term, as it relates to their contract as well. But I do want to just put it for staff that we need to find out what's happening with their properties, because if those were vertical, they would have been kicking off a fair amount of revenue that maybe wouldn't be in this situation. So I'd like to pursue that. My question is, what is the timeline on this? I mean, what are we under a deadline?
So we have enough money to pay for the bond payments this fiscal year, and then we're out of
Okay.
money entirely.
So we don't
to
have
pay
to
bond
make
payments.
any sort of, I mean, Councilwoman Breckus has had some suggestions. I have some. We don't have to make an ultimate decision today.
So if we don't make a decision today, we probably won't be able to issue a refunded bond in time because we have to get the area plan extended and we have to have a plan. And so there's a lot of legal work that needs to do before we can start working on a bond.
Okay, so
But I
I'm,
mean-
I'm just going to go with my minute. Do I have a minute left?
Yeah.
Frustration that we are in this spot of, you got to make a decision today or we're not going to be able to do this. This needs some more robust discussion, and I'm disappointed that we're being put in a box of having to make that critical decision today.
Okay. Councilmember Jordan, this was on our agenda before, and it was requested to be taken off by a council member, so I agree. I think that the issue before us today really is extending the period of time. That's it, right?
Well, the request was to extend the period of time and work on a plan to refund the bonds. We can't refund the bonds without coming back to council and getting a resolution of intent. So what that would allow us to do is start working with some of our team to create a structure that we would feel comfortable bringing back to the council. But that's in issuing a bond. There's a lot of steps, as you've seen with the sewer bonds and the fire apparatus replacement bonds. There's a lot of steps that come back to council.
Talk to us about the extension of time. I mean, are you needing, the full extension of time, or could we just do a short extension of time?
So the most effective and efficient way to do this would be to extend it for the full 15 years and push the bond out that long with, some ability to prepay after the 10-year. So typically when you issue a bond for the first 10 years, you kind of lock it in that you can't pay it off. But at that 10-year period, you can start paying those bonds in advance. If the area does develop, if the Freight House District does do what they intended to do back in '07 before the recession hit, then the likelihood is that we might be able to pay them off sooner.
So I guess really at the heart of my question is really building off Councilwoman Jordan's point is, can we do this on the October 23rd and make a decision now that you've given us all this information that we could digest? I mean, is there
We can come
that
back.
kind of time?
That kind of time we do have.
Yes.
We can discuss it again on the 23rd and let you mull it over and ask questions in the intervening
I mean,
couple
that's
weeks.
where I would be. This is a lot to digest in one setting. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Shall I keep calling? I was going to call on Councilwoman Weber
No,
next.
you go ahead. I was just
Oh.
agreeing with you.
Yeah, so, well, that would be my suggestion, because this, I think both councilwomen have brought up really good points. I don't know if you can get us the information that quick, but I think you need to try so that we can make an informed decision.
Yeah.
So I was just calling on people. Did you have anything, Councilwoman Delgado? Okay.
Madam
So,
Vice Mayor, I think we
yeah.
have the information. We can certainly provide
Get it to
that.
us.
And maybe a one-on-one or
Yeah.
one on a couple sessions so that you can ask more questions, and then bring in discussion about baseball, which I think would probably involve city attorney's office as well.
Could
So-
I? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, having watched and worked in a redevelopment agency, there was a time here where there was a redevelopment agency board that really was very active to advise the council. We're working without that. We just got a 15-minute tutorial on what TIF is and all that, which, I appreciate. I think it's needed, but I do support the idea of mulling this over. What I'd like to see in the interim is a concrete understanding of when baseball expires and what the wind down is, because we all know we get the stadium at 2035, I think it is. And I think that if we bonded in, a lot of options that could be on the table, like what Ms. Jordan was saying, would be out because we've got it over here. So that's number one for me, is when you come back on the 23rd, let us see, where the plan is on baseball and how to stay that course. Second, I do want to see 1 and 2 modeled. I absolutely want to see 1 and 2 modeled. And I just want to explain to the council what that means, if they don't understand. Is 1 is underwater, it's a debtor agency. 2 is actually producing, and we've helped that with the incentives over to Park Lane. And we've got other things coming online. They told us a little bit more about what they know what's coming on in 1, but not 2. 2, as it's kicking off, can pay down the 1 obligation, and I think it should, because then if we can get a haircut from them, we can not expose the general fund. And that's what I'm trying to protect the most, and we can keep it within, and maybe let the bondholders know we're willing to go that far, but not much further. And then we'll go through the planning process, because what I'm concerned is 2 is going to start kicking off money, and we'll be having everyone and their mother want to come around for that money to help do whatever they want to incentivize. And I just don't think we're in a world to incentivize when the general fund is at risk on these debts of the past.
Let me ask our manager, do you feel like you have enough direction? Do you need actions from us?
Yes and no. 2 points. One, there was a slide that modeled the path of both RDA 1 and RDA 2. So if there was something extra beyond the information that was shown, I think it would benefit both of us to know what that is beyond.
Merging the 2 together with the projection.
Secondly, a merge between 1 and 2 is my understanding cannot be done legally or practically.
It cannot be done practically. So what would happen is if you merge 1 and 2, you're effectively bound by the expiration of area number 2, which, number 2, right?
Correct, unless that was extended.
The date.
Right, which is currently 2027.
So
And
you
so
would
you
not
would have
have
to
the
pay off all
time.
your bonds within that 7-year period.
You'd go to the least date. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because
the one that
if
expires
you
the earliest.
combine them,
Yeah.
then whatever the earliest expiration date is, the date that then is the combined date expiration date.
And I don't see harm in that. I mean, I'm trying to keep this thing
Alive.
No, shortened and
Right.
not kick out debt, kick
Right.
out debt, kick
No,
out
I
debt.
don't know that there's a lot of disagreement with you right here. So, any last comments? So do you feel like you have enough direction at this point, Madam Manager?
I believe I do. I'd ask Ms. Lochner if she believes she has enough.
I think we can come
Okay.
back with some more information. And if there's any other questions that come up in the interim, please let us know and we'll address them
Fantastic.
for you.
Madam Mayor, did you have any final comments on this? I don't know if you heard
No,
the
I
discussion.
would agree with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
Well,
we
with that,
will-
I think we'll conclude this item. Hand back the gavel to you.
We will continue this item and bring this back on the October 23rd agenda for future discussion.
Okay.
Okay. At this time, Madam Mayor, our next item on the redevelopment agency is an update on redevelopment agency boards from council. I don't know if there are any at this time, so we can transition to general public comment. I have general public comment for redevelopment from Victor Leal, followed by Jonathan Trujillo. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Please address the council as a whole and be respectful while in these chambers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Leal, and I am 23 years old. This is my first time speaking to City Council. And my colleague and I would like to take this opportunity to announce that we would like to develop a ballot initiative regarding the decriminalization of psilocybin based off the positive outcomes that are coming out of Denver and Oakland currently. We would like to work with you on a grass initiative and collaborate with decriminalize Nature, Oakland, and Denver. There are many benefits to this action, and we hope to be able to present the most positive perspective on this idea that we can for the benefit of Reno. Any comments?
Thank you.
Yes. We would come next in January to present more facts and signatures.
Leave your comments with Madam Clerk.
Yes.
And then we can review them.
Okay.
And then when you come back, we'll keep it open to public comment for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Good job.
Thank you.
Madam
Especially
Mayor?
being your first time. You did good.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next public comment is from Jonathan Trujillo. Oh, he does not wish to speak. However, he's in favor of the same discussion point. Madam Mayor, my office will be in touch with them regarding the ballot components.
you.
We'll bring
I
that back
appreciate it.
to council for some discussion later.
Fantastic.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we would be looking for adjournment of the redevelopment agency.
All right. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are back to the Reno City Council agenda. And at this time, we are on items D11 and D12, which are the RTC Regional Road Impact Fee discussion and presentation.
Before we do that, I apologize. And then you are not here for any other item, right, after this? Trying to figure out, I know this gentleman has been here all day long for our housing initiative, and so if we can, I would suggest after this.
Okay, we'll
Can you
go-
keep me on track?
I can. We are close to the end at this point.
Okay, perfect. All right, come on up then.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Mike Michelle, Engineering Manager, Community Development. In a moment, you'll hear a short presentation from the RTC on the 6th edition of the Regional Road Impact Fee Program, or RIF for short. At the end of the presentation, and after any public input you may have and questions you might have, you are asked to adopt the resolution in your council packet that adopts the 6th edition of the General Administrative Manual and the 6th edition of the Capital Improvement Plan as approved by the Regional Transportation Commission. These 6th edition documents were recently approved by the Reno Planning Commission, sitting as the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. They were also approved by the RTC Board in May of this year. This item is brought before you in keeping with the provisions of our interlocal cooperative agreement we have with RTC, as well as applicable provisions of the NRS. If I may, I'll turn it over to Julie Masterpool from the RTC.
Thank you, Mayor Sheeby and members of the City Council. Again, for the record, Julie Masterpool with the Regional Transportation Commission. Just a little bit of background on impact fees in general. The Regional Road Impact Fee Program was created as a way to charge new development for their fair share of constructing capacity improvements on the regional road network necessitated by new development. The impact fee program is covered under an interlocal agreement between Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, and the RTC. The program is also overseen by a technical advisory committee, the RIF Technical Advisory Committee, comprised of 15 members, 2 from the RTC, 3 from each jurisdiction representing community development, public works, and the Planning Commission, and 4 members representing the development community. We also have 4 RIF administrators, 1 from each agency and the RTC. Now, there are two manuals that are associated with the RIF program, one being the Capital Improvement Plan, and the second being the General Administrative Manual. The GAM, as known, provides the guidelines and the procedures to administer the program, and there were two changes that we added to the 6th edition this time around. The first being that state buildings are exempt from the payment of impact fees. Now, this is based on an opinion by the State Attorney General that a local jurisdiction cannot impose a fee or a tax on a state facility. This has actually been in effect since 1997, and we wanted to include it in the manual for documentation. I should also note that there are, per NRS, federal buildings and public schools are also exempt from the payment of impact fees. NRS, for the second modification, involves the approval, the timing of approval for RIF offset agreements. Now, NRS requires that if a developer builds a project that's listed on the capital improvement plan for which that the fees were based, the developer's impact fees must be offset, and we meet this requirement by issuing impact fee waivers for those improvements that are constructed by private development. Now, this particular provision allows a developer to begin construction on improvements that would be included in the RIF capital improvement plan prior to its adoption, as long as the CIP or the capital improvement plan is adopted and that the approved agreement is adopted within 12 months of beginning construction. Because the approval process for the impact fee program is fairly lengthy, it requires multiple presentations to the RTC board, to all 3 planning commissions, 1 to 2 readings for each of the public agencies at Reno, Sparks, and the county commissioners. We're now at 6 months. So this allows a developer to actually go ahead and start construction with the anticipation those improvements will be eligible for impact fee waivers as long as we have an agreement in place within 12 months. And with that, I'll move over to the second manual that we have is known as the RIF Capital Improvement Plan, which outlines how the fees are developed. There are 2 things that we need to determine for an impact fee program. One is how and where growth is going to occur, and that the capacity projects which are needed to accommodate that growth. And this is kind of just a basic diagram of the steps that we go through in order to develop the fees, starting with known land use assumptions to assess what type and where growth is going to occur. Then the development of the regional transportation plan, which identifies those roadway capacity needs, and then to determine new development's fair share of the cost of the capital improvement plan. And then finally, the impact fee rates and the fee schedule for the individual land uses. Now, land use assumptions are based on, are used in the development impact fee program based on the Washoe, Reno, and Sparks master plans. Then we take the population employment growth from the consensus forecast, which is distributed throughout the Truckee Meadows, using TMRPA's land development model, and that assesses the likelihood and the timing of the development by parcel based on a variety of suitability factors. Now, all of this data is then input into the RTC's travel demand model, which helps predict where the traffic volumes are on the regional road network and helps us determine when and where those capacity projects are needed. This is an example of a typical approved project, and that the land use are identified, in this case in a project handbook, that yield the densities that are loaded into TMRPA's development model. And the houses and employment uses are converted to vehicle miles traveled, or VMTs, using the trip generation, or ADT, caused by that particular land use and multiplying it by the average trip on the regional network. Vehicle miles traveled are the measurement of consumption that's used in the impact fee program, so you'll see a lot of references to VMT. Now, the RTP identifies the long-term transportation improvements that will be made in the Truckee Meadows. The capacity needs are identified, again, through our travel demand model and included in the various timeframes of the RTP. Near term, the first 5 years, a midterm, which is the next 5-year period, and then a long range 10 to 20-year period. And that's all to accommodate new growth. Now, the capital improvement plans that are used for the Regional Impact Fee Program are based on the first 10 years of the RTP. And these are just maps that came out of our RTP that show the projects for the 2 5-year timeframes. Now, NRS also includes a provision that limits the impact fee and impact fee service area from encompassing an entire city or county if you're more than 15,000 in population. In order to meet this requirement, we use 2 separate service areas, north and south, divided by I-80, which splits both the cities of Reno and Sparks. And so this requires that we divide those projects that are in the 10-year timeframe of the RTP by the service area and creates separate and independent capital improvement plans and resulting fees, one for the north and one for the south service area. Exhibit D in your packet of the RIF Capital Improvement Plan identifies all of the project by service area that we use to develop these fees. I'd also like to note here that all the fees that are collected in the service area are also expended in that same service area. We don't cross boundaries when using those impact fees in development of projects. RIF fees are based on the total cost of the capacity projects listed in those capital improvement plans, minus any funds from other funding sources that we anticipate they're going to be used to build those capacity projects. We have federal monies, state monies, and then other local funds such as fuel tax that are used to help build those capacity projects. The resulting cost is new development's fair share of the capital improvement plan. Now, the growth by service area, again, is measured in VMTs, the vehicle miles traveled, and is based on information developed through TMRP's development model and RTC's travel demand model. The impact fee rate for each service area is the result of the new development's fair share of the capital improvement plan divided by the growth in VMTs. For the 6th edition, this resulted in impact fee rates for the north of $320.71 per VMT and $313.18 per VMT for the south service area. Fairly close, but still a little bit different because they were based on different projects and different amount of growth in the VMTs by service area. Now, this slide shows a comparison between our current 5th edition impact fee program and the new proposed 6th edition. Again, some of the differences between the two 5th edition and 6th edition is that the CIPs are different. The 5th edition was based on the 2035 Regional Transportation Plan. The 6th edition was based on the 2040 RTP. The 2040 RTP dropped off any projects from the 2035 RTP that have been completed, and then added a few new projects for that first 10-year time frame of the RTP. The VMT growth changed. The 5th edition was based on the 2012 consensus forecast over a 10-year time frame, and then the 6th edition is based on the newer 2016 consensus forecast that was used in the development of the 2040 RTP. And one thing to note here that was interesting, with the 6th edition, we're seeing a bit more growth anticipated in the north service area with this newer consensus forecast than what was predicted in the previous version. And so the VMT rates for the 6th edition increased both for the north and south, a little bit more so in the north, and that's mainly due to the additional projects that are projected for the north service area based on our regional transportation plan. Also, I've listed here are some typical impact fee rates that are charged at the building permit when someone goes in to pull their permit for new development. These are the most common ones, but we do have a fee schedule that's also included in your packet that identifies a few other types of land uses. The fees these fees are based on the average daily traffic for a particular land use. These ADTs were updated based on the 10th edition of the ITE Trip Generation Manual. And the Trip Generation Manual is used nationwide for traffic studies that you typically see with your applications that are brought into for approval. And they estimate the average number of trips by land use. And the 10th edition, what we found is that many of the ADTs, particularly for the employment land uses, actually went down a little bit. So this resulted in some of the fees being a little bit lower in the 6th edition for particular land uses, mainly related to employment, and then some other ones actually went up. Now, since the RIF program is a multi-jurisdictional program, the adoption of the new fees, as I mentioned, requires the approval of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. Sparks has approved the 6th edition on August the 26th, and next week I'll be presenting to Washoe County for approval. And that concludes my presentation for now, and I'm open to any questions.
All right, thank you. Sorry, the mayor had to step away. And I know that, let me just ask, does everyone have a number of questions on this?
Yeah.
You do? Do you, Councilman Jordan? You do? I was just gonna check the rules, but if, with everybody's consent, I don't wanna go back and forth with 3 minutes. I'd like to just allow you to have 5 minutes, if that works, and then another round. I know that's a deviation, but this is so important to our community, so if everyone, sounds like everybody's good with that. So would you like to start, Councilman?
Yeah, and
Reckes?
I'll kind of get up on the theme that I had on the 5th edition, and since then I think we've done our master plan and a lot of studying about how to advance the affordable housing, and I just need to say this is a big miss, another big miss. And we had an L item, I think it was Mr. Delgado's back 2013, 2011, to incentivize urban infill housing. And this is the way to do it, and it's being missed again, and I think it's very unfortunate. And there was some discussion at the Planning Commission, and Ms. Masterpool said, well, maybe in the 7th edition. Well, I was hoping for it for the 6th edition. And, the mayor is going to be bringing up an idea to incentivize infill development, and that would be more agreements with one-on-ones people. But the broad policy ability to get rid of impact fees entirely and where we want to incentivize the walkability, building for safety, not capacity, could really help move the needle. I think Mr. Tatro from the builders was up here and said that the fees are $50,000 a unit right now. Well, if we had taken what I said when she brought the 5th was if we had taken the impact fees offline for the infill areas, we'd be reducing right now, today, a multifamily unit of $4,400 in fees and a multifamily of $3,000 in fees. And this has been my target to advance infill development since the day I sat on the council, when the impact fees were only bringing in about $6 million, and they had all these credits they had to work out, and they did that. And I had high hopes for the 5th edition, didn't get there. Not here in the 6th. I don't know why this agenda is not being advanced, but it is the way to help us bring down some fees, and it's another missed opportunity. And I'm frankly pretty disappointed that we're doing that, particularly in a time when the fuel tax now in Washoe County is bringing a lot of money for roads. There'll never be enough money to do all the things we need. But fuel tax, let's all remember, are bringing in 40 cents on the gallon here in Washoe County, and they're capped at 16 cents in Southern Nevada for comparative purposes. So why didn't your committee, do we have the wrong people at the committee? Are we just, I see the warehouse people did really well, but with their fees about reduced, but why isn't this concept making it forward? Why isn't an ability to get our infill product built, not making it into these manual revisions?
I'll try and answer that question for you. RTC has started an affordable housing study that might be something that can come out to help us show, as I mentioned, the impact fees are based on the average daily traffic of whatever land use we have. Right now, for, let's say, with regard to housing, we have 2 rates, single-family home, no matter where it's built, and multifamily apartments. And those numbers are based on traffic studies that have either through the ITE or through locally done, what the average trip generation is. To come up with what the new trip generation is for an affordable housing is something that we need to go through the process to prove that they have some sort of reduced trip generation in order to reduce their fee with the impact fee program.
The Canyon Flats, which is our most recent vertical going in here, and in addition, whatever's going in Sparks, is not going to generate the same trips as Pyramid Highway or so on. And we have the ability under the law to just draw geographic boundaries, pull them out completely without doing the trip generation, is my understanding. And it's not for affordable housing, it's geographic location. I'm so disappointed that RTC, and I don't blame you, I think we should have been at the table as a jurisdiction advancing our master plan policies. And so I'm really sad about this, and I'm not going to support it again. And maybe when the 7th comes, you know, someone will be working there at the table to reduce these fees. Thanks.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I do know that the affordable housing study is very well could be where this discussion and these modifications come in. I do hear concern with some regularity about the only having the 2 districts. And does there need to be quadrants a little more defined, because folks will say, I'm doing a development here and my RIF fees are going, you know, for a development on the other side of, in Sparks. And that really rubs those that are investing significant dollars, let's say on Virginia Street, and they see their RIF dollars going to Sparks, and vice versa. So I know we have talked about this at great length about how we can modify those quadrants, tighten up so that those that are investing in certain areas see those dollars come back to maybe a smaller geographic area. But can we talk about timeline? What is your timeline on this? When does it go to the county?
Next week, October 8th, I believe.
Okay, so some of the questions with regards to the affordable housing and some of the quadrants, is that something that if you skipped over us today and went to the county, that it could come back to the city, or do you have it locked down with definite dates and we can't be pushed out?
Well, I think any changes to the program that would involve recalculating the fees starts the time clock over again. We'd have to redevelop fees based on the growth in whatever quadrants you might want to divide it up in. So it would be starting the process over again.
And what would be the detriment of that?
There are projects that are listed on the 6th edition capital improvement plan that if we don't adopt it now, we'll be basing the fees, continue to pay the fees based on the 5th edition. You're not going to be getting fees to accommodate the other capacity projects that are now listed in the 6th edition, and that could put some developers at risk of trying to go forward with their projects where they wanted to dedicate right-of-way, maybe do some roadway improvements where they would earn impact fee waivers, and they couldn't enter into an agreement because their projects are not in an adopted capital improvement plan. I know City of Sparks has a couple of developers that are waiting for this plan to be adopted for Wingfield Hills Road and Stone Brook Parkway. In addition, we've got developments up off of Sky Vista, off of Red Rock that are waiting again for this project to be, or this plan to be adopted so they could enter into a development agreement to earn impact fee waivers for improvements that they want to do in conjunction that fits the need of these projects. So it would put those projects at risk of not earning their impact fee waivers. You know, we are starting the 2050 regional transportation plan that we anticipate the next go around with the impact fee program will use a brand new set of projects. Now there are some options that we could do as far as on the affordable housing discussion. Once we can come up with a way to evaluate what type of traffic generation, now that we have more maybe affordable housing units here in town, we can take a better look at those to see what it is they're generating as far as typical traffic generation as compared to your average or non-affordable housing apartment complex, and see if we can adjust the fee through an administrative option through the general administrative manual. But dividing things up into different service areas or benefit districts, I think starts the clock over on adopting a whole new
Okay,
fee.
but you're saying there might be a mechanism for some of these other discussions. That needs to be vetted out a little bit further because, and I know we keep saying affordable, but any infill development should, to me, when it's our priority, as a city, should maybe have some different set of criteria or fees associated with it if that's the priority for us, which it is for us. So, okay. Take my time.
Okay, that's fine. Councilman Weber.
Thank you so much. I'm wondering if in this, I just want to go back for one moment to find out, do we still have the RIF credit program still ongoing?
Yes, we do. Well, it's a little different than what it was.
Yeah.
The
Because there were
impact
so
fee
many people
credits.
that had their credits.
Right. So there are a lot of folks that have built improvements through the capital improvement plan, again, through that NRS requirement that if they built something off of the capital improvement, they had to have their impact fees offset in some manner, and we used the impact fee credit program to do that. So they built the improvements, they showed us their invoices, we gave them, in turn, impact fee credits that they could use only to pay their impact fees. The 5th edition changed the program just a little bit. And now that with the 5th edition, they're earning waivers, basically the same thing. However, these waivers are limited to just the development of record that was associated with those roadway improvements. They can't sell them to somebody outside the development of record for them to use the impact fee waivers, whereas the credit program could. Somebody in Somerset could sell their credits to North Valleys and pay their impact fees.
Okay, so, and are they still being utilized? I mean, is there any way that we know what still was out, what is out there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We see about, on average, for the last couple of years, about 44,000 credits being returned to the RTC for payments of their impact fees. I think of all the credits that were ever issued, about 60% have already been used and disposed of.
Okay.
So there's about 40%
That's a better number
still
than
out
it
there.
was, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good, just slow. Okay, so my thought is rather than holding anything up right now, wouldn't there be a way that we could start at least having the conversation, maybe sooner than later, like now, after it's processed through, and start making a plan for the future? I know that you like the idea of maybe the quadrants. I don't know. You know best.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And of course, these issues have been discussed at length at RTC. And there's always, if you tug from one side, it affects another. So if there is a reduction or some sort of consideration given for a certain quadrant, somebody else is picking that up somewhere. And that's the tension that we're always working within. And while we want infill and those projects to go affordable, et cetera, the capacity projects are equally as important when you talk about an RTC, Regional Transportation Commission, and their decision-making. So it's not as simple as it may sound, but I agree. We need to continue this dialogue to see how on our priorities within the city of Reno, how we can better assist some of those projects to get vertical, including the RTC fees.
Yeah, you can.
A couple more. So that is perfect. I just would like to see us not, especially for City of Reno, if we could have some way of having that discussion so we can start thinking about the future from us. Right. And I appreciate all that you've done and all the work and you understand it better than I sure do. So I hope that we can just talk about that, and maybe there's a possibility of getting it in someplace, or at least making sure that we all have input on it as well, too. So that's one thing. When I look at this, and I just looked at this, and I'm thinking about all the warehousing. We don't have a lot of retail in the North Valleys, but all the warehousing now, and I'm looking at that as the industrial, all the big warehouses. And it just seems to me that there is a lot of impact by the vehicles, the trucks that go to these warehouses. And so I'm wondering, I'm probably going to make somebody really mad, but I have to ask, why is it that it seems to be that their format is less than what I think it should be?
It's a very good question. Impact fees, again, are to provide for capacity improvements. And we're actually restricted from using impact fee revenue for maintenance or improving safety aspects of a regional road. So with that being said, yes, trucks have a big impact on the maintenance of our roadways. However, impact fees just can't be used to supplement that. So this is, again, based on the average daily trip of a warehouse, let's say, and how much traffic they add to the regional road network.
So you can't say the size of the vehicle.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's just number of trips.
So I'm going to add in here, on that point, I mean, it seems like with the growth of the warehouses, there's got to be more of this truck traffic. In other words, those aren't driving, they only have a few employees relative to the number of trucks and vehicle miles traveled. So I don't get it. I mean, it seems like this is growing, this segment, and why, to your point, why would it be less?
Well, as far as the average trips, the number of trips, they're going to be, the more trips you put on the network due to new growth, whether it be warehousing or retail or whatever, is going to add, and you need the capacity. Now, as far as what you design the road for, we can always accommodate that. Perhaps the cost of, let's say, when we go to rebuild North Virginia, there's a lot of warehousing up in that area. We would take a look at what the needs are for the structural section for Virginia Street. And we would accommodate that with not only rebuilding what's existing there, but for the widening that's needed for North Virginia. So it would be eventually accommodated with the new construction if a widening was needed. But if it's an existing roadway and the capacity doesn't show that it needs to be widened, even though there's more trucks on that road, the existing road can handle it. The impact fee program doesn't accommodate that.
But I'll just say this. I mean, we've heard time and time again here that when you have the truck traffic and then you add the commuter traffic, you know, that road does not have the capacity.
Right.
And I get it. I think what I'm saying is that we have lanes that need to be added that aren't being added, and the impact that's being experienced now. But you're saying maybe not until 10 years from now when the road is widened?
Well, if the capacity shows the need to widen now, we would try and schedule it as soon as we have the funds in order to do it, and it's prioritized with all the other projects. Can we get NDOT to do that? On some of their roadways, they could, yes.
So I have a couple separate questions. I had the same issue as Councilman Jordan, which was this use of the districts. So in the parks fees, we have 4 districts, you know, north, south, east, west. It's not perfect, but it at least gets the impact and the benefit closer together. Okay. So I really would support this use of the quadrants or the districts. We've been doing it for years in parks. And I think when you look at roads, it's, you know, and you have 3 jurisdictions, it seems even more necessary. You know, we're spreading a smaller pot of money into 4 areas. It makes sense to me to spend this bigger pot of money, far, far, far bigger than our little parks budget in 4 areas. I mean, so when are you saying we have to wait till the next round?
Well, and because you're adopting something today that says the north and the south service area, if you did pass that, we would have to change that language going forward. So that would most likely, we usually revisit this every 2 years. This would go hand in hand with that 2050 RTP that's coming up with a new list of projects. And we could look at perhaps dividing, maybe not having 2 separate service areas. What we used to have before were benefit districts with the
I
old
said
credits.
cost and benefit.
And so we would still track the money by where it was built or where it was, the revenue was received, and then use those in those benefit districts. I think that would probably be an easier way to change the impact fee program to get them closer together from where they were paid, and not really change what the impact fee. So if you were in Sparks and you were in Somerset, you would still pay the same fee, but we could look at trying to
Well,
make it.
Is that a
by
mid-year
benefits.
change that we could make separate and apart from this plan? So we wouldn't change the fee because you're already gone through the hearings or whatever, but we would change the benefit districts, like sooner rather than later.
That's something that I could definitely ask. I think that's a legal question on whether or not that would probably have to come back to all 3 jurisdictions again, but it might not be the long
Right.
timeline of recalculating the fee.
Yeah, because, I mean, impact fees are supposed to be closely tied to where the impact is felt. I mean,
True.
otherwise it becomes a tax, right? If it's just generally assessed and it can be used broadly. So,
And that is true. And although realize this is the regional road network.
Yeah.
You know, not like your local streets that are closer
well, we're
together.
not talking
so.
local, we're talking north, south, east, west again of some. And then the other thing I wanted to know is, 2 things, I guess. I'm confused about your role in affordable housing. And I know you've been did a workshop right after another workshop that was done in our region, like a day after. And I mean, I gotta imagine that you guys haven't developed expertise in the affordable housing issue the way that we have. Not that we're experts on it, but we've spent a lot of time talking about it, analyzing it. So I just wondered, I mean, is there a way to bring that together more quickly instead of you sort of reinventing a affordable housing?
I would be more than happy to pass that on
Deal.
to our planning division, who is heading that particular study.
Yeah.
But I'd be more than happy to make some recommendations and pass
And then
on your concerns.
I guess my 2 more issues, and we'll see how my time goes. One is I've recently been working with businesses on South Virginia. And at this time, my understanding is, and I don't know how this exactly, if it does affect bus stops and those, or just affects the road. But right now in South Reno, there's a bus stop at Meadowood Mall and there's a bus stop at South Meadows. And the distance between those is a couple miles and there's no bus stop. And there are many people in that region that need a bus. And so they're having to walk from one point or the other. And there used to be a bus stop. It got taken away. It seems like a major route, Virginia Street. So I don't know if it ties in here appropriately or if this is just the road.
This is really just the
Okay.
roads, but we do have a bus stop program through RTC.
Right.
And I will definitely pass it along to see if there's some additional stops that we could look at further.
Yeah, and I could help work with you offline on that.
Okay, great.
And then the other thing is, earlier today, it was brought up that UNR would not be paying an impact fee somehow, and I was really confused by that.
In NRS, it specifically states that public schools and federal buildings are exempt from impact fees.
So, okay, public schools, all public schools.
All public schools.
And they're considered a public school, I guess. So has this been forever, or is this a newly realized NRS?
It's been, I think, in NRS since it was first created back in 1985, I believe.
So public schools, and you said?
And federal buildings are
Federal buildings.
specifically excluded in NRS.
All right, let me go around. I know several people took 2 turns, but you did not. Councilman Breakfast, do you have some more things to add? Seemed like you did. Did you, Councilman Breakfast, did you have something to add?
I'll just have discussion with the motion gets on the table.
on this item?
Yeah, I didn't text you.
You need to, wrap
We gave them a little longer because I knew everybody had a lot of questions.
Oh,
so.
well, come on, let's move it forward. Okay. Go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus, what do you have, 3 minutes?
I'm just waiting for a motion.
Yeah, okay, so can I get a motion on this? Yeah.
Okay, I would make a motion to adopt with the comments and concerns as expressed to be brought out and vetted before the next adoption of the next.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. we got-
Discussion.
Yes?
All right, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, nothing prevents the city from entering into an MOU and an interlocal with the state about the impacts they'll be having that to our transportation network or to our first responders when they develop. I'm not going to support it. I think it's a big missed opportunity to advance our master plan goals. I don't know who was there at the table representing the implementation of the master plan. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of these considerations were put forward. But I want to congratulate the warehouse people because they did really well. And that's, but also I want to suggest to you or whoever's on the RTC board is please, when you start kicking off the next time, come to this body. This body needs to give some marching orders to whoever's going to listen, because this thing is so technical with small committees that meet over months. Everyone is there from the development community. The warehouse people have their voice, other people, and no one's coming there with the voice of implementing the master plan, the walkability, building for safety over congestion. It's just really 1980s thinking of how to build and plan for your transportation infrastructure. And so for those reasons, I'm not supporting this.
Go ahead.
We have a motion.
I know, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed? Okay,
Aye.
motion passes 5-1, looks like.
I'd just like to commend our RTC commissioners. I want to say thank you for what you do. And I appreciate it, and I think we talked about possibly getting together after, and I look forward to thanking you again for all that you all do, because I know it's not easy. You're sitting there, you're doing, right? Perfect. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item H1, resolution to support emergency housing actions for the city of Reno.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment on this item.
Yep.
But I would defer if you would like to discuss this prior to that, or if you'd like to have public comment first.
No, I'm good with public comment now.
Okay. First to speak is Melinda Smith, followed by J.D. Kleppenstein.
Hello, Melinda Smith with the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. Don Tatro, our CEO, wanted to be here, but he had a family commitment. He was able to make some general comment earlier today. I'm here to speak on his behalf and wanted to let you know that while he couldn't be here, he considers this to be very important to our industry. And we'd like to thank Mayor Sheevy for taking the lead in addressing the region's housing shortage, as well as working toward innovative solutions like this one. And as we're all very much aware, there's not enough supply of housing to meet the current demand, and anything that can help move that needle is an enormous relief to the community as a whole. We're currently visiting with our builder and developer members on the implementation of this proposal. We've received positive feedback and hope that in working together with Mayor, City Council, and staff, that some detailed building proposals will be forthcoming that will help address this critical need. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
J.D. Kleppenstein.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. I'm here to express some concerns about this proposed initiative. I will start with what I think is good. I agree that finding ways to incentivize infill is fantastic, and I appreciate the creative thinking around using fee deferrals. Our primary concern, as J.D. Klippenstein, I forgot to introduce myself fully. I'm out of that today. The Executive Director of Action, we work with a lot of folks very much impacted by the housing crisis, and I think our primary concern is there are no affordability requirements worked into the language of this initiative. The other concern is that it wouldn't be an ordinance. This would be kind of a one-off initiative, and I think we're at a time in our housing challenges that we need bolder and larger policy solutions, and in particular, I want to draw the council's attention to SB 103. Senate Bill 103 passed the 2019 legislative session. It gives you the ability to offer greater incentives by outright reducing or waiving these impact fees, not having to defer them, in order to more greatly incentivize developers to build low-income or housing that's affordable to folks making 60% AMI or lower. And my concern is that this initiative is close to that, but it does not offer enough of an incentive to truly build that level of housing. I imagine Don Tetro and other folks would say that a deferral is a great incentive to get quote unquote attainable, close to market rate housing on the built, but not affordable housing for folks making 60% AMI or lower. So we would greatly appreciate the considering this an opportunity to pass a broader ordinance that would let you tier, perhaps, having deferrals for certain levels of housing, but outright waivers or reductions for housing that would average out to be affordable for those at 60% AMI or lower. Also, in that statute, it requires that it be done by ordinance. So this couldn't be a one-off project. It'd have to be a standing ordinance that this city council would pass, and entails public hearing anytime a developer would be receiving those incentives for low-income housing. So I think all around it, it's about strengthening the toolbox we have for the city to develop the housing that we desperately need. It's a 26,000 unit gap in affordable rental units for low-income renters in Washoe County, and we need to be building every possible tool that we can. So I think this is heading in the right direction. I'm encouraged by that. I just think it's an opportunity to do something larger and more impactful. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks so much. Any further comments?
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on
Okay.
this.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna just kick off this initiative and you can come up and if they want a small presentation. First of all, so obviously we all know we're in a housing crisis. I really appreciate your comments. I think they're fantastic. Let me kind of start off by, where we're at and like this is like the very premature sort of level. And it was meant for more of a pilot because sometimes we do things with unintended consequences. And I don't want to do that. So we really said, okay, how can we do this on just this sort of surface level to see, check the temperature of what kind of development we get in, what kind of interest we get in, and also to look and check the temperature because what we hear a lot is, hey, I can't make affordable pencil. But what we were curious with is could we make it pencil by doing this? Now remember, I want people to realize this is really important because there's a lot of critics out there. They said, oh my God, the mayor got up and talked about all of their successes. Yes, you wanna know why? Because with success comes challenges. And we've got to face the challenges that we have, right? So that's what can get very tricky and difficult. But I also want to reiterate, because some people have said, oh my God, the mayor's giving away the farm, she's giving away these incentives. It's not an incentive. It actually, they have to pay the same amount, it just goes on the back end. And so therefore, that money it's available for them to come in and do a project and be able to help them maybe borrow less money up front. So it's not an end-all be-all. And here's the thing. I don't think this is a magic wand solution that this is going to fix the end-all be-all. Thanks to you, you're doing amazing things with what you've accomplished at the county. It's going to take all these small things to come together, talking about, renters' rights, all these things. I mean, we all know that. There's not just one solution. So, I get a little frustrated with the people that are like, oh, the mayor, thinks that this is going to save the housing crisis. I don't. We got to be realistic. But we also got to do something. And we got to keep trying to do something. Because that's where we were really letting down the public if we don't keep trying. You might not like this initiative. I'm not talking to you, JD. I know I'm staring at you, but and I love what you're doing, and thank God we need people like you. But the other thing is, I don't think I have all the answers. That's for sure. I think our citizens and our businesses they come here with much better solutions, and I think it's up to us to listen to them and take those things and run with them. But again, it's going to take all of us, whether it's from the state or from, the council level, and looking at those things that we can do. And I love the fact that you brought up, hey, look at the bill. And I also think we need to be better educated on those bills because once they come out, we're kind of like, okay, what is that bill? What does that mean? And it is still fragmented with the communication between the state and the local side. And so, I think you hit the nail on the head. But let's see what works. Let's see what doesn't work. After this, let's go after that and pick it apart and say, how many people came in and said, we're willing to do affordable? How many people, what if we only get 10 projects? We know it was a complete failure. We know it doesn't work, right? So I think we have to be careful about, like, already jumping the gun. It's going to take a lot of little things. I think, what Councilwoman Breckus is going to propose is going to be a great thing. These are all components. So I want people to understand that, because just because something goes on an agenda doesn't mean that's the end all be all and that's what we're doing. I mean, I want people to understand that. The reason we do this is so we have dialogue with you and you come up and give us good ideas. So that's where we're at. Basically, to put it in a nutshell, and Bill, I just want to say thank you. I could never have done any of this without your help. You really are, such a huge champion for housing and understanding what the council's trying to do and where we're trying to go. And you're always trying to come up with innovative ways to help us get there. So thank you. If it wasn't for you, this just wouldn't be possible. And I'm not sharing this just with me. I think it's this entire council. We all, every single one of us up here, are working on doing more affordable and working on more housing, all these issues that we lose sleep over. So I want to say thank you to my council for, being supportive. And I, want you to know this is your initiative as well. This is not me. This is really our initiative.
Madam Mayor?
Anyway, okay, so go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I wanted to commend you. I don't know the outline and the details of the whole initiative. It's kind of, we've learned through the newspaper what it is, or
Well,
through
no,
the
you're
media.
supposed to
We're
learn
going to learn
here.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I did want to say is I've already heard, even though people don't know what it is, I've heard criticisms of it, and I think they're unfair criticisms. And I've heard that from Sparks and Washoe County already do this, and what took us so long. And I have to say no to that. We have had deferred fees to certificate of occupancy for a long time, and it's important to get that out on the record. This is taking that a step further, the way I understand it anyway, and I think it's an unfair criticism that, like, what took you so long? We've already been doing that. We are trying to better that. And I have heard the comments about affordable too during this discussion. I just want to see if there's some add-ons we can come up with.
And I think, well, you and I know you understand this. I want to say this because otherwise I'll forget.
Yeah.
But I also thought it was important to really sort of push people to understand to build infill, build up and not out. I mean, we just looked at a project that, was building in a floodplain. I mean, that's not right either, just because I don't like the argument when people come here and say, but Mayor Sheevy, we need housing. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. How am I gonna feel? Here's how I feel about this. How am I gonna feel if I drive by that project in 10 years and those people are underwater? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna live with myself. Do you know what I mean? So that was also another reason, hey, let's support infill development. Let's really support infill development. Right? But we can criticize all day long. Go for it. You go for it. But the people that are sitting here and offering solutions and suggestions, you activists right here today, thank you. Thank you for being here and being at the table, because everyone wants to be a Monday morning quarterback, right? And so I want to say thank you so much. But you can criticize all you want, but every single council member up here cares greatly about, the housing shortage and how renters are getting squeezed out. I was born and raised here. I love this city. I want you guys to be able to live in the city. It hurts my heart when people say, Mayor Sheevy, I had to move out of this city because I couldn't afford to live here. That sucks. And that's what I don't want to hear. I want everyone to be able to experience the same quality of life. But anyway,
Madam
Bill,
Mayor,
you want to come right up and
I have a
talk to us?
couple of points of just for information for the council. One is that the drafting of the ordinance change for SB 103 from the last legislative session is underway right now, and so I hope to bring to you maybe by the next meeting the discussion item in our three-part process for ordinance changes. If not the next meeting, then certainly the one after that. And then also just to point out, as was pointed out to me by our talented attorney staff, we do already allow for deferral of sewer connection fees for affordable housing projects. That's in section 1216-280. So that is something that the council put on the books some time ago.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Bill.
Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So let me try to explain this as simply as I can, and then I can explain some of the rationale behind it in my conversations with the mayor in terms of how we designed this particular program. First and foremost, the 120 days is, as the mayor said, this is a pilot project. So it's 120 days for people to come forward with projects. So there won't be 1,000 homes built in 120 days, but within this experimental window of 120 days, we're asking people to come forward who are within opportunity zone areas, which are by definition blighted, economically challenged properties that the federal government designated under the enterprise zone process and the governor of the state of Nevada picked. So the areas that we're suggesting this be limited to, or at least started at, are areas that were designated by the federal government as areas that needed investment, and by the governor in terms of where there were only so many we'd have in the state, and so we got, I think, 4, maybe 5 in Reno that were designated by the governor. So this program would occur in those opportunity zone areas. It would be 120 days from today if you pass the resolution. Once those agreements are presented to us as your staff, we would then come back to council to present to you these agreements, hopefully for 1,000 homes, and explain both to you and the public what is it that the person asked for in order to facilitate or encourage their construction of housing. So there'll be a touch from the council on each and every one of these in terms of what exactly we're going to be giving as a city to help people get started on housing. So that is the program. The 1,000 homes was the target. Certainly, when we come back, if there's 2,000, that would be within the council's authority to say, we'll do all 2,000. If there's only 500, then the council can decide whether they want to do it. So the 1,000 was the target. Hopefully, we'll be able to reach. The other thing that this would include is the 2 things actually specifically we talked about, which Vice Mayor Dewar talked about, was we're moving the payment of traffic impact fees and sewer connection fees, which is about $10,000 per dwelling unit, as far back as we can legally. And with each of these projects, we're asking the people who are building them, where's the place at which you can pay us back that works for you? So it's not predetermined. It could be a payment schedule over years at a lower rate to pay us back. It could be a lump sum payment after a certain number of years. So we have not defined it. We've said to them, you need to ask. And so for each of those, the council will look at it and see whether they're comfortable in that ask in terms of pushing it to the back end, both the amount and the time frame for doing that. But it opens the door for the council to grant that kind of an agreement. The other thing it does is it provides an opportunity for at the direction of council, for the city manager to look at each of these projects and see if there are other things that might help facilitate the construction of housing. And what I mean by that is we have heard, and so have you, for many years now, ideas from people about what they need in order to build their project, whether it's a different parking ratio, whether it's some other rule or something that they see as an impediment. So the idea here was to flush those out on projects instead of trying to change all the codes or all the rules based on our assumption of what's needed. This was really a model to say, you're going to build the housing, you tell us what help you need. And ultimately, the council will decide once they hear that list of the asks which ones you're comfortable with. The core of this really was all about getting people to start construction now. I've pretty much heard from every council member over the years that why aren't people building housing? What can we do to get people to start building housing? So that's really what this was.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily targeted on market rate because market rate's the right answer and affordable isn't. It was really about how do we get people who are thinking about building housing to do it now and not later.
Yeah.
If they have affordable housing projects and they want subsidy and help for affordable housing, we will certainly entertain that. If they want to do market rate, we'll also entertain it. So this is a very broad pilot project to see how do we get housing built. The underlying assumption of it, which the mayor talked about, is if we can increase supply, we all know in a market economy that puts less pressure on prices because now there has to be competition amongst the people who are trying to rent. And guess what? The people who have the least desirable product cannot charge the top dollar because the marketplace has plenty of units. So that's the underpinning of this economic strategy, is to try to increase supply and reduce the pressure that demand puts on raising rents.
Yeah, and renters get held hostage because they have no place to go. And that is really what happens. And think about it. I mean, JD, do you need housing in 2 years or do you need it now? You need it now. You know what I mean? Like, we can't wait. So time is critical. And then the other thing this council's been really successful at is when we're looking at housing projects, we can, a lot of times, they don't have to put it in. They own that property. That's their right. They don't have to put in affordable. But a lot of times, this council, I think every single councilman, woman, or man up here has, I gotta define that, have asked any developer coming into their wards if they would provide affordable housing. And we've been pretty successful of getting it. And that, again, you want to be very careful about having it mixed, and you want it, you know, all over the place and not just in one area, right? So I think diversifying where we put it too. And that was the other thing, you know, because then people are like, oh, you know, opportunity zones. You know, what I've learned, and I'm sure you guys can understand this, is no good deed goes unpunished. No one's ever going to be happy with, you know, the initiatives that we bring forward. But you know what? Where we fail is when we don't try. So we got to keep trying. So I thank you for everything. You really, I said to you, how do we do it now? You know, I need it now. How do we get this more supply and demand? And then when they come to the table, that's when we can have the discussion is, hey, would you be willing to put in 30% affordable or workforce? You know, that's how we get there.
And if they did, Madam Mayor, step up to that challenge, could we provide yet another kind of incentive, even to go to SB 103?
I think we could.
To
and I'd
waive,
love,
defer,
you know,
or
what
even
JD
forgive.
said. Yeah.
You know, if they did that.
But I don't even know, you know, like I said, I don't even know if this is going to be successful.
You don't know. Well, I don't know if you were here, but we had a builder from Salt Lake City, a new one that does affordable. I don't think you were here for that part of the meeting, who's willing to come into our market, whole new player, who's done 1,000 units in Salt Lake City. And so I think, you know, he heard about this initiative. He heard that we're interested in affordable, and he came to make a 3-minute comment here today.
And, you know, that's the other thing is what we all learned is doing affordable isn't easy. It's super challenging. So you only get these many players in the market that do it.
Right.
Right?
Now another maybe.
Right. So anyway. All right. Thank you so much. Councilman Breckus. 3
Yeah,
minutes.
I applaud you, Madam Mayor, for bringing forward the initiative. I have a few questions about it. First of all, my preference would be that it would be broad and beyond opportunity zones.
And I looked at that, but guess what? Then I was told by legal, not our legal, but other legal that look into building affordable all over, you have to be careful about redlining.
Yeah, I don't. I did my. I know quite a bit about redlining, and I'm not entirely sure that's a lending issue. I just you know, so be it if it's the ideas, the opportunity zones. I just think knowing what's knowing what's in the opportunity zones and where they are, they follow census tracts, which are pretty much as arbitrary of postal zip codes, and maybe not the best match. You know, I always go back to the McCarran Ring because that's where we're looking at things, and I'm not entirely sure that you can get 1,000 out of the opportunity zone. Although, you know, the Reno Land Park Lane may be able to pull 700 in a swoop, but that's a project under construction already, and that gets to my next question. Mr. Thomas, you said this were projects that it would spur the construction. So projects already under construction, are they going to be eligible for this? Because it would seem if they're already under construction, you know, they've already demonstrated they've got their financing in place. So how do you envision that?
So again, the concept in this resolution is that it would be somebody who hasn't started a project.
Yeah, they have.
Started a
Because
project.
it's all about, as we well know, we can't make people build.
Yes,
But
I
it would be
understand
somebody
that.
coming in saying, I'll go now and build under your timelines if you
Yeah,
give me these
yeah.
things. So yes.
Yeah,
It
I
would
don't-
it'd only be things that don't have a permit and aren't under construction.
Okay, or groundwork or anything going on.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's going to be to see what we get.
Yeah.
And we're going to
and
have
they'll-
to make some decisions based on it. If we get 2,000, maybe we'll pick and choose. If we get 30,
And
there
they'll
might
come
not
back
be a
to
lot.
council.
I guess another question I really want to ponder is there was a very big desire, I think Stonegate people were bringing it forward to do these special assessment districts where basically they defer the cost, they would want us to bond and then it would be, obligations on the properties. Is this going to be for rental property only? Because what my concern is, you townhome a product, they've got this hanging over them as a debt obligation. They've got common interest areas, they've got a mortgage, and then they've got this coming over. It's just a way to pass on costs. So how do you envision that working out?
The way it's written is it would only be for projects of 30 units or greater, and it would be multifamily, townhomes, or apartments. So
Okay.
it's designed not to be specifically not single-family homes, but it could be townhomes or other kind of higher density we've seen in some of the midtown areas. Again, the idea is to try to get more product in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think your concern about how it might relate to financing and carrying it forward. I mean, to be honest, if we're honest with ourselves, the cost is going to be borne by the buyer no matter how you cut it.
Well, of
Whether
course, but
over
it's a
time or upfront, or so.
It's a timing thing. I think that if someone's going to condo or subdivide, the debt needs to be paid out by then, because otherwise someone's got their financing, they know what they're paying, and then they got this thing on the back end. And
It's envisioned that kind of situation would be explained to council
when the agreement comes forward. Okay, and then we all know markets turn, and when markets turn, projects collapse. And what safeguards do we have in place in case we enter into an agreement with something that becomes a zombie project?
So the concept of this resolution is they have 18 months to start construction. And so if they don't start construction, then the agreement to push off the fees would disappear. And when they did start, let's say the next month after the 18, they'd go back to the process as it exists today, which is they'd have to pay fully their fees.
What if they zombie, they start construction, they go zombie, and then would they have paid under the normal process by then at charge out?
Well, again, this is kind of speculative because we don't have them, but my thought would be that it would be a lien on the property.
Lien on it, yeah.
Is
So
this
that-
a lienable activity then?
I think it would have to be structured that way
Yeah.
because there's a payment obligation due at some point in the future. Now,
Yeah.
we're going to have to look at that, how that would be structured with being in a second position, because probably most of these projects are going to have a senior lender that's going to want to do it. But again, I think all of these details are going to come out based on what people tell us.
Are you reviewing the opportunity zone? The Smart Growth America is working with a whole toolbook. Are you seeing the models of this activity elsewhere?
There's been a real push in communities to figure out or desire to see what the locals can do to layer on to the opportunity zones. There's been a lot of conversation about how you direct them, what limitations you put on. This particular approach would be to not be very heavy on the prescriptive side, more open to listen to what they say. Again, we want you to build now. You tell us what's going to take to get you to do that.
Okay.
And then the council ultimately, once they bring in, if they have too many things or things you're uncomfortable with, you don't have to approve the agreement.
Sure. The resolution's very broad. It basically gives you staff an open go for everything you think.
And I asked for that, and the reason I did is I wanted your guys' feedback.
Okay, but it's within the parameters of this concept. I mean, this could be within the parameters of this. We're just talking about this concept with the resolution. So I maybe would say,
Okay.
to assist this program. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
We were just-
Councilwoman Jordan. And then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much. I did want to say in my conversations with individuals with regards to the opportunity zones, obviously we're trying with this initiative, you're trying to take advantage of a number of things coming together to get some stuff to go vertical. The opportunity zones, you know, you have to hold the property for, 10 years before you get the tax benefit?
The full benefit, yes.
As the owner. So they would not be in a position of individual ownership condos because obviously they would be selling them off before the 10-year term.
Right.
And therefore they would be losing their tax benefit of the opportunity zone. So that's kind of why there wouldn't be ownership, individual ownership. It would be more on a rental or long-term. Anyway.
It is envisioned that most of these would be rental properties.
Yeah,
but
most of 'em,
again, we didn't want to limit it.
Because of the opportunity zone structure.
Right.
Not because of us.
Right.
Yeah, more rentals. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Councilwoman Weber and I were just looking at the map of the opportunity zones, and I didn't know if you had this, but you have this with you, just to show where this. Anyway, just we were talking about that there are no opportunity zones in Ward 4. There's very few in Ward 2, just right around Virginia Lake, and it doesn't even go to Moana.
Yeah.
That's how right around Virginia Lake it is, and across the street on Virginia Street. Not even up to the pepper mill, across from the pepper mill, but not, I would say, yes, right around the pepper mill, and basically, excuse me, maybe just to the pepper mill, but it's really, if you envision Park Lane, it's kind of on three sides of Park Lane, the north, the east, and the west, or the southwest, but not, not all around it. And it just is kind of interesting where these are. You could show my map if you want.
I'm trying to find it, so.
Just to understand what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, a logical extension is we want to save redevelopment, and that's where we want investment because we want.
I would say.
I
we should
mean, let's
coincident these
pump
as much as
redevelopment
possible.
agency 1 and 2.
And I'm open to if we can do that. And the attorney I spoke to said, for a pilot, you might want to dumb it down and keep it in an opportunity zone. I mean, again, this is just trial and error, see if it works. I mean, and then we can look at a broader map. And I completely would agree with you. And I think people need to understand, we were not the ones that designated opportunity zones.
Right.
That's the other piece.
If I may,
Yeah.
perhaps if the council agrees to this, when we talk to people, the concept would be the first 1,000 or the 1,000 in the opportunity zones.
In the RDA.
And so if we fill up,
Which is
if we get 1,000 of them in the opportunity zones, then apparently there's a market demand for that and we can move forward. But I'll also share with people, if you would like, that the council's open to their suggestions if they're outside of that, if it's going to meet our end.
Yeah.
So in other
Yeah,
words, if
yeah.
we get none in the
Yeah.
opportunity zones, but we have people all around the edges that are going to build us 1,000 homes, our
Yeah.
plan would be to come back to council and say, well, it didn't hit the mark on opportunity zone, but here they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, and I think the opportunity zones is the best place to start, especially when you think about the growth that is going on in the North Valleys, or in Ward 4, period. I'm thinking that this was the best way to go.
Well, we'll see.
And,
We'll
yeah,
see.
and we have other ways that we can go down the road.
Yeah.
Want to make it the best.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reese, are you on the phone?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, I am, and I just have a few comments. First, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. I think it's something that we're all grappling with. Reno is not unique among communities in this country that are dealing with the pressures of a housing crisis. We're trying to identify all the tools in the toolbox, and I think you've identified one of those. I think that this is a very focused effort to do something that we can do now. What the results will be, as our assistant city managers identified, are unknown. But I do think it's the opportunity for a broader conversation, and ultimately I think we're going to be looking at things that our staff, and perhaps if Mr. Shaver is there, what legislative things we might support in the next legislative cycle, because at the end of the day, I continue to hear constituents concerned about this issue, and some of them are frustrated what they observe to be a lack of leadership from the city as a body. And my response to that is twofold. One is that we are continually looking at ways in which we can do the things that we can do. And two is there are limitations to what a city can do. And I try to explain to people what the city has powers to do, what they're limited by the Dillon's rule arguments. And so when I look at SB 103, I'm looking at a Senate bill that passed this legislative cycle that does give us additional tools in the toolbox, but we have to go out and kind of build the tool. So we need to go through the process of making some of the parts of that bill, which would allow us to do different kinds of tools, be a part of what we can do. And ultimately what I'm talking about, Madam Mayor, is I'm saying your initiative identifies a deferral process, which I think is awesome. SB 103 really speaks to a waiver. At the end of the day, I think the tools that we have in our toolbox now include deferrals of fees, potentially waivers of fees after SB 103 is there and taken up. We have property which we own and which we have sold recently for less than fair market value when we've conditioned it on affordable housing or some component being that. I know that we're looking at what we can do with our remnant parcels to do things like the Hopes Village or the Sage Street dormitories. So there are things that we are doing, and part of your positive message has been to share those. I view this as one additional toolbox that we absolutely should use, or rather one additional tool in the toolbox that we should absolutely use. And so I'm excited to come alongside of you and support you in this, and our council, I hope, will support you in this endeavor because I do view it as one of the tools. At the end of the day, I'm hoping our staff can help us identify other tools because my guess is, other than telling people what to build and hearing them say, well, we're not going to do that, some of our tools are limited. And so it is a partnership between ourselves, owners of land, developers of housing, and we've all got to be rowing in the same direction. So I thank you for your leadership on that.
All right, thank you so much, Councilman.
Madam Mayor,
All right, Councilman Dewar, let's move
is
on.
there a way to, is it enough to just tell staff we'd like to see the affordable, or Councilwoman Reese just talking about the tools. I mean, is there a way that we can also get the message out?
So what we sort of discussed
Yeah.
was, I said, Bill, can you somehow sort of survey and find out, what it is they're looking to build? And so Bill sort of came up with this comprehensive plan of getting that feedback of what they can feasibly build and bring, and also send the message that, hey, we're really also looking for affordable workforce, that the council really has
our
an appetite
preference.
for that.
Yeah.
But we didn't want to shoot this in the foot.
No, we don't
to
wanna
have
restrict
other
it.
people come forward that maybe a developer that doesn't typically do affordable will come
Yeah.
and say, hey, I can do affordable.
Okay.
And so that was really.
Thank you.
This is, again, it's a pilot.
I
This might
understand.
not be successful at all. And it may or may not, but I think if we don't try, then that's where we're failing, the community. We got to keep trying and seeing what works. I mean, and if, we talk about these opportunity zones, we don't know if in, a few years we look back and go, God, those opportunity zones were really a dumb idea. You know what I mean? You don't know. And so, I think you just got to keep trying to see, what works, what's a piece of the puzzle. But
Madam Mayor,
yeah.
I was going to ask, and maybe we are doing this, but as we're advertising and talking about this plan, is there not a way to also say to the rest of the community, if you have your ideas or your suggestions, maybe there is a possibility down the road, or just to see what's out there.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and I think working like with your group, JD, like, I mean, I'm sure you're out there, inviting. Yeah, and inviting the community, right? And I'm sure you got a ton of people that were, helping you activate your initiative at the county, correct? Yeah. So I think so, and I also think having discussions like town halls and agenda items like Councilwoman Breckus, all these different things, and everything that you guys are doing. I mean, I don't think there's one council member up here that hasn't done a housing initiative, right? But again, I see so many of these renters being taken taken hostage, and particularly in the motels, to be honest with you. Some of that is just, it's unbelievable, and no one should ever have to live under that kind of pressure, So, anyway, okay. So with that being said, may I get a motion, Vice Mayor?
Oh, sure. I would, and it's a resolution, correct?
Yes.
I would motion to approve the resolution supporting emergency housing actions for the city of Reno.
All right, I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next item is item H2.
Okay.
We're
Yeah,
going to go back.
Did we move G1?
We're going to go back to that. You had just asked that we get through the items that we have public
Is
ready.
Mr. Layton here? I would imagine he is.
He is around and in the building. So we're trying
Let's move on to Councilwoman Breckus's item.
Okay, item H2. This is a discussion to establish a tenant issues and concerns citizen advisory board.
Okay, I'm going to hand it back to Councilwoman Breckus, and then we'll take public comment.
Yeah, so I think since 2014, I would guesstimate I've had maybe 100 first-hand conversations or very close second-hand conversations with people who are expressing concern of practices in the rental market. And I think maybe we've all heard those. And what I've heard in particular is very high rent increases, one-time rent increases, or I've heard rent increases that are somewhat serial for people who are living on the month to month. And then we've heard of a lot of other sort of things, and some we heard in public comment today. I would like to set up a committee to focus on the issues that people experience in renter living situations. That's 47% of our population. Those are 2017 numbers. I think they're higher because most of the housing that's come on since 2017 is multifamily.
And they've said
And-
55% renter.
Is that what
What they've said at regional planning.
Okay, so this is most of our folks, and Mr. Delgado, it's too bad he's not here. He often says if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I think that about a year ago, I started realizing we have lots of boards and commissions focusing on a lot of issues and advising us, on very helpful, but we don't have representation, at least I've understood, among those bodies of people who are tenants, and we certainly don't have a forum for tenant issues to come up. And I think it's time to stand up one specific, and I'm always weary of standing up new committees, but I'd be willing, for example, to back out my NAB to go 6 times a month, so there's less, need for that staffing resource. Maybe we could have this youth city council go on a more, quarterly basis. I've heard some concern about, well, maybe we should sunset this, and I'm fine if we bring a resolution, put it up for 2 years, and at the 2 years they produce a product. I don't want more studies. I don't want more town halls. I want, first and foremost, a common lexicon. I have had a vague notion of what a just eviction is. I want terminologies so everyone who's discussing these things knows what the agreed upon definition is. And then I want to see what powers we have. The legislature closed house. They're coming back in 2 years. It's time for us to understand what powers we have. And if not, if we don't have the powers that ultimately through this process were recommended that we should pursue, we can ask for them, or we can enact something on our own. But I am particularly concerned about what I'm understanding is price gouging, and these are and that definition needs to happen, but it's maybe rent increases on the magnitude of 10 to 12% a year, and those could be justified. I see scenarios in my ward where maybe a 9-plex on a 7,000 square foot lot is bought by someone, and no one has put a dime into that in years. And they need to. They need to put half of what they bought for. But we would know that because we have the building permit records of how much they're spending on and improving a property. Well, maybe that's an exception, where rent escalations are okay. of that. Does it result in displacement? Possibly. But I think there's something that needs to go on to identify and capture, and someone said the mass of bad actors. Most people, most landlords are very fair, very reasonable, very professional. I know several, maybe a dozen, who I've had conversations with who are carrying people who are very hardship situations as somewhat of their charitable actions. So I'm not out here to demonize anyone, but it's time for us to get our heads down and listen to the stories, understand the eviction market. Mr. Tatro came and said, you know, there was a bill that was passed that was supposed to help tenants and it's costing them more money. He's agenda item number 2 when this committee convenes to examine that, to help us know so we know the facts. So this is a forum, common lexicon, and powers and authorities, and recommendations to us, short-termed, 2 years. There's been a lot more interest in this than I thought, and so I would recommend, initially I was thinking 7, but I recommend that we do the appointments just like we did the HRC appointments.
Yeah.
Each of us gets 2.
So are you saying it should be just those 7 and that's it?
I think a body of 14 sounds reasonable.
Okay.
So each of us gets 2, and you know, it's up to us. No, not, you know, anyone we want on. No parameters. It doesn't even have to be a city resident, I would say. It's up to us to decide how we want to put this on. Maybe we advertise for 2 weeks. I'd like to be liaison. I'm very invested in this, and it's just going to be a progression. But we have got to have a forum for the tenants. They're 55% of the population, and their issues need to be at the table for us, in my view. And it's been lacking in these conversations cannot just stay on my phone, in my email box, and I think all of you have the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're right. Everyone has experienced that. And the other thing that I think we're missing, but to your point that, hey, you know, we don't want more boards, but I think times change and your board should change in those times, right?
Yeah.
But I also think, to your point, you know, we also need some really strong legal direction,
Yes.
right? There's some things out there legally that we should be knowing about. And like the Senior Law Project has done a lot of really good work. People like that can come in and advise and direct. We're not, you know, housing experts. But I know, you know, I think it's a great idea. So,
Madam Mayor?
Good job. Yeah, go
On
ahead.
this, I'm just,
Councilwoman Dewar.
I like the idea, and it's basically a citizen advisory board, like a CAB. I mean, that's what you're saying on this one item, and then to bring back to us recommendations for places we could improve, and it will really basically help the staff too to do the research, and staff will be working with them. I will say this, I kind of liked your 7. I thought they could be a little bit more targeted. I feel like 14, some of them get lost. I would be willing to give up one of my appointments just to kind of get to maybe a more manageable size, somewhere between 7 and 14. But I don't know what anybody else, maybe we all get an appointment and the manager gets an appointment and someone else or something. But anyway, I think,
I would say,
do you like 14? I mean,
well, no, the only thing I was going to say, like what we did with Operation Downtown, is we left it really open so that
So big.
so that we could have a lot of different feedback.
I got you.
And we had a lot of different experts come in.
Okay.
And that's really kind of.
Okay, I
and
mean, I can
also-
easily think of 2 people who would participate. So if that's
And
your
we can
interest.
speak freely too, because that's the other thing that I learned is that, you know, typically boards with stakeholders that don't sit on other government boards have a really hard time with like open meeting law and understand, and that, it's, I mean, that.
It quells conversation.
Yeah, it was really too bad that open meeting law in a lot of ways stalls a lot of great conversation and ideas. I didn't
I agree with
realize
that. I think Mr. Stockham is holding the technical advisory committee for the zoning code, and there's several hanger-oners who are there who maybe, and I'm one of them, speaks as much, you know, it's very open and free-flowing, and I do like that. I think it's going to be the chair and our staff liaison is going to have to be able to create that environment. But once you jump into Robert's Rules of Order and all that, you do start to
Yeah, I didn't
pull
realize
away.
how challenging it was until you get in a room with a lot of people that aren't familiar with it.
Well, and if I may continue my comment, when I was out with an agency and we had one of these working groups and we wanted to have that free-flowing conversation, we met the open meeting law. We had opening public comment, closing. That was highly discouraged. In other words, we wanted to have most of the conversation in the meeting. And we had fairly broad agenda items, and we just allowed people to speak. I think it's the chair doesn't have to have a 3-minute or 1-minute public comment. I think it is very much how they guide the process and who's at the table and the dialogue that's happening. So I don't think that personally I found a way to deal with it very easily, just to meet the basic tenets, but to allow the conversation to happen during the meeting, so.
Yeah, yeah. So,
All right, Councilwoman Weber?
Thank you so much. I want to share that I really like the idea of having more, not less, only because I think you have so many aspects of this. And I think we also need to include or have as part of it, not just the tenants, but the property owners, the realtors, the others. And that if each one of us even looked at, you know, a tenant that we've had before us, and then somebody else from our ward, representing our ward, in the other areas. I mean, I think that's the best.
Yeah.
And then as far as a liaison goes, I don't have a problem, but I don't know if the liaison is really needed for this board because they would make their own body. I don't know, and I'm willing to give up we can all give up a meeting, you know, a NAB meeting, because I know we don't have 12 meetings a month. So we don't have to go into changing or whatever. So I don't know if that works, but I just want to throw out, I really do think that the property managers, we need to hear all sides of what's going on.
To that point, that leads me to you, where Councilwoman Jordan had an initiative of good landlords.
Right.
And I think, you know, merging something like that, but also reporting bad landlords, because I can't begin to tell you how many landlords I see letting their properties go, you know, completely dilapidated and horrific. And you know that they're charging way too much. But then I also know landlords that I just talked to a friend of mine the other day, and he said, my landlord is so amazing. I'm, you know, paying $800 for a 4-bedroom house because, you know, he goes, I've got 7 kids.
yeah.
I mean, how awesome is that?
Yeah.
And he goes, you know, he goes, Hillary, you hear all these negative landlord stories, but he goes, I can't even begin to tell you how much I love my landlord. And matter of fact, he said she's also going to give me the opportunity to buy it. That's amazing.
Right. That doesn't
Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question would be, data drives the world and should drive this conversation as well. How do we get information as it relates to a property's rental increases over a period of time? I mean, how do we get our hands on that? Because that, to me, we can have lots of discussions with individuals that will tell us my rent went up X percentage over this small period of time, but how do we get actual data, unless someone is voluntarily providing it, and I'm going to guess only the good actors are going to probably voluntarily provide it. But that's a critical part of it, is how do we get that?
Well, you know, I looked into that earlier, and I think that thought is only most critical if you're setting up a rent control apparatus, because you need to have a floor. And I'm not saying that that's where I think we should go. Now, to know really what the rates are, which is on a more macro level, we charge, I think, a flat fee for affordable or for multifamily versus Sparks does it on a revenue. And so they can find data more. But I think that, you know, I don't think that's, it's good on a macro to know your affordability rates, because a lot are not missed in the market analysis that's done by Johnson & Perkins and so on. And so, because you got so many smaller complexes that are missed on understanding what's going on in your rental market. But I think you only really need to know that if you're setting those floors in rent control, which I'm not necessarily there, and I'm not there on inclusionary zoning. I think rent gouging is a ceiling, not a floor, and that's where I want to explore. But I'm not going to go into this with any preconceived notions. I think the lexicon is the first thing, and the definitions. So.
And I would agree with you, because and I wasn't actually heading down the rent control. That's not something that I favor for all of its many failures. Mine was more, how are we going to get our hands around the realities of what's happening out there? I guess we'll just hear from the tenants, because we won't be able to get our hands on.
But that's why I was
Actual
saying
rental
having
increases.
some of those experts at the table, especially on the legal side, because they are dealing with a lot of, they get to see them sort of firsthand. in those situations. But that's why I liked Operation Downtown and the way that we did it, because we had so many different like experts come in on mental health and what was happening downtown. And it really kind of, because there was information and good data from experts. I mean, like, Sheila Leslie showed up and just some really, great people that I would consider experts. And then it kind of grew because more and more people got interested and they wanted to hear about it. So I don't know how you want to structure it, but if you can have it somehow be open.
I
Yeah,
think,
I
yeah,
don't
I
know.
think that's the chair, having a chair who, in my view, it's really the chair. That's how our NAB 1 meets. We're not doing a lot of development projects. We're, very free-flowing conversation, and it works.
Yeah.
And we may need some training on the chairs in general, I think. That's come up to me on some other issues. So I'd be ready to make a motion, if you're ready for one, Madam Mayor, that staff comes back with a resolution to stand up a tenants' issues and concerns cab with the opportunity for each council member and the mayor to appoint 2 persons to serve on this body with a sunset in 2 years from the stand-up date.
All right, you have a motion.
Second.
Second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and you're my 2 picks. There you go. All right, good job. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam
do you wanna-
Mayor, it occurred to me because we were all
Oh,
caught
you
up in
didn't stop me.
discussion
Okay.
that we had public comment. I don't
Come
know
on
if
up.
they still wish to speak.
Yes,
I have just a couple of thoughts.
come on up.
I would like you to come
Yeah,
up to the
JD, come
microphone,
on up.
please, just because we
You
can't
need to
pick
come
you
to the
up.
microphone.
JD Klippenstein, followed by Melinda Smith.
So,
I apologize.
For the record, I'm JD Klippenstein. I'll be wearing 2 hats, both the Executive Director of Action and also currently the Vice Chair of RAW, which is the Washoe County's COC. And this is something that we're very much in support of. Evictions and just the concerns around rent gouging are common topics of discussion when we get homeless service providers together. So one way of collecting data may be through HMIS. It's something that through the coordinated entry process, it would be anecdotal. I don't know how to sample size that, but they've already started to tweak it so that a social worker could note that it was an eviction that led them to that. So we've started to collect some of that information. The other thing I would say is I think the motel improvement team and process, the engagement they had with Weekly's residents was a good model of how code enforcement and Alex Woodley worked with motel residents. We really enjoyed that process, those leaders that were engaged in it. I thought that was a very good process, and I think it shaped some of the policies that came out of that. And the last thing I would say, I agree we should have multiple stakeholders there. I just would caution around the power dynamic that does happen when you have probably vulnerable tenants who might not be able to, they can speak as freely if there are landlords or industry present in the room. So I would just bring up maybe the focus, is it a general conversation or is it truly around concerns that tenants are experiencing? And if that's the space, then not that real estate and builders and other folks don't have a place, but maybe just think about how that's structured so that those issues are actually raised. Even if that wouldn't, a fear of something potentially happen might stop someone from actually bringing up issues that they have concerns on. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah,
I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm glad to see it got so much support. Thank you.
Great comments, JD.
Melinda Smith?
Hey, like I said, I get dubs on these 2. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to fight you for JD.
Well, I'm going to trump you with one another. All right, go ahead.
Melinda Smith, Builders Association of Northern Nevada. We're just interested in learning more information as this progresses, and any opportunity for us to be able to provide feedback or be of assistance. We'd like that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And I want to say thank you for you coming. I know, you have to get up here and send a message. It's not easy. Public speaking's not easy, but also, I don't know how long you've been with them. I think you're relatively, new. I just want to say, good job. It's not easy. All right.
David Jonathan, come on up.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is David Jonathan, for the record. I want to say good job for the 120 days goal. That's very good stuff. About the rent topic, yes, at that next event, I would be bringing those evidence showing about the big percentage the price. I believe it's necessary for you guys to actually analyze on yourselves. I'm actually very proud of you guys taking forth this discussion, pretty serious, and you having very different views at it, and actually acknowledging the truth behind it. That you guys, so you guys even say you guys are not housing experts, but so you guys need new ideas. But any idea is worth giving. So fourth, I'll be more than honored to take responsibilities for providing you the best evidence and testimonies of people all the way from construction workers to nurses to teachers and so forth, so we could get a big, great solution for the mass public. At the end of the day, every city, every state, every country in this world has problems, and there's no way you're going to be able to satisfy everybody. There's always going to be people that are going to be mad at you. So our solution is to the mass. We're here to help out the mass because the mass is one who pushes that gives us a muscle to our country. Thank you.
All right,
Guess
thank
I'm
you. I
ready.
look forward to having you as my appointment.
Yes.
Good job.
Awesome.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, should be
All right.
noted for the record, we also received 2 comments in favor and 1 in opposition. Those have been added to the record.
Okay.
At this time, Madam Mayor, I'd like to go back to item G11. We do have a couple more things on our agenda today. I would remind council that you are going to lose your quorum in a little less than an hour. So
Okay, then let's get through this.
thank you for being direct. Next item is G11, appointment to the E91 Advisory Board. We have no public comment on this item, Madam Mayor. We'd be looking for a
Madam Mayor,
motion.
Motion to approve Robert Layton.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item H3, presentation from TMRPA.
And this is our last item, just other than comments, right? So,
Yes, because we have closed out redevelopment, so we have this, and then council updates on boards and commissions, general comment, and then we're done.
And I will make sure that we move through this fast. I'm not going to keep you here all day.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Jeremy Smith. I'm the interim director at Truckee Meadows Regional
Well,
Planning Agency.
congratulations then.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here to talk to you about the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan update.
Bless you.
It's been a multi-year process. It has been a consensus building process, and it is built on many efforts that we've worked on together. Right now, you can go to plantruckeemeadows.org, and you can get a draft of the regional plan that you can take a look at. There's also a bunch of other information available there. But basically, quickly, building on work we started in 2013, the industrial land needs analysis, that was a supportive effort that really helped us kind of build technical capacity. We followed that with the housing study. I remember coming here and presenting that to
Jeremy,
you. Yes.
but I'm going to just interrupt you for a sec.
Yeah.
And I just one sec. I just wanted to tell the, I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell the 3 of you that are here. Well, Councilman Weber's been on for a little bit on the regional planning, but this started a couple years ago. And I'm the vice chair now of Regional Planning Governing Board, and they're about to take a vote on October 10th to approve the plan. And my concern, the reason I asked for this item was that you have not been part of the loop, you've not been part of the loop, and actually Councilman Delgado has not been, intimately involved. We've heard some questions and concerns. So this is really, I wanted to make sure that you understood it, what we were about to do, and where some pinch points were for the city of Reno. So if you can kind of focus on that as you go through and
Sure.
just, yeah. Because we've heard it, we've participated. Four. So myself, Councilman Reese, Jenny Breckus, and Councilman Weber. So the 4 of us have been pretty involved. I don't know that there's full consensus. I don't know, because we don't know yet. I mean, we're about to vote in a week. So we wanted to get some input
Thank
from you.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
how we got here. That's right. So we've done quite a bit of work. We participated in a program in Portland State, the Urban Sustainability Accelerator Program. That was huge. We developed a work plan. But over the past 2.5 years, we've been working on 2 main things: scenario planning, trying to understand the impacts of growing one way versus another before we make the decisions, and policy evaluation. We've been able to get this plan's policies down from 140 to 60. And so we have a draft plan today. All along the way, we have engaged the community. Since August 28th, I've done 11 public meetings. So it's been a pretty busy September. So over 50 presentations at community meetings, tons of surveys. We've had almost 4,000 respondents. We hosted food for thought lunches, 2 big community conversations at the Discovery Museum. All along the way, we've also been engaging the Regional Planning Commission and Regional Planning Governing Board. And those are public meetings, and we've been hammering things out together. But one of the biggest efforts is the Regional Plan Update Working Group, where we've worked with planning staff from the City of Reno, from City of Sparks, from Washoe County, from the RTC, the Washoe County School District, the Western Regional Water Commission, and anyone else that would participate to basically try to get to consensus on our policies. So what are some key changes? Number 1, we've made the plan more graphically approachable with engaging maps and graphics. The current plan is pretty black and white. We've included data analytics, which I heard earlier come up, and it's an important aspect of what we're trying to do is bring some contextual information to the master plan land use decision-making process. We have the scenarios. They had 14 metrics we measured, things like land consumption, housing mix, housing price, wastewater generation, student generation, transportation metrics like VMT. And we're working towards a data-driven annual report, which will also help provide context for our decision-making. And then finally, I mentioned, reducing the number of policies down to 60. It really makes the plan more implementable and understandable. And super key is this, re-embedding back to our state statute. NRS 278.0274 describes the contents of what ought to be in the regional plan. First off, a population projection. We've built that into the plan now. We were doing it in a separate document, now it's in there. We're also tasked with limiting premature expansion and directing growth to established areas, making sure to account for the preservation of the character of existing neighborhoods. So that's our regional form section. Efficient public facility and service provision, the conservation of natural resources, and of course, one thing we really enjoy, intergovernmental coordination, trying to bring people together, break down the walls. Just quickly moving through it, there are 3 main chapters in the plan, and there are some interlude sections between the chapters. The first chapter is really about what is TMRPA, why are we here, and what is our authority, and how did we get to this regional plan? That's kind of lifted to a large degree from our existing plan and from state statute. The second chapter is all about the scenario work and regional goals and how we looked at these 4 different ways to grow our community and what were the differential impacts. And that led us to a discussion of a regional form map, which is one of the key policy changes in the plan. And I'll show you that map. And then here's the really substantive portion of the plan. If you're just interested in policies and implementing what we're going to try to use to implement this regional plan, it's chapter 3, and it's divided into 5 elements: population growth, regional form, public facilities and services, natural resources, and regional coordination, really trying to follow that NRS mandate. We talked about that. So big concept, pinch point, as you mentioned, this idea of tiering within the Truckee Meadows Services area. And that means that we have this map. It's map 2, the regional form map. Before I go into the details of this map, I want to show you this policy, RF4, just to set your mind at ease, hopefully, folks that have been hearing things. RF4 says the regional plan recognizes and allows master plan land uses, entitlements, and zoning that are in existence prior to the initial adoption of this plan and are therefore grandfathered in. This regional form map and these density requirements that we've got in the different tiers, it's all about moving forward post-adoption. It's for new projects that come in front of us. So any entitlement that's existing right now will remain in existence with the adoption of this plan. So that brings us to this map. The dark black line is the Truckee Meadows Services area. That's the area within which it's defined as the area within which you would expect to be able to provide or receive municipal type services within a 20-year time horizon. And that is the horizon of the plan. Well, over the years, all that supportive work, the scenarios we've built, the data work we've done, we've recognized that there's probably 2 times at least that amount of capacity within that black line. We have tons of planned unit developments. We have existing active tentative maps. We have mixed-use zoning districts with unlimited densities. We have a lot of potential to upzone areas on the edges one day. So this is how we try to get at limiting that premature expansion and really trying to tie where we're going to grow next to where we've planned to serve and where we've already invested in infrastructure and facilities in our region. So the very dark blue area, it kind of matches up with those opportunity zones you guys were talking about to some degree. That is our mixed-use core. That's where we expect and want to see the most intense and dense development and a prioritization of investment. We have BRT, there's multimodal improvements going on right now. It's the area we really want to see, and that supports your master plan and the master plan of the city of Sparks. After that, we've got a slightly lighter shade of blue. That's Tier 1. It's basically the McCarran Ring and also captures the old transit-oriented development corridors, which now in your master plan, I think are referred to as suburban corridors. Those are areas where we have there's an existing minimum density requirement we're asking folks to meet, but no maximum. In the darkest blue area, the minimum density would be 14 dwelling units per acre. It's actually a bit of a relaxation from the existing plan we have now, where it's 18 in TOD areas. And that's based on, over the years, realizing that 18 is not necessarily achievable, and that a FAR of 1 is not achievable. So in the dark blue area, we've also reduced the FAR, that's floor area ratio, to 0.25. So we're kind of moving concentrically from the center of our town out, right? And this is an investment priority scheme as well as an intensity and density scheme. So we move to the lighter blue area, that's Tier 2 land, and that is kind of a suburban density area where we don't have minimums in place in our table, but there's a maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre that we would want to see in those areas. That's kind of like a 3-story apartment like you've probably seen being built on Melrose Highway or definitely around town. And then the big change. This is the big change. The gray area, Tier 3. These are areas that have, they don't have facilities today, potentially. They're sagebrush. They're not subdivided. They may not be planned. They're areas that we want to basically hold in their existing state until such time as we actually need them. And so what that means is that you could turn that on one day, but you'd have to come in for a regional plan amendment to adjust these boundaries to intensify in those lands. And so that would require, the process today to do, master plan changes would be to go to the Regional Planning Commission level, and it would be decided there. If there's appeals, it could go up to the governing board level. In this case, because we've created a map, if you want to intensify in these areas, you'd have to bring them into the higher tier. And so that would require the RPC level, but also to go to the RPGB level to get that final review. So it's a stricter review. And then finally, outside of the black line, outside of the TMSA, is the rural area. And this is a super low density area, all unincorporated Washoe County. The maximum density is 1 unit per 5 acres. So that would be the densest you could do out there, basically. Okay, so that is the tiering map. So that's raised some issues, but again, there is always a process to move from one tier to another. It's just going to be criteria based. And some of the criteria that we're going to be looking at, and this is all in the regional form section, will be things like proximity to the tier you're trying to move into. So if you're trying to go from Tier 3 into Tier 2, are you adjacent to it, or are you an island somewhere over here and it doesn't make sense? What sort of housing mix would we achieve by making the change, the master plan land use change, because we also support housing choice and helping with the affordability issue? What's the potential to connect into our transit and multimodal improvements that are going on right now? And this is the key one, really, the availability and adequacy of public facilities and services. This is right out of our statute. We are really trying to put together the master plan land use entitlement, which is the thing that our boards and commissions decide on, those entitlement decisions with our public facilities planning and an understanding of the investments we've already made. So this is kind of the idea. And to help do that, we've replaced this notion of concurrency management, which is what we're dealing with now, which basically says it's sort of handled, at the time of building permit, there will be services there, and we agree, and that does happen, and we have a lot of faith. But we want to have the discussion with more context, and so we want to bring the how into it. And so we have developed a list of standards for regional services such as water, wastewater, roads and schools, and flood. And those will be analyzed at the time of a request. And then to provide even more context, one major initiative we're trying to do post-adoption is the Public Infrastructure Investment Plan. This is our idea to try to bring together all the good planning work that's going on at TUMWA, at RTC, at the school district, everywhere. Bring it and centralize it and find out where these things align. We think that that's going to help address, subsection 5, trying to link these things together, and also it will probably help refine those tier boundaries on the map we looked at. I mentioned we're going to do an annual report. It's going to use data. We're going to have a dashboard on our website. You guys are going to be able to check in, look at things like absorption, how many acres are being used, some of the stuff we did for the scenario metrics. And further, we're going to do a natural resources plan. That's the second major initiative. We are required by state law to create a map that identifies areas that are best suited for development. Well, right now, we don't have that map. We have a map that shows development constrained areas. And that's areas that you really don't want to build in, floodways, slopes greater than 30%. But there are other areas that are squishier, right? And so this effort will be trying to get at that and mapping those natural resource assets that we have here in the community. We're going to work with everyone on that too. This is not us driving the bus. This is us getting everyone on the bus so we can all, work together. Both of those major initiatives are designed to influence policy for the next update, which would happen in 5 years. So we want to try to get it done quicker, but these things tend to take time, and we're trying to be realistic. We have been, like I said, out and about trying to get the word out, especially this month, but all through the process. And we are down last week. We heard public testimony at 3 regional planning commissions meetings that were one held in each jurisdiction, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And at the end of that, the RPC unanimously voted to approve the plan at their level and recommend final adoption to the Regional Planning Governing Board. And that potential for that to happen would be next Thursday, October 10th, 2 p.m. at the Washoe County Chambers. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Thanks, Jeremy, for coming. And I know we've had a lot about planning today. We've had a lot about development today, housing. I think this really will help bring it all together. Let me ask you just a couple quick questions. So one of the reasons I asked for this was that we were beginning those regional planning commission meetings. And I was starting to hear some concerns. And I'll jump right into it. One of the key concerns was about UNR Farm. So UNR Farm on this map, if you zoom in, part of it is in the Spark sphere and has been put into Tier 3.
Correct.
Which means it's a little more challenging to develop it, but you could develop. And then part of it has been put in the Reno has been put into Tier 2. And yet neither of them are annexed. They're both in Washoe County, so they're not annexed in Reno or Sparks. So it was hard to understand, some metric or some rationale. Why are they different? It's one big farm. Apparently it came up, or I heard through the grapevine that Sparks wasn't interested in changing it from Tier 3.
Correct.
I heard that UNR first sent a letter saying they just wanted to stay where they are. They were comfortable with Tier 2, but they wanted to do a conservation plan, and they didn't want to go into any other tier. Then I heard that no, they realized, Tier 3 would actually help them do their conservation plan. And then I heard, no, maybe it'd be better to be in Tier 2 because maybe that would help them do their conservation plan. So we have to vote on this on next Thursday. Apparently, we've got some letters here today of residents that live in Reno, and they've said, or the county, and they've said especially given that we've authorized development in floodplains, and in that the university is interested in remaining a farm, having in fact a conservation easement over not being developed. Do you have thoughts on that, or does the council have thoughts on that? I just want to bring it right up because I know we're running out of daylight. So yes. Yes, Councilwoman Breckus.
I mean, I guess a lot there, and I'm one of the governing board members. And we've had a change in, leadership.
Right.
Very, very late in the game. I was not aware and comfortable that the 3 adoption meetings held last week. I thought we were going to have a review draft out there in the world. I've been reading it. I'm not quite done, but I was going to be done by the October meeting. And then at that meeting, we would see all the comments that came through in the world and have an edited markup of how staff was going to address that and modify the plan or not. And what appears to have gone through is the plan, as in its original draft form, is untouched. And all the comments are just hanging out there. So, and I know you work with the chair on that, but I was not happy with the process. I would just want to get that out there because it's really the regional planning board's plan, and they've okayed it without us. So I'm uncomfortable with the process. 2, I want to challenge, and I will be suggesting language for these grandfathering in these entitlements and, how they get credence. Let me just use an example. Is if I only have so much space in my closet, right, for clothes, am I going to keep the older clothes, the size 8 clothes that I don't fit in any longer? No. I'm going to keep the new, better ones that, I fit in and are more in date. So the entitlements, because they've been hanging out there unopened for 15, 20 years, what, do they get great standing? No, they may be bad ideas. And I think we dealt with that with Butler Ranch. So I think there should be some balance of concept on their acknowledging their property rights, but also saying that we're not going to expend infrastructure obligations there because they may not be the best ideas out there. And so I was disappointed to see that language come up that way. And the other point about, you're having map and this question of what map should be in.
It's just one big thing that we've heard a lot about.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's-
And the map conversation always dominates and needs to be out there. Looking for clarity on the staff report on the lands bill, because people are still saying about the lands bill. If the lands bill ain't in there, it ain't happening. It doesn't have any support. It is not in there. If there's going to be a support for lands bill, it needs to be in this plan. And what I'm not in these infrastructure plans, I'm not entirely sure, because you're a small organization, we're never funding you, you always want more funding, and you have a big task here of plan implementation that I'm not entirely sure how that's going to look and what it's going to be like. And so I'm questioning that. I would love to see the work on the natural resources, because I think that will help sketch out the tier 3 lands for holding.
Councilman Breckus, let me just go to some others and let me see if there's any questions or comments from Councilwoman Weber, and I don't know if Councilman Reese is still on.
Go with Reese.
Okay, Councilman Reese, did you have any?
Here.
Okay, did you have any comments?
Yes. Fundamentally, I echo the concerns of my colleague, Councilwoman Breckus, in as much as the process of this is rolling out in a very clunky way for me. I appreciate that this has been an ongoing process for some time, and some might say, it's time to put up or shut up. It's been in process for several successive chair members. It's been in the works for a number of years, I think. But at the end of the day, it's the rush in the last, 2 months to get it over the finish line that concerns me. And I will be going to the regional body and asking for it to be delayed in order to give all the stakeholders sufficient time to evaluate the gravity of it. And so in regards to my colleagues that are there this evening, I just am uncomfortable with the way that it's being rushed without the ability to, as for example, Councilwoman Breckus is entirely right. None of the comments have I seen. So I don't know what the stakeholders' input is. I don't know what community members are concerned about, because they have not reached out to me. I have not been at the rollout meetings when they've been held, but the reality is we can't be at all of those. So I have no idea what the concerns are being raised by our constituents. So, and I know that Council or Vice Member or Mayor Dewar, identified a specific piece of dirt that had a specific problem. And I'm not so into the minutia in that regard. It's more about the process of how it's played out. Are you able to speak to that at all?
That's directed to you, Jeremy.
Absolutely. If I may, I'd like to speak to all of the comments if possible. So I can start sort of in reverse order, because the process is something that we're obviously super concerned about, and we have attempted to be as inclusive throughout a 2.5-year process as we possibly can. People tend to come out and come out and get involved as things get more critical. So towards the end. I will say that the substantive portion that has changed from the existing plan, outside the scenario planning work, which is informational, is Chapter 3, the policies. Those were first released in February of this year. And then it was identified that there were issues with some of those policies, from staff at the local jurisdictions, from some public members at large. We had with the Regional Planning Governing Board and Regional Planning Commission, open meetings along the way since February to work on those policies, to look at what we were calling polarizing items. We worked together in the Regional Plan Update Working Group to address those items and to find the compromise and find consensus. So yes, the full draft plan that I hold in my hands today was first released in early August. And it did contain more informational pieces like Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. As I mentioned, Chapter 1 is to some degree right out of the existing plan. It's about our authority. Chapter 2 is the scenario work, which we worked for about a year on, and it culminated in a community conversation in December 2018. And so since that time, and we've been working on policy, so we've been trying to get that out in the public view. And we went through 3 drafts of Chapter 3 policies to
One of
get
my-
to where we are now.
Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Yeah.
One of my concerns is just that, we all have to understand, what is the use of this plan?
Sure.
How will it be used? And what I do know is that certain projects of a certain size, projects of regional significance, that's one with lots of houses in them, or a certain floor size, I think of a big, I don't know if warehouses or it's only houses.
It has to do with triggering certain thresholds like
Right.
625 units or wastewater generation or traffic.
Right, okay, so traffic could be one.
Jobs.
Anyway, those things have to go up to regional planning, be evaluated against this plan. This is the template against which it'll be evaluated.
As well as any master plan land use change needs to be vetted in conformance with the plan. Those two things.
I thought that's what I said, but what did you
I
say?
apologize. Yeah.
Oh, well, what?
Well, projects of regional significance
Right.
and master plan
I'm
land
sorry,
use
yes,
changes.
but
Those
there's
two things.
several things that have
Yeah.
to go to you to be
Correct.
checked off.
Yeah.
Does it conform with this plan?
That's right.
And so far, the plan that we spent a lot of time developing, we're being a little bit squishy about adhering to, because it's not a regulation, it's a policy.
Correct.
And until we get regulations to go with that. So I'm just struggling a little bit. I don't know if this matters a whole heck of a lot or hardly matters at all. And, I know that might be offensive comment to you because you're the new director of this temporarily, but I don't know whether, for example, it matters if something's in tier 3 or tier 2, or it doesn't matter. And I don't know how things got into it. If I could understand a basic rubric, like if it was annexed, it went into tier 2, and that's
Absolutely.
not what I'm.
That is correct.
Well, and that's what I understand. We'll take a project that came up earlier today here, Westview Estates. The part that was annexed is in tier 2. The part that has yet to be annexed is in tier 3. That makes sense to me. Okay.
So correct. Yes. I think it matters, but it matters at the 30,000-foot view. Something we've been trying to do is operate at the regional level. And so the tiering was designed to really look at, what does it make sense to serve things based on information in our facilities? In the end, it's a start condition. That map is a start condition for us to move forward in a new paradigm, and there was jurisdictional aspects to be worked out in that. And so everywhere that was in an incorporated city was included in tier 2, tier 1, or the mixed use core or higher.
Got it. And then
right?
if it was unincorporated,
If it was unincorporated, it was generally in tier 3. There were a few areas opened up to allow the unincorporated Washoe County to do some intensification. One that jumps to mind is Sun Valley. It's now in the tier 1 area. So we're not in the way of their local process of revitalizing that, which currently we are to some degree.
yeah.
Is that the first time you've asked that question?
I'm sorry. No, I've asked this question many times.
Okay.
About what is the basic rubric, and why I asked the question is we sort of follow it and then we don't. And then there's exceptions, and I'm bringing it up, like you and our farm. It's not annexed. And so why is it in different tiers?
And that it comes under what, a tier 2?
It's half, you might have stepped out of the room. It's half in tier 2 and half in tier 3. The part in Sparks, Sphere,
So that leads me, why aren't we a 3 like with Sparks?
Indeed. So there was a different approach in each jurisdiction, Reno and Sparks. I think that City of Reno staff, worked to kind of, in a good way, protect the interests of the City of Reno and the master plan land use that could happen there. There were some targeted areas that were put into tier 3. Spring Mountain, which is far to the north, but in the TMSA. The area that goes up the hill there above Double Diamond and the Westview Estates kind of area east of that, and also a large chunk of federal land that is to the east of Stonegate.
And when was that put in there?
Probably 4 to 5 months ago, around that.
And was that done by my representatives on the board?
That was done
Our
in
representatives?
by this character.
Me.
But I mean,
okay. So I guess that would be a question. Why, Arlo? Why wouldn't it be a? I mean, I guess for Sparks to be a 3 or what do you think?
Tier 3 is essentially a suite of new regulations that doesn't apply to that land today. So we took a pretty sensitive approach. It's not a down zoning, but it does apply new regulations compared to what's in place right now. So in general, we focused we started with the whole city jurisdiction in Tier 2, and we took some targeted areas that were clearly, big, major areas, not ready to develop. Those could be Tier 3. But we were kind of conservative about taking every single parcel that has development constraint and putting it in Tier 3. Basically, in Tier 2, it's a local government decision as to what to do with it. If it goes to Tier 3, in order to do anything different with the property, you have to bring it in through a regional plan amendment before we would have the right to do anything with it. I think the concern, as I understand from UNR, they're working on a conservation easement, and being in Tier 3 could potentially diminish the amount of money they could get for that conservation easement. So they're concerned about the application of new regulation to land, and that may diminish the returns in doing a conservation easement and adversely impact their ability to do it.
Can we change that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
The governing board can change. We just, like I said, we didn't go super aggressive.
Yeah, okay.
Now,
What
I do want
happens
to
if-
bring up one thing
Oh.
that hasn't been mentioned that
What's
I
that?
believe is
Sure.
the most significant thing,
Yeah.
change in the plan. Most of what was outlined is similar but repackaged from the existing. But what this plan does is significantly relax the development restrictions for the unincorporated areas.
it.
So the county's a big proponent of this. We had some very significant concerns 4 months or so ago because it really kind of blew the caps off what the unincorporated area could do in terms of development while we had a bunch of added restrictions. And I appreciate Jeremy and his team kind of working with us over the last 4 months to alleviate the real big concerns we had. But that's still kind of a lingering concern. It's now allowed in targeted areas, but Tier 3 essentially is like what currently is an unincorporated development limitation. And now the jurisdictional piece is taken away, so it applies regardless of jurisdiction. And the concern isn't so much for the development, it's more the tax structure and the potential dilution of funds for
Could you give us an
regional
example,
services.
just an
Like,
example to make it real?
Like Spanish Springs, the north
Okay.
end of Spanish Springs, today they can do no more than 5 units per acre. And under this new plan in Tier 2, they can go up to 30 units per acre. And there's no strict requirement for a funding structure for the services needed for that development. The county staff's been saying they will do that, and they're committed to doing that, but it hasn't happened, and it isn't a requirement in the code. So there's a little apprehension about that. I guess I'm not here to object to the plan.
Right. We're
But it
just trying
doesn't
to
really
understand
do
it better.
anything the city of Reno
Yeah.
needs in the near
I
term.
was
It's
just
really a
trying to
county-driven
understand, like,
change.
how do you come up with those tiers? How does that,
Yeah.
how does that work? Like, for instance, and I'll send it to you just really quickly. Like, for instance, what I was thinking is, okay, we're waiting on this FEMA flood map. If that should come out, and let's just say, in an area of the city that, wasn't sort of identified as, flood issues, but now it is, can we change that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we
Yeah.
in fact, we will
I could
we will
put in
update.
a 3, Arlo. Like, all of a sudden, they're like, this area is really
Currently,
detrimental. Right.
if I could take on, I appreciate what Arlo just said, and I agree with it. There has been a slight relaxation for Washoe County, specifically in targeted areas like North Spanish Springs and Sun Valley. Those are the 2 big areas. And the rest of the Washoe County area is in Tier 3. One exception, Woodland Village, a little couple acres up in there, I think is also in Tier 2. So there's a process now that the county can ask to intensify, but they will be criteria-based, and the vote will have to occur at the elected official level. To talk about
But wait a minute, could you
Yeah.
answer her question
The-
about,
the UNR
let's say
farms?
the FEMA map comes out, and
Yep,
you said
absolutely.
absolutely could be changed, but
It-
how do we do that if we adopt the map on October 10th? The next update's in 2024. I don't really understand.
Well, the FEMA AE floodway is specified as a development constrained area in our regional plan. If those boundaries change, we need to change the regional plan and amend it to reflect the new FEMA AE floodway.
FEMA 80 meaning what?
AE is a designation.
AE.
AE, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we will. And I will point out that on the UNR farm site, just quickly, it is divided right now between Sparks on the east and Reno on the west. And it's Tier 3 on the east and Tier 2 to the west. And the floodway currently is on the east. And so that Tier 3 area in Sparks is, the bulk of it is covered by that FEMA floodway. The floodway is not on the west side except associated to the Truckee to the north on a parcel that's above Clean Water Way that is currently in your master plan, planned as open space.
But just to be clear, floodway means you're in the water like
Correct.
daily. And
Yes.
floodplain is the rest of the farm. So just because, one is deeper, always wet.
Absolutely.
And one is periodically wet when it floods. So
That's right. And so I believe personally, and I think this is the position of our agency, of the staff anyways, that the UNR Farms is a great treasure to our region. It's great for treated effluent disposal when we need it, flood storage, and farming, which we're running out of farmland. So what I see is all the goals are aligning to try to preserve that area specifically, whether it's through the conservation easement, which they have expressed to me does need a high valuation to be effective. They're not going to lock something up that they think they can make money off of if they can't get that value in the easement when it's created.
But
I don't
would
know
they
exactly
put the
how they work.
conservation easement over on the Spark Sphere side too?
That would be their intention, and so they would probably try to make the case that the Sparks tier side should come to tier 2, right? And so that would be their thing. But
Well, and that's what I was thinking, is
Yeah.
it can also work the opposite way.
Yes.
Right, when we really need it to, right? Does that make sense, Arlo?
It does. I'd caution about unintended consequences.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
the state,
I
as a
get what you're
public
saying.
agency, is
Yeah,
trying to
totally.
protect this land and get some federal funds, having done in my prior job a dozen or more of these conservation easements, the valuation is based on the development potential that they're doing away with. So by going from where they're right now, a TMSA, where they have some development potential in accordance with existing stuff, they can make a reasonable case that you could develop parts of it. Taking it into tier 3, they can't really make that case. So the compensation they could get for that easement could very well be substantially reduced.
But it's not so much the tier, it's really that one is in the floodway.
Well,
Right, I mean,
think
that's
it
what-
applies to whatever
We didn't
easement
have the
area they
tiers
call for.
before, we don't even have them today. And every day the appraisers have to do an evaluation. And having bought so much floodland myself, $50 million worth, they base it on, are you in the floodway? Are you in the floodplain? It was never about anything to do with tiers. They didn't exist. They don't exist. So
Conservation easements
Yeah.
tend to be a little different.
Okay.
It's kind of based on a reasonable development expectation.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
it could go either way, but, I
Okay.
do give some weight to their letter of concern
I
with what
apologize, I don't
Sparks
know
did.
that much. You seem incredibly knowledgeable, but I'd love to sit down with you, Arlo, and, I can ask you 9 million questions. But thank you. Anyway, I want to get this going. Yeah, I'm going to get this going, so we're going to go back to rotation. Sound good? Okay, I'm going to go to you, Councilman Weber. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that I am totally in support of moving forward. I think you guys have done a great job. When I saw the rolling out, when I saw the plan, it was a lot of good information. And I believe that it had its vetting very much with all of the community comments and meetings and that sort of thing. So I think we should be ready to go. And I would like to ask, I think Arlo has been in a lot of meetings that I've been in, and I think that many of us have. This is like I think was said, that we're looking at this from a 30-foot level. We can't be so, I've been on the Regional Planning Governing Board for 12 years prior to coming here and being on this. So I went through a lot of what you have been talking about. We've come a long way. And I think that to move forward is the best. But Arlo, you've been there and you've commented on it may not be perfect, but it's doable, and we can all work through each time that we need to have an amendment. If things, that's the best part of this.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. 4 months ago, we wouldn't. We were concerned 4 months ago.
Oh, okay.
And those changes have addressed our major concerns. There's some details. There is certainly a process where you can do amendments outside the 5-year update. For example, if UNR Farms does or doesn't do whatever they're going to do, that could be amended next year.
Yeah, okay.
That happens fairly regularly. So we're not here to oppose the plan, but there's nothing we need imminently out of the plan either as the city of Reno.
Okay,
Madam
great.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Understanding that this is a 5-year plan, but it's almost 2 years late, is it 5 years from when it finishes, we start again, or is it 3 years since we're 2 years into it?
I believe it's going to be 5 years from when we finish, but I would need to check with legal counsel to be absolutely sure. I know that if they are highly concerned that it would go any further than this year for the adoption process. I've heard that, but I will check on that to make sure. But my understanding right now is it's a 5-year window.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think some good points are raised. I understand that you had the drafts of this chapter and that chapter, but plans are never understood until they're in totality. And I think you need to understand that. And it didn't appear till August. I think that there is some issues that need to be looked in deeper, and blowing off the caps, as Mr. Stockham said, for the unincorporated is huge, and we are most impacted by that. And I'll just tell you, because these plans are so nuanced, you need to pick them apart and understand the nuance. We've gone a bit into this tier 3 of, if it's should anything just by annexation be tier 3 or tier 2? Where does that put us? That's one. But think about this: is they were talking about northern Spanish Springs can intensify up to multifamily. Right there, that the RTC, where the road money's coming in, the demands for additional freeways up there. Right now, that puts a lot of pressure on RTC to build more freeway capacity up there, and they've got 2 votes of the RTC on the county commission, and they've got 1 at Sparks, and that's done. That'll drain resources away from us. And this idea of their infrastructure plans going to be happening is no one at RTC, no one at Tumwa is really going to let them come in and be the superimposed infrastructure planners. It ain't going to happen. And so I want to understand how he thinks and this agency thinks it's going to happen. And does Steamboat, Paradise Valley and all that going down to Washoe Valley, is that Paradise Valley down there?
Pleasant Valley?
Pleasant Valley. Does all that, the caps are blown off that? Is that tier 2 or tier 3?
Tier 3.
Tier 3, where does tier 3 start?
It's south of the Redfield Center, south of the incorporated city of Reno boundary.
What is Sierra Reflections in?
Tier 3.
Okay. I think we need, I'm telling you, I think Reno really needs to look at this unincorporated allowances because it's a huge change, and you have a mindset that unincorporated Washoe County should be a suburbia, should be a cities, and this last plan took us there, and we're pulling off of that, and I'm concerned about it because it eats up a lot of infrastructure dollars to do that.
Yep, I'll keep it to 1
Can I address that quickly?
sorry.
Totally understandable. I think that has been something of a compromise that we've been working toward. With regard to the public infrastructure investment plan, our goal is not to superimpose. Our goal is to collect and centralize so that we can provide to decision makers a layered understanding of those pieces. So we're not trying to go in and say, you shall do this, Tumwa. That's not the intent. It is to coordinate. And I totally agree that there's risk in opening up the process to Washoe County. There's also benefit. For example, the city of Sparks relinquished some of their sphere, which would have been not possible under the current paradigm because of the buckets, and Washoe County wouldn't have accepted it. And that actually, so there are areas that are in unincorporated Washoe County that were in the city of Sparks that have post-adoption will now just be back in the county, and their planning authority will be back to the county, and the governance will be more equitable. So that's another thing, but you're right. It is a change, and Arlo's right, that it is a change for the unincorporated county. I would add, though, that most of it is tier 3, and in order to get beyond that tier, it also has another level of rigor. It has standards, number 1. It also has the regional planning governing board decision-making, and further, if you don't meet the standards in the table in the public facilities section, which is a new thing, which gets us beyond concurrency. It's not a hard no, but we ask for three things. And those three things are, number one, what is the capacity infrastructure that will be needed to serve this development, no matter who the jurisdiction requesting it is, if you can't meet the standards? But what is the capacity needed? And then further, how will it be funded? And thirdly, what will be the impact to existing facility plans? So there is a funding aspect, but
Are those at projects of regional significance? Because your plan's done. Who are you asking those questions when to?
those would be for new master plan land use changes or projects of regional significance that come through, yes.
And how are you dealing with projects of regional significance? Like Evans Ranch was a projects of regional significance. If they want an amendment to that, are they going to come back through the pipeline? Because they didn't have to last time.
If they want to change the master plan land use, I don't think it will come back as a project of regional significance, but if the land use is changing, it will need to go through the RPC conformance process as still.
Yeah. See, the entitlements get a hang with a greater reliance and a greater standing than land that may be more reflective of what we want at this point in time, and that's not right, whether it's in the city or unincorporated Washoe. We'll see. I mean, I'm not, my confidence level is not that high right now.
Okay.
Well, why my last comment?
Yeah,
I'll keep it to 1 minute.
And then we don't need to take a motion
No.
on this. Yeah. We're not taking a motion, we're moving on.
Right.
Okay.
So I just wanted to compliment you on this natural resource plan concept. And at the same breath, when it says completed no later than 2024, I think this has to be accelerated a great deal in conjunction with our staff who are also working on a natural resource plan.
Great.
Extra resources for you to get this done, because if we don't do it, we're not going to have any natural resources. You know, they're in this building boom that we're in, we're going to lose them. We're going to lose the birds, the fish, the mammals, the wetlands. You know, those are what the natural resources are, the forests. And so I just would like to see it happen quickly as soon as this plan's adopted. Is that, I know you get to rest over the weekend, but then but then I really think you have to address it. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Seeing that there are none?
Madam Mayor, just to note for the record, we did receive 2 letters of concern regarding the tier process. Those have been sent to council.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks so much. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
You have?
Yes. Yeah, I
When?
came and presented the housing study, the 2 scenarios where we looked at capital infrastructure investment. It was a $780 million potential saving over 20 years. That was in 2016 or early 17.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while.
All right.
I was here the other day for the affordable housing thing with Enterprise too. That toolkit's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah. You have a voice that should be doing voiceovers. Like
Thanks.
for children's books.
Okay.
For children's books. Yeah.
Maybe that's where I'm headed.
There's just something nice about your demeanor and your voice and everything about you. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Great. Thanks for listening.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
Madam
with
Clerk,
that-
I'm going to send it to you.
We have no general public comment at this time, so I would be looking for a motion to adjourn from council.
Second.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
have a
I am
motion
sorry.
and a second.
You
All those
actually
in
need to
favor?
give updates on your boards and commissions before I let you adjourn, unless you don't have any to give, and then you can
Yes,
continue with the adjournment.
Give me any updates on boards and commissions. Come on, you guys. Nothing?
Looks like there are none. You do have a motion for adjournment on the table and a second.
Do what?
You have a motion and a second for adjournment?
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I love that. You guys never fight on that motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You are adjourned.